And it turns out that's totally untrue. So phone numbers can be used to find more information on a subject through tools that are commonly used by private investigators. And so here's what Crooks's phone number led to in detail.
That phone number led our source to Thomas Crooks's primary email account, tmcrooks7@gmail.com. That in turn, he linked with more than a dozen other accounts. That list includes 2 foreign encrypted email accounts, AmericanGamer@gmx.com, a German website, and bcook@mailfence.com, a Belgian website. Crooks had a Snapchat, Tom_Crooks19, a Venmo account, Thomas-Crooks12, a PayPal account under the alias Rod Swanson, a Zelle registered as Thomas Crooks, as well as accounts on Discord, a Google Play account called Colossal Microwave, a Quizlet titled Thomas_Crooks, a chess.com with the same name, and 2 disabled Quora accounts under the handles Thomas Crooks8 and Thomas Crooks3. It turns out that Thomas Crooks was hardly an online ghost. He was active, and yet federal investigators lied and told us there was no trace of him online.
No trace of him online. A curious lie, super dishonest. Now, Tucker's team was also able to gather all the data from Crooks's deactivated YouTube account, and it was deactivated after the assassination attempt took place. And that included, by the way, his search history, his watch history, and more importantly, 737 public comments, which now shed light on his political views, which just flipped suddenly from one extreme to another. So buckle up, I'm about to take you on a little bit of a ride here. So Crooks's Google Drive is also linked to his YouTube account, which is how videos of Crooks were obtained by Tucker Carlson's team and used in this video. After verifying that the account that they were looking at was indeed that of Thomas Crooks, they found that he had swung from posting pro-Trump comments, sometimes pro-Trump comments that would advocate for violence on behalf of Trump, to suddenly anti-Trump comments and even considering violent acts against Donald Trump. So let's take a look at this next clip and then I'll give you more information.
They show a man who started out as a radical Trump supporter whose views on the president changed completely during COVID. The FBI lied about that fact and pretended that Crooks was a right-winger. At 11:35 p.m. on July 19th, 2019, in response to an MSNBC video, Crooks wrote, quote, Ilhan Omar and others are invaders and should honestly be killed and their dead bodies sent back. At 1:17 a.m. on July 20th, 2019, Crooks commented on a CNN video. He said Donald Trump was the literal definition of patriotism. 7 hours later, he commented on an MSNBC video. He wrote, I hope a quick, painful death to all the deplorable immigrants and anti-Trump congresswomen who don't deserve anything this country has given them. That evening on a separate MSNBC video, he wrote, quote, every one of the Trump-hating Democrats deserve to have their heads chopped off and put on stakes for the world to see what happens when you America. These sorts of comments continued for months and became increasingly violent.
And they did become increasingly violent. He also posted a comment on YouTube in which he said, this is going to be blatantly racist, but I hope Trump has these people murdered. Other violent comments he posted on YouTube include, if any of the Democratic candidates win, they won't be in there for long because unlike the Dems, we have guns and lots of them. I mean, just horrific stuff. There's more. Let me give you another example. So 50 million Americans with AR-15s will make quick work of any blockades the government can put to protect the White House. And look, let's be clear. These comments did catch the attention of other people on YouTube. They were flagged by other YouTube users. So for instance, on September 30th of 2019, he wrote the following. Most rioters don't bring assault rifles and body armor like we would, and we wouldn't be going to the streets, we'd be going to Washington. And then here's how the others responded, noticing that he keeps advocating for violence. One person says, law enforcement will thank you for grouping up and being so visible. It'll make your arrest so much simpler. Unfortunately, his arrest was not made simpler because he never was arrested and then attempted to assassinate a presidential candidate. Here's another example. Another person responded to Crook saying, "You are on YouTube threatening to shoot government officials. I sure hope the FBI is monitoring social media for violent nutcases. Trump's cult is literally insane." So keep in mind that these pro-Trump comments, in which he's even advocating for violence on behalf of President Donald Trump, are taking place as late as late September 2019. By January 2020, a few months later, he swings in the complete opposite direction. Now, remember, January of 2020, you start seeing some headlines about the coronavirus pandemic. It wasn't called a pandemic then, that's for sure. And the shutdowns hadn't happened until March of 2020. So look, you could make the argument that he was on the far right, super supportive of Trump, and then COVID happens, he sees how Trump handles COVID and he turns on Trump. You can make that argument, except that's not what happened here. He started posting anti-Trump comments in January of 2020, and those comments became increasingly unhinged, okay? So let's get to some of those views right now. So here's an example. Actually, you know what? Let's go to the next clip because Tucker Carlson will kind of set it up and then I'll give you other examples.
In early 2020, Crook seemed to change radically. On January 23rd of that year, he referred to, quote, Trump's stupidity. He began to mock the concept of the deep state. He suggested it was a code word used by Trump supporters for, quote, anyone who disagrees with the right wing. Suddenly, he sounded like an MSNBC commentator. In February of 2020, he called out Trump supporters as, quote, too brainwashed to realize how dumb you are. I mean, literally, you guys sound like a cult at times. That same day, he called Trump and his supporters, quote, racist. It was an amazing transformation.
And later, he did attack the right wing for how they responded to COVID while chiding Tucker Carlson, by the way. Here's an example. And going to a Chinese New Year's party in America isn't putting you at risk for coronavirus because, believe it or not, viruses don't spread through race like Tucker Carlson probably told you. How did this guy go from being a hateful, racist bigot who wanted to see members of the squad murdered to now seemingly being a member of the left who is defending China as, you know, people start calling coronavirus the China virus and all of that. And it all happened in a few short months. Like he swung from a pretty significant extreme to what can only be described as, well, at this point, kind of mainstream left-wing thought. By August of 2020, though, Crook started to post YouTube comments that advocated for violence against the Trump government. So he wrote, in my opinion, the only way to fight the government is with terror or terrorism style attacks. Sneak a bomb into an essential building and set it off before anyone sees you. Track down any important people / politicians / military leaders, etc. and try to assassinate them. Any sort of head-to-head fight is suicide, and even ambush / surprise attacks likely aren't going to end well. So he went from advocating for violence on behalf of Donald Trump to now advocating for violence against Donald Trump. What happened? It's like a switch flipped, and I mean, there's no clarity in regard to like what led to this significant change in his political views, but more importantly, why are we learning about this from Tucker Carlson? Why aren't we learning about this from our own government officials, namely the FBI? It seems like they've just kind of shut this case and they've moved on. But we're talking about a guy who was driven to a point where he thought attempting to assassinate a presidential candidate made sense. And here's where things start to get pretty crazy, because on top of this, it looked like there was someone goading crooks to commit acts of violence. Take a look.
At that point, a new character emerged into the conversation, a user named Willie Tepes, who started pressuring crooks to commit violence. For example, quote, "If a gun and a badge is all that is needed, then authority obviously comes from the barrel of a gun. We have more guns than they do. There is no way we can avoid a war at this point, so you better just get used to the idea. We have nothing to lose and everything to win. And the alternative, a global police state, is unacceptable. Nothing in life is simple, but that is no argument against doing it." So who is this Willie Tepes? Unfortunately, we don't know. The FBI hasn't made any mention of him in public, although they certainly know he exists. Just days after the shooting, somebody screenshotted Tepes' YouTube account page, despite the fact he had very few followers. To the extent that he can be traced online now, you can find his username being used on a foreign Antifa website. Those sites link him to the Nordic Resistance Movement, which has been designated a terrorist group by the US State Department. That's all we know.
So is the FBI investigating that? Like, who is that Willie Tepes guy? And why was this individual essentially encouraging Thomas Matthew Crooks to engage in political violence? I mean, these are questions that need to be answered for sure. And Crooks's online footprint, strangely and abruptly, ended after his encounter with this Tepes guy. So here's the other thing. You have all of these violent comments posted by a single individual all over these YouTube videos. We keep hearing about how we all need to be surveilled at all times to make sure we're all on our best behavior. When you have this guy openly posting, with his own name, by the way, all sorts of violent comments, and our intelligence community couldn't foil an assassination attempt? Isn't that weird? I find that super weird. So for all the Americans out there who might be, I don't know, fooled into thinking that your security and your safety is dependent on allowing Peter Thiel or Larry Ellison to surveil your every waking moment, consider the fact that even when there's threats of political violence in broad daylight, our intelligence community apparently does nothing about it, doesn't investigate it, doesn't look into it. And more importantly, after an assassination attempt has been committed, we just don't hear about the would-be assassin anymore. We hear, little bits and pieces about what his politics might have been. But here you have a clear picture of someone who went from one
These are videos the FBI has worked hard to make sure you haven't seen. They're from the Google Drive account of Thomas Crooks, the man who on July 13th, 2024, showed up at the Butler County, Pennsylvania fairgrounds and tried to assassinate the frontrunner, Donald Trump.
And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
That day, Thomas Crooks came within a quarter inch of destroying this country. And yet, a year and a half later, we still know almost nothing about him or why he did it. That's because, for some reason, the FBI, even the current FBI, doesn't want us to know.
What's up?
Since the start of their investigation, the FBI has claimed that Thomas Crooks acted alone and that he was a virtual ghost online with no presence at all. Their only substantive claim about Crooks's motive was that he was a right-winger. We learned that from FBI Deputy Director Paula Bate, who said this to Congress just 1 month after the attempted assassination.
Something just very recently uncovered that I want to share is a social media account which is believed to be associated with the shooter in about the 2019-2020 timeframe. There were over 700 comments posted from this account. Some of these comments, if ultimately attributable to the shooter, appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes to espouse political violence and are described as extreme in nature.
The social media account Abate was describing was Crooks's YouTube comments. When the FBI made that claim, we had to take his word for it. We have no way to check, but now we do. In September, we obtained hundreds of comments from Thomas Crooks's YouTube account. Since then, we've gone to great lengths to verify that they're real. We can now confidently say they are. These are genuine, written by Thomas Crooks. But although Crooks's comments are interesting and give tremendous insight into why he did it, they're not the only story. The other story, in fact, the far more significant story, involves the government, the DOJ and the FBI, which have hidden from the public what they know about Thomas Crooks. The purpose of this report is to reveal details of Crooks's social media accounts and to confront a series of key questions. Why is the FBI keeping Crooks's views a secret? Why are they ignoring congressional subpoenas to divulge information? Why are they pretending that there's nothing to see here? And more than anything, what are they hiding? Before we present our findings, it's critical to establish how we obtained the comments and how we know they're real. In late September, we received a tip from a source. He told us he'd gained access to some of Thomas Crooks's accounts. He'd found these accounts by utilizing tools commonly used by private investigators. The key lead was Thomas Crooks's phone number. That was published in documents obtained by America First Legal. That phone number led our source to Thomas Crooks's primary email account, tmcrooks7@gmail.com. That in turn, he linked with more than a dozen other accounts. That list includes 2 foreign encrypted email accounts, AmericanGamer@gmx.com, a German website, and bcook@mailfence.com, a Belgian website. Crooks had a Snapchat, Tom_Crooks19, a Venmo account, Thomas-Crooks12, a PayPal account under the alias Rod Swanson, a Zelle registered as Thomas Crooks, as well as accounts on Discord, a Google Play account called Colossal Microwave, a Quizlet titled Thomas_Crooks, a chess.com with the same name, and 2 disabled Quora accounts under the handles Thomas Crooks8 and Thomas Crooks3. It turns out that Thomas Crooks was hardly an online ghost. He was active, and yet federal investigators lied and told us there was no trace of him online. Some of Crooks's accounts, like his Snapchat, appear to have been fully deactivated and completely taken out of use. Some of them may have been unused or cleared by federal officials during the investigation. We don't know because the FBI wouldn't tell us. However, our source was able to retrieve all data from Thomas Crooks's deactivated YouTube account, Tom Crooks 2178, visible to other users as Tom Crooks. This account includes his search history, his watch history, and 737 public comments. Another critical account, his Google Drive, is linked to an archive of Crooks's YouTube account. That's where our source obtained the videos of Crooks dry firing a handgun in his bedroom with paper targets on the wall behind him. But aside from the video evidence, the email addresses, and the phone number tying Crooks to the account, or the fact that most of these accounts use his actual name, there are other key details that support the authenticity of what we found. For example, this video's metadata shows it was filmed at Thomas Crooks's parents' home. And some of Crooks's YouTube comments are still available on Internet Archive sites. Crooks's YouTube channel was suspended on July 14th, 2024. That's the day after the shooting. Its offense, quote, violating YouTube's policy on violent criminal organizations. And though Crooks's comments are no longer available on YouTube, in many cases, the commenters who responded to Crooks are still there, and they match what we see on the Internet Archive sites. When you click on their tags of Crooks's accounts, YouTube takes you to a page that says, this channel was removed because it violated our community guidelines. In other words, there is ample evidence to support the authenticity of these posts. Our source figured it out. So did we. But when we reached out directly to the FBI to ask why the Bureau hadn't shared any details from the account with the public, the FBI responded by questioning whether we could verify the authenticity of the count. We were confused by this, considering the authenticity is self-evident. And of course, the FBI would have known that since the day of the shooting. What exactly is the FBI hiding? Here's what we do know. The digital comments we obtained were posted between 2019 and 2020, when Thomas Crooks was between 15 and 17 years old. They show two things. First, that Thomas Crooks was not some secretive lone wolf who never warned anyone that he was planning violence, just the opposite. Years before he showed up in Butler, Crooks was leaving a detailed digital trail of violent threats, including calls for assassinations and political violence. Second, they show a man who started out as a radical Trump supporter whose views on the president changed completely during COVID. The FBI lied about that fact and pretended that Crooks was a right-winger. At 11:35 p.m. on July 19, 2019, in response to an MSNBC video, Crooks wrote, quote, "Ilhan Omar and others are invaders and should honestly be killed and their dead bodies sent back." At 1:17 a.m. on July 20th, 2019, Crooks commented on a CNN video. He said Donald Trump was the literal definition of patriotism. 7 hours later, he commented on an MSNBC video. He wrote, "I hope a quick, painful death to all the deplorable immigrants and anti-Trump congresswomen who don't deserve anything this country has given them." That evening, on a separate MSNBC video, he wrote, quote, "Every one of the Trump-hating Democrats deserve to have their heads chopped off and put on stakes for the world to see what happens when you fuck with America." These sorts of comments continued for months and became increasingly violent. The following day, Crooks responded to a CBS Evening News video about the squad saying this, quote, "This is going to be blatantly racist, but I hope Trump has these people murdered." Crooks openly called for dictatorship and putting, quote, "Hispanics back in their place." He warned that if Democrats win in 2020, quote, "They won't be in there for long because unlike the Dems, we have guns and lots of them." In one comment, Crooks noted that, quote, 50 million Americans with AR-15s will make quick work of any blockades the government can put in to protect the White House. He left multiple references to Mao Zedong's famous line, "The only real political power comes from the barrel of a gun." On September 30th, 2019, Crooks responded to comments about a potential civil war, saying this, "Most rioters don't bring assault rifles and body armor like we would, and we wouldn't be going to the streets, we'd be going to Washington." At this point, one user named HyperPandas responded saying, quote, "Law enforcement will thank you for grouping up and being so visible. It'll make your arrest so much simpler." Crooks responded saying, "Cops can't arrest me if they're all dead," before adding, "Even an untrained man with an AR-15 is dangerous. You think Adam Lanza or any school shooter trained? Nope." If you navigate to that YouTube page today, you can still see identical contextual comments and people referring to Thomas Crooks, including one user who wrote this, "You were on YouTube threatening to shoot government officials. I sure hope the FBI is monitoring social media for violent nutcases." That exchange is still available on Internet Archive websites. But the FBI didn't see that before the shooting? That's hard to believe. On various occasions, Crooks openly said things like, Mueller should be hanged along with the rest of the Democrats involved in that witch hunt, and "I always believed being patriotic was lining up a bunch of socialist Jews, like the ones who booed Trump, and blasting their useless brains out with an AR." And yet, in early 2020, Crooks seemed to change radically. On January 23rd of that year, he referred to, quote, "Trump's stupidity." He began to mock the concept of the deep state. He suggested it was a code word used by Trump supporters for, quote, "anyone who disagrees with the right wing." Suddenly, he sounded like an MSNBC commentator. In February of 2020, he called out Trump supporters as, quote, "too brainwashed to realize how dumb you are. I mean, literally, you guys sound like a cult at times." That same day, he called Trump and his supporters, quote, "racist." It was an amazing transformation. That April, during the peak phase of the coronavirus lockdowns, Crooks wrote, quote, "It seems that you people don't understand that sometimes public safety comes before your personal rights. Are you not willing to quarantine one member of your family to save the rest? If so, you are not a patriot and you aren't protecting anything." Around this time, the new left-wing version of Thomas Crooks became very critical of conservative media. He said at one point, quote, "Going to a Chinese New Year's party in America isn't putting you at risk for coronavirus because, believe it or not, viruses don't spread through race like Tucker Carlson probably told you." That May, as state officials across the country overhauled election systems to promote mail-in voting, Crooks attacked Republican concerns about voter fraud as, quote, "ignorant." 4 months later, in August 2020, his tone had shifted even further to the left. He said, quote, "I believe the outcome will be irrelevant." In response to the same video, Thomas Crooks issued what sounds a lot like a digital manifesto. Quote, "In my opinion, the only way to fight the government is with terrorism-style attacks. Sneak a bomb into an essential building and set it off before anyone sees you. Track down any important people or politicians, military leaders, etc., and try to assassinate them. Any sort of head-to-head fight is suicide, and even ambush or surprise attacks likely aren't going to end well." These remarks were especially notable because they came at the final phase of Crooks's YouTube commenting. At that point, a new character emerged into the conversation, a user named Willie Tepes, who started pressuring Crooks to commit violence. For example, quote, "If a gun and a badge is all that is needed, then authority obviously comes from the barrel of a gun. We have more guns than they do. There is no way we can avoid a war at this point, so you better just get used to the idea. We have nothing to lose and everything to win. And the alternative, a global police state, is unacceptable. Nothing in life is simple, but that is no argument against doing it." So who is this Willie Tepes? Unfortunately, we don't know. The FBI hasn't made any mention of him in public, although they certainly know he exists. Just days after the shooting, somebody screenshotted Tepes' YouTube account page, despite the fact he had very few followers. To the extent that he can be traced online now, you can find his username being used on a foreign Antifa website. Those sites link him to the Nordic Resistance Movement, which has been designated a terrorist group by the US State Department. That's all we know. We do know, however, that Crooks' online footprint abruptly ends after his encounter with this mysterious figure, Willie Tepes. Regardless of whoever Willie Tepes is or was and what his motives may have been, who he may have been working for, there is no doubt that Crooks was ripe for recruitment by someone. From early 2019 to mid-2020, as his political views were evolving, Crooks searched for Trump more than 700 times online. He also searched for Jack Ruby, the man who assassinated Lee Harvey Oswald. He then submitted queries for craziest chemical reactions, cars running over protesters, best places for mass shooting El Paso, Trump civil war, Orlando shooting reaction, firing an AR-15 as fast as possible, fertilizer bomb, how to make napalm, how to make a Molotov cocktail, mass shooting Canada, Oklahoma bombing, and sniper in Dallas shooting. He also searched for American Nazi Party, German national anthem 1933-1945, Hitler's speeches with subtitles, neo-Nazis, and quote, "why gays need to go." Hate to brag, but we're pretty confident this show is the most vehemently pro-dog podcast you're ever going to see. We can take or leave some people, but dogs are non-negotiable. They are the best. They really are our best friends. And so for that reason, we're thrilled to have a new partner called Dutch Pet. It's the fastest growing pet telehealth service. Dutch.com is on a mission to create what you need, what you actually need, affordable quality veterinary care anytime, no matter where you are. They will get your dog or cat what you need immediately. It's offering an exclusive discount, Dutch is, for our listeners. You get $50 off your vet care per year. Visit Dutch.com/Tucker to learn more. Use the code Tucker for $50 off. That is an unlimited vet visit. $82 a year, $82 a year. We actually use this. Dutch has vets who can handle any pet under any circumstance in a 10-minute call. It's pretty amazing, actually. You never have to leave your house. You don't have to throw the dog in the truck. No wasted time waiting for appointments, no wasted money on clinics or visit fees, unlimited visits and follow-ups for no extra cost, plus free shipping on all products for up to 5 pets. It sounds amazing, like it couldn't be real, but it actually is real. Visit Dutch.com/Tucker to learn more. Use the code Tucker for $50 off your veterinary care per year. Your dogs, your cats, and your wallet will thank you. So here you have a volatile, troubled, possibly mentally ill young man with a long record of espousing violence in public. The FBI clearly knew he existed. And then you have, at the very end of his years commenting in public, espousing violence, an exchange with a mysterious figure affiliated with a group that we know is being monitored by the US State Department. It turns out that around the same time that Thomas Crooks was making these searches and posting overt threats of violence against public figures on YouTube, the FBI was issuing contracts to private sector tech surveillance firms to harness the power of mass data collection tools that would monitor social media for people just like Thomas Crooks. It's hard to imagine that Thomas Crooks, who was making these posts publicly and in his own name, had not been identified and looked at closely by federal law enforcement. In fact, it's impossible to imagine. What do we know? Well, we know that the FBI had access to these YouTube comments, and rather than giving us valuable information about them, giving us a sense of why Thomas Crooks did what he did, they used a selective read of those comments to lie about what Thomas Crooks was thinking. 2.5 weeks after the attack on July 30th, A source familiar with the investigation told CNN that, quote, federal investigators are looking into a YouTube account possibly connected to Crooks in which the user espoused political violence as well as anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes. Well, of course, it wasn't possibly connected to Thomas Crooks, as the FBI knew full well it was Thomas Crooks' account. There was never any question about that. And yet the same day, the FBI's then deputy director made the same dishonest claim before Congress. The week previous, then FBI Director Christopher Wray publicly questioned whether Trump was even shot.
With respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that hit his ear.
In February 2025, the New York Post reported that, quote, the FBI has obstructed efforts to solve the mystery of why Thomas Matthew Crooks, who left no manifesto, did what he did. And this fact, said the Post, left local law enforcement as well as Crooks' former friends, classmates, and teachers frustrated. The level of lying and obstruction is shocking. Less than a month after the shooting, Congressman Clay Higgins of Louisiana, a former police officer, traveled to Butler to conduct his own investigation into what happened. When he arrived, he discovered a disturbing fact. The FBI released Crooks' body for cremation 10 days after July 13th. This wasn't known to the public until Higgins arrived in Butler on August 5th, when the coroner told the congressman, quote, he would never have released Crooks' body to the family for cremation or burial without specific permission from the FBI. The timing of Crooks' cremation is notable. The day Crooks' body was burned was also the day the House Homeland Security and Oversight Committees had begun their investigations into the shooting. The fact the body was cremated made it impossible for investigators outside the FBI to verify the coroner and autopsy report. You can't do a new tox screen because the body doesn't exist. According to Higgins, quote, this action by the FBI can only be described by any reasonable man as an obstruction to any following investigative effort. Another notable detail is that photos from the day after the shooting show an FBI agent hosing down the site where Crooks died. High-level intelligence officials and congressional sources told us this is very strange, and that the FBI usually hires out crime scene cleanup to third-party contractors. But in this case, they did it themselves, leaving no blood and no tissue for anyone else to analyze. In the photo, the agent's shirt says he's from the Technical Hazards Response Unit, a unit that collects traditional forensic evidence contaminated with hazardous materials. After the shooting, the FBI sent Crooks' phone to the Bureau's laboratory at Quantico, Virginia. Agents there were able to open it in less than 40 minutes using technology from an Israeli tech firm called Celebrate. According to the Post, FBI officials who served under President Joe Biden accessed Crooks' phone, computer, and his encrypted messaging apps in Belgium, New Zealand, and Germany. Yet none of the online activity the FBI has discovered was referred to in any way in the final congressional report that was released in December of 2024.
By the way, why do we still know nothing about that guy in Butler? What's going on?
That was a good question, a question that most people thought would be answered by the new administration. Within weeks of retaking office, Donald Trump told the New York Post's Miranda Devine that he had, quote, ordered the Secret Service on Friday to provide him every bit of information about his two would-be assassins.
You've had 2 assassination attempts, one obviously where you got hit by that bullet in Butler. There's a lot of frustration that we still don't know about that shooter in Butler, and we don't know about his communications. We get stonewalled all the time asking questions about it. Is there frustration on your part? Will we get transparency? Will we know the bottom line story?
It's very interesting because we have great people. I think Pam is incredible. I think Cash is incredible. And they're doing a great job. They're being recognized as doing a great job.
You're the president. Can't you find out?
No, I know. I'm relying on my people to tell me what it is.
But his people insist there's nothing there, and they don't seem interested in finding out more.
How come we don't have more information on the assassination attempts on President Trump?
There's 2 reasons. 2 open, ongoing prosecutions. But we have personally invested our time in making sure that we have looked at any possible international connections to terrorism and adversaries alike. And we've both been down to Quantico. We've both done the laboratory testing. We've both seen the explosives analysis. We've both seen the firearm and physically held it. We are all in on these investigations.
Are we going to be surprised at what you learned?
You know what, Maria? Cash is not kidding. We've been personally briefed extensively on every single detail, nugget, tendril of this case. One is actively in court right now, so out of respect for the case, it's probably more appropriate that I stay quiet on that. However, I'm not going to tell people what they want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth, and whether you like it or not is up to you. If there was a big explosive there, right? Given my history as a Secret Service agent and my personal friendship as a director does with the president, give me one logical, sensible reason we would not have. If you can think of one, there isn't. There in some of these cases, the there you're looking for is not there.
What a baffling thing to say. Thomas Crooks is dead, of course. There was no trial against Thomas Crooks. And by the way, they weren't misspeaking. This wasn't an accident. We know that because the director of the FBI said the same thing once again under oath in front of Congress in September.
When your predecessor sat right there in that seat a couple years, last year in a committee hearing, I asked him a very detailed question about Matthew Thomas Crooks, the shooter responsible for the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. I didn't get an answer from Chris Wray that day, and I submitted written questions to the FBI and into the record of this committee, and I want to resubmit those questions today because I think we are still awaiting answers to those questions. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit them for the record, please. I'd like to ask you, sir, and the FBI, under your leadership, would you please respond to these questions, and can you commit to doing that?
As soon as the trial's over.
But if it's true that there's nothing here, then the FBI has a very strange way of showing it. In July of 2024, a bipartisan group of senators, led by Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, sent a letter, quote, requesting records related to the July 13th, 2024 assassination attempt. Fully a year later, the FBI still had not responded. What is this about? This summer, Senator Johnson issued a new subpoena, noting that, quote, nearly a year after the assassination attempt and the initiation of the subcommittee's investigation, the FBI has repeatedly failed to produce the subcommittee records and information critical to its investigation. In the subpoena, they demanded pictures and images related to the assassination, video footage, forensic reports, records related to FBI interviews, and notably, all records referring or relating to any of Thomas Crooks's electronic devices, digital or financial accounts, or online search history.
What are you telling us?
I am totally unsatisfied. I am totally unsatisfied. You had a person with a modern rifle, modern scoped rifle at 130 yards who shot at the former commander-in-chief of the United States and a guy who was going to be, by all accounts at that point, the future commander-in-chief. And then they tried to kill my father 8 weeks later, you know, at his golf course in Palm Beach County, a golf course that I run every single day. I am totally unsatisfied that we have one picture of that shooter. The guy looks like he was 14 years old in the picture. We know nothing about him. We know nothing about him. Right? And I am totally unsatisfied with the result, and I think a lot of America is unsatisfied with the result, and I think we better get to the bottom of exactly what happened.
Are you telling me there's a conspiracy here that you believe that Eric Trump believes resulted in the assassination attempt?
Yes, I think they tried to kill my father because they did not want his voice on that stage.
Unfortunately, the reality is that the FBI, as of today, is not only stonewalling, but is actively preventing an honest look at what happened in Butler. Within days of the shooting, FBI agents collected all the relevant surveillance footage. That includes footage from local businesses, the state police, and critically, the gun range where Thomas Crooks trained. Did he train alone? We don't know, because to this day, the FBI refuses to release the footage. They confirmed it exists. They confirmed the existence of one gaming account, and then publicly said a few days later the account wasn't real. Was that incompetence, or are they lying? Within a day of the shooting, the social media companies that hosted Crooks's comments took his accounts offline. In some cases, the records of those comments in the Internet Archive were also erased. Did the FBI order that too? What we do know is that on the day of the attacks, Thomas Crooks got extremely lucky, miraculously lucky. After he arrived at the Butler County Fairgrounds on the morning of the shooting, Thomas Crooks conducted surveillance by flying his drone over the rally site. He flew that drone for 11 minutes. It just so happened the Secret Service's anti-drone system were down at exactly the same moment. What are the odds? Later that afternoon, police officers saw Crooks loitering with a backpack and a rangefinder. They identified him as a suspicious person, which he clearly was, but quickly lost track of him. And so Crooks climbed to the top of the American Glass Research Building. That happened to be the only building in the area that did not have a video surveillance system. It was also, remarkably, inexplicably, outside the Secret Service's security perimeter, despite the fact it was very close to the stage. 2 local police officers assigned to the building saw Crooks, but they didn't report him. A third officer who was supposed to be there left early. At 6:11 p.m., Crooks opened fire from the rooftop.
Take a look at what happened.
Within the vacuum left by the FBI and its total unwillingness to explain what had happened, the media were able to leverage the shooting to serve its own political ends. On ABC, we learned that this happened because backpack and a rangefinder. They identified him as a suspicious person, which he clearly was, but quickly lost track of him. And so Crooks climbed to the top of the American Glass Research Building. That happened to be the only building in the area that did not have a video surveillance system. It was also, remarkably, inexplicably, outside the Secret Service's security perimeter, despite the fact it was very close to the stage. 2 local police officers assigned to the building saw Crooks, but they didn't report him. A third officer who was supposed to be there left early. At 6:11 p.m., Crooks opened fire from the rooftop.
Take a look at what happened.
Within the vacuum left by the FBI and its total unwillingness to explain what had happened, the media were able to leverage the shooting to serve its own political ends. On ABC, we learned that this happened because white men own guns.
It was, a 20-year-old lone wolf, white, whack job with easy access to a gun. And we have to have a conversation about that.
And within days of the shooting, U.S. intelligence officials started leaking about a supposed plot by the Iranian government to kill Trump. There was never any evidence that if you were planning a regime change war against Iran, you might claim otherwise.
Let me read to you this breaking news that we are reporting from 3 U.S. officials who have been briefed on the matter. The U.S. obtained intelligence in recent weeks about an Iranian plot to assassinate Donald Trump.
The stonewalling, the lying, the persistent unwillingness to explain anything, all of it makes you wonder, what are they hiding? If the leadership of the FBI and the DOJ had any desire whatsoever to prove to the public that there's in fact nothing there, they could do that. But first they would have to answer these questions. Was Thomas Crooks known to federal law enforcement before the shooting? Was he known to local law enforcement before the shooting? And if not, why not? Who is Willie Tepes, and was he known to federal law enforcement? Is Willie Tepes linked to any violent organizations? Is he linked to any governments? And if so, then around the time of the shooting, did the FBI have assets inside those organizations? If Crooks wasn't known to anyone in authority before the shooting, how was he able to post hundreds of violent extremist comments under his real name between 2019 and 2020 without being detected by law enforcement or intel agencies at a time we know they were monitoring social media? Were those comments, including specific assassination threats against specific public officials, ever reported to YouTube? Other users complained about them. Did YouTube know? Why is the FBI telling us that they'll release this information, quote, after the trial, when there is no trial? Why did an FBI agent from the Technical Hazards Response Unit hose down the crime scene the day after the attack? That seems very strange. What happened on the roof of the American Glass Research Building for the 10 seconds after Crooks' last shot until he was killed by the Secret Service? Does the FBI have surveillance footage of Thomas Crooks' shooting that day? Was the FBI present at the medical examiner's autopsy? Are there still blood samples? Can they be examined by outside authorities? When Congress demanded the autopsy, did the FBI restrict what the examiner could tell the Congress? When the FBI cleared the coroner to release Crooks' body for cremation, did they keep tissue samples, brain tissue samples, spinal cord samples, or spinal fluid samples? Law enforcement sources told us that in a typical investigation in a crime of this nature, it would be normal to preserve all of that, those samples. If the FBI didn't, why not? And who made that decision to destroy what could be critical evidence in an attempted murder case? FBI agents went to the same gun range that Thomas Crooks was using. Who were those agents, and did any of them at any time have any contact with Thomas Crooks? Who did he train with exactly, and why can't we know? Was Thomas Crooks taking drugs that might have turned up on the toxicology report, but that weren't listed somehow? On what date specifically did FBI agents stop investigating Thomas Crooks' online presence? Why did the former deputy director of the FBI, Paul Abate, suggest to Congress that Crooks was a right-winger when he clearly wasn't? Was the FBI aware of Crooks' public comments before the shooting, many of which are openly violent, that included specific assassination attempts involving public officials? Who was Thomas Crooks in communication with in the days before the attack? What does his burner phone show? And in fact, why did he have a burner phone and encrypted foreign email accounts? Who are the government officials trying to link Iran to the shooting? Why did the FBI suggest that he had no digital footprint in the first place when the FBI had a great deal of evidence, hundreds and hundreds of comments from his digital activity? And what's on the other dozen accounts that the FBI clearly had access to? How long had Thomas Crooks been planning to commit an assassination? If there's nothing there, if they tell you this is just a lone nut who gave no indication he might do this, then what is stopping the FBI from at least giving the facts to Congress? Because if there's nothing there, these should be very easy questions to answer. We're excited to announce a new partner of our show, Poncho.
works. Come on, guys. Thank you.
A man arrested at the rally for being suspected of being the accomplice of the assassin. His name allegedly is Keenan Hooper, and Keenan, just like Maxwell, is a member of Antifa, and they were both arrested at the Trump event in 2016 for assault. Keenan, if that is his name, was assaulted by objects by the crowd as he was brought out of the tent at the end of the J13 event. We also have a photograph of a man being arrested at the rally that fits the description of Maxwell Yerrick. But the man in the photograph that we're assuming is Maxwell was released. Right now, we have a lot of pieces to the puzzle, and we just haven't put the puzzle together yet. It is completely my opinion that Matthew was the fall guy, or the patsy, for the operation that we know the Cheneys were well aware of because of their shorting the market for $360 million. And it was intended for Matthew Crooks to take the fall, the bullets, the shots, while the Antifa boys got away. Please put your theories in the comments. You know I read them, and I'm not going to figure this out on my own. I'm just a loudspeaker here. So the only thing we know for sure is that the Cheney family was well aware that Donald Trump was going to be assassinated the day before they hedged their bet against Trump.
Greetings, everyone. This is Jeff with Onio Civil Rights Investigations. Today is Thursday, December 18th, 2025. I'm here at the Ascend Luxury Apartments, and I'm going to stand on this public sidewalk out here and hold my sign that says God bless the homeless veterans. And here's a fun fact about the Ascend Luxury Apartments. I received a message from a person who lives in here who said they invited me to come here and hold my sign in front of their neighborhood to see what happens. So I'm an invited guest with a resident that lives here in the Ascend Luxury Apartments. And one of the problems I've had, you've seen my videos in the past, is where I'll stand on a public sidewalk outside of a gated community, whether it's apartments or homes, and they always get it wrong. They think that the public sidewalk is theirs. They call the cops on me. They want me trespassed from the sidewalk. But when the cops get there, they say, well, we can't trespass them from the sidewalk. So what the homeowners association does, or the security guard does, is they tell the cops, well, if we can't trespass them from the sidewalk, then we want them trespassed from the community, the whole neighborhood, which is problematic to me because, first of all, how can you trespass a person from an entire neighborhood, even if it's a gated community? How do they know that you're not a resident there? How do they not know that you have family or friends that live in this apartment complex like I do here today at Ascend Luxury Apartments, where I'm an invited guest? How can they trespass you from it? And then there's also the issue of whether or not they can lawfully trespass you from an entire neighborhood, an entire apartment complex, even if it is a gated private community, because of the equal housing opportunity thing. And I'm not familiar with that. I don't know one way or the other. But say I was actually a homeless person. They trespassed me from the whole neighborhood, the whole gated community, because of my socioeconomic status. And then I get my stuff together, I get a job, I come into some money or whatever, and I want to buy a house in there. But now I can't buy a house because they trespassed me because they thought I was homeless. So there's some legal issues here that I'm going to explore. So I'm going to stand out here on this sidewalk. This sidewalk over here may or may not be public. I'm pretty sure the one on the other side over there is public property. This could be private over here. But here's the thing. I'm not trespassing because I'm an invited guest. So we'll see how this plays out. Hey, God bless homeless veterans, man.
Yeah, absolutely. But you can't do that here.
Yes, I can.
No, you'll get kicked out. Get the cops called on you.
Good luck with that.
Just letting you know, man.
I know, man, but it's a public sidewalk and they can't do anything about it. So
this is private property.
No, it's not. This is see this right here, Bowling Green Way, public sidewalk, public road.
I'm just letting you know the rules do.
Yeah, I'm letting you know that you're wrong.
Also, I can be wrong all day.
Yeah.
But it's just going to cause problems for you, man.
It's not going to cause problems for me.
Coming at you any type of way, I'm really just letting
I get you. I'm just letting you know that I'm engaged. Yeah, that's my truck. Yeah, it's my truck.
I'm not trying to be an asshole here. I'm just letting you know.
Well, stop being an asshole then.
Yeah, well, then I'm a fucking asshole.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
So piss off. Piss off. Have a pissed off day. You're not trying to be an asshole, but you are.
Yeah, look, here's the other thing, man.
I can't hear what you're saying. I'm hard to hear.
You're not going to make any money standing there.
I'm not making any money. You're right. You're right. Right. That's cool. God bless someone's vets. Why stick your nose in my business, man? I'm on your property. It's just as much my property as it yours. It's just as much my property. Oh well. Oh well. No, you don't, because you're trying to run me off and you're going to call the cops on me. Huh?
Because I need to.
You don't need to, man. You can just leave me alone. You can just leave me alone and have a good day. You can just mind your business and have a good day.
This is my business, is what I'm telling you.
It's not your business. This is a public sidewalk.
All the public sidewalks, man.
All right.
You'd have a lot more luck down the street.
I go to whatever public sidewalk I damn well please. I go to whatever public sidewalk I please. Everybody says that. Oh, if you went somewhere else, it'd be a lot better.
Well, I'm just telling you, you're standing at an apartment complex freaking out the residents. You're not going to...
It is not. It's not freaking out the residents.
Just had several...
What about the person that came up and said, God bless you and thank you for what you're doing?
Yeah, that's great, but you can't stand there.
Yes, I can.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes, I can. All right. Well, look, I don't want to have any hostilities with you. You know, like we kind of got a little heated there for just a second. I apologize for that. God bless you. God bless homeless veterans. Have a nice day. Okay.
I'm not trying to be that guy, but you're standing there.
But you are being that guy. That's the problem. You don't have to be. You are being that guy.
I have to maintain the property.
And how do you know that I'm not an invited guest? Huh?
If I know.
You know?
You invited.
God bless homeless vets, y'all.
You invited.
Please pray for our homeless veterans. Please pray for the homeless vets. Don't be meanie pants. Get into Christmas spirit and say, God bless you too, man. Have a blessed day. God bless you.
St. John County Sheriff's Office, Rachel speaking.
Hey, Chris. I'm calling from an apartment complex in Durbin Park. We've got an individual here that we're going to need to trespass if he doesn't get off the property. He's nearest to the front gate, so right by the front gate in the clubhouse.
And does he have any weapons, anything in reference to drugs or alcohol either?
Not that I can tell, ma'am. He doesn't seem to be inebriated or under the influence of anything. But he is refusing to leave the property. And apparently he's notorious for doing this. He has a YouTube channel, and he's trying to stand up for his rights or something of that nature, but he is technically on our property.
And are you going to be the person they meet with to do the trespass?
Yeah, I can stay on site if I need to. We also have an office staff here.
Okay. So I've got them en route. If for some reason he becomes any sort of like, just have everybody stay away from him. But if he becomes any sort of danger, anything like that, absolutely call back on 911. Tell the office staff they can call us right back on 911. But we've got someone heading out there to handle that. Okay. But if anything escalates, please call us back. Okay.
Right. I will.
All right. Thank you, sir. They'll be on the way.
Yeah. Absolutely. Take care.
How you doing? Not much. How are you?
I'm here. It's cold. I don't want to get out of my car for nothing. So, have you looked up property appraisers?
No, I haven't.
So, I got it pulled up on my phone. I'm happy to show it to you.
Okay.
Super weird. So, right where the sidewalk widens, that's public access, that's public property. They actually own out to the middle of the street.
So if I'm on that
If you're on that side, you're good. And if you're right where it widens right there, you're good.
Really?
So, otherwise, they want to issue a trespass.
Well,
but I was like, I'm pretty sure he's going to be cool with us. And
yeah, I told him I'm an invited guest for the residents, so I'm not trespassing.
Okay. Well, that changes things then.
Yeah, I'm an invited guest.
Of course, nobody tells me that. I just get
I
called
told him
saying,
that. I told him that.
Okay.
Well, you know, what they do is, you know, you're familiar with my YouTube channel, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
What people
We've met.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
I pulled you over once. You were super chill, so I was
So
like,
what,
we're not gonna have any problems.
What people do is they they support what I do, so there'll be residents of places like this, and they'll say, hey, Jeff, come out to our apartment complex or our neighborhood, and you'll be an invited guest with me, and come out and see what happens in my neighborhood. So I'm an invited guest.
Very believable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to tell anybody who it is because I don't want to catch any flack or anything.
I would say that could be a concern of like they're going to go and start hammering them with HOA violations or whatever.
Right.
Oh, your trash can was out too long or something.
Yeah.
Try to get them out. But
so, I mean, I would imagine a resident here would also be able to stand out on the property and hold a sign like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'm an invited guest, so I'm not technically trespassing. But
if you're invited guest, you're an invited guest.
Okay. I don't want to get arrested, so I'll leave if.
I don't want to do the arrest paperwork. So, like I said, they're asking, property manager's asking, but it's kind of like the whole thing of the like HOA pools type deal, where they're calling us like, oh, the people are trespassing in the pool. Like, they live here, we can't trespass them.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, it's after hours, but that's an HOA violation. I don't enforce that. All right, well, yeah, if you're an invited guest, I'd like to talk to this person. I'm not going to ask who they are. Can you get them on the phone real quick and be like,
I'd rather not. I don't want to have any kickback on them.
I hear you. So I ain't going to tell them who it is, but I'm not even going to ask who it is.
Just so you know, I told him when he first came up, I said, how do you know I'm not an invited guest in here? He said, I know you're not an invited guest. Like, you know everybody that lives in here? You know who's, and he's like, I know. And I was like, well, I'm an invited guest. And he's like, no, you're not. I'm like, so we'll make sure and tell the deputy when he gets here.
Can't prove one way or the other, so.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and hold teeth like we're North Korea over it. Well, if you don't need anything from us, I'm going to get out of here. I'll advise them that you're an invited guest, and I can't torture you for the information of who the guest is. So.
Okay.
I ain't gonna hassle you, brother.
All right.
I'm not gonna push the issue. I know that you spoke to the other night.
Yes, sir.
I've done my due diligence, which is what I was trying to explain.
Yes, sir. And this may be, I think you were correct, this is a private public sidewalk, but I'm an invited guest with a resident, so, okay. All right.
So I'm not going to give you any trouble.
All right.
I want you to know we're on the same page there.
Okay, cool.
All right, brother, take care.
Take care, bro. All right, well, there you have it, folks. No big surprise. A representative of this luxury housing or luxury apartment complex did, in fact, call the police, St. Johns County Sheriff's Department. And, they said that this sidewalk is not public.
This is one of the 3 people now facing charges.
I haven't checked the GIS survey, but they said they did. So, but here's the thing. Even if this is private property on this sidewalk, and the sidewalk across the street over there is not private property, it's public property, I still have a right to be on this sidewalk because I'm an invited guest of a resident who lives in the Ascend luxury.
Accused of attacking police officers. And you hear we had to bleep that out, some of that portion of that, during the Donald Trump rally at the convention center last night. The man in that video is Kenan Hopper, and he and Maxwell Yerrick and Lisa Collier are all facing riot and assault charges. The 2 men are also accused of resisting arrest. Channel 11 News reporter Aaron Martin joins us live from the convention center downtown. Aaron, it looks a lot.
Arizona. Now on the other side of the country, Mesa, Arizona. Why Mesa? Well, because that's where the URIC Armory is. The URIC Armory, they do explosives, they do machine guns, they do all sorts of high-performance weaponry. Of course, that's the van. The van connects to Arizona. Is Lisa URIC, Tanner URIC, the pilot, Navy nuclear guy, she's in, are they connected? That's the big question with Maxwell URIC. Supposedly Maxwell URIC's parents have filed a missing persons report. I want to know that for sure. I want the number of that report, but we're hot on the trail trying to find the missing Maxwell URIC, and the tie to this armory is no small deal, ATF deal. This is the high end, selling the highest level of explosives. These are the people who are contractors to people like in Libya. Remember when we had Zero Footprint? So we're hot on the trail of this URIC. I mean, they sell the C4 explosives, everything that would be in that van, you could account for through the URIC Armory, through the Arizona plates. It could be the biggest lead of the case.
Makes you think how many things we still don't know about this little assassination plot. We know there are at least 2 shooters. The FBI only a couple of days ago just admitted that Trump was shot.
Unbelievable resurrection for the Undertaker. One day, every man for himself. His name is John C.
You're a male and you're neutered. And you're a male and you're neutered. So where did these kittens come from? We don't own a female cat. You're a male and...
This is why you shouldn't engage in road rage, especially with an off-duty officer.
What the fuck are you doing? I'm in the fucking lane. Stay out of the crowd. Don't move.
This is why you shouldn't...
You?
doing? Yo, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck was you, stupid? Yes, last one. Yo, what are you doing? Yo, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck was you, stupid?
He will kill you and we will not help! Get in your car now! He will kill you and we will not help! Get in your car now!
Objection.
I'm sorry, Mr. Crawford. Did you say something?
Yes, I wish to object.
On what grounds?
I don't know what you'd call it, but it wasn't the first time it happened either, but I don't know the legal terminology.
Well, why don't you try and explain it in layman's terms?
Fucking the victim. You said layman's terms. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but what would you call it legally when the officer who arrested you was having sexual intercourse with your wife? You know, I think it's objectionable. It's rather disgusting, I think, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Rob. Oh, shit. Objection.
Okay, Dad, you have two options. A, staying quarantined in the house with Mom, or B.
B.
Okay, Dad, you have two options.
Miss Karen got sprayed with 2 full cans of pepper spray.
Uh-oh.
Miss Karen got sprayed with 2 full.
What you doing? No.
What are you doing here? What are you doing here? What are you doing here?
Right here you have an American talking. Canadian American.
Oh, but here you have a Chinese socket. When my friend John said he found a body in the bushes over there, I ran over there because I'm a healing monk to try and help, but obviously my magic wasn't strong enough because the dude's body was missing a head. So my friend decided to try and use a necromancer spell, which didn't work, which I knew it wouldn't. And apparently we contaminated the crime scene because that spell uses a lot of glitter. When my friend John said he found a body.
Take out the money.
Put it back. Put it back. Let me go. All right.
Take out the money.
Put it back. Put it back. Let me go. All right.
What do you think they taste like?
Skitters?
Yeah, even remotely edible. Got any fried chicken?
Best damn chicken in the state.
4 fried chickens and a Coke.
And some dry white toast, please.
Be up in a minute. We got 2 hunkies out there dressed like Hasidic diamond merchants, dry, with nothing on it.
Elwood.
And the other one wants 4 whole fried chickens and a Coke.
It's the Blues Brothers.
Got any fried chicken?
Best damn chicken.
I've given you everything I'm legally required to give you, and I'm not going to answer any more questions.
Are you going to sign the ticket?
Well, yeah, I have to sign the ticket, but I don't have to give you my social or my phone number, man. I'm not required to give you that.
Okay, well.
But you can take me to jail if I don't sign the ticket, so I have to sign the ticket.
Yeah, so you obviously know that, right?
Yes, I know that. I have to sign the ticket,
Okay,
but I'm not giving you any other information other than what I've given you.
You're not going to give me a phone number?
I'm not legally required to give you one, man. I'm not going to give you anything I'm not legally required to give you. I've given you...
Whatever I've done.
These landing coordinates don't match yesterday's.
The IBM just ran them.
Well, then the IBM's wrong yesterday, right? The damn thing's wrong today.
It appears so.
The IBM's been spot on up to this point, John, but we'll run it again, see what it comes up with.
I'll be honest with you, Al. When I fly the machine.
Right now, it seems like this machine's flying me.
We're on the same page, John. Our guys are on it.
Let's get the girl to check the numbers.
You mean Catherine?
Yes, sir. The smart one. I mean, she says they're good. I'm ready to go.
All right, we'll get into it. Go find Catherine Goebel. She needs to verify Glenn's go, no go. We're staying on the ground.
Looking for Catherine Goebel.
It's Catherine Johnson now.
They need you to verify these coordinates.
Catherine.
Sir, we've got Pat 14 on the box.
All right, let me in there. This is Langley. We have the coordinates confirmed.
Stand by, Langley.
Catherine did manage to calculate a few decimal points further than that hunk of metal.
Well, I will take every digit you got. Be sure to thank her for me.
Gentlemen, let's launch this rocket.
Good luck, Friendship 7.
Godspeed, Langley.
These landing coordinates don't match yesterday's.
Hey, officer, your keys are in the door.
I follow you on TikTok. I've already seen this. By the way, you don't have your seatbelt on, sir. If you'll pull right up there for me.
Oh, jeez. Hey, officer, you...
Whatever I've done.
Here, looky here.
Oh no, he's recording me, but you're... I would like you to delete that right now.
No, he's recording me.
I want him to delete it because he pointed it in my face.
No, he's recording me.
I have your license plate.
No, for sure.
I want to see you delete it right now. Right now!
He's recording me. Your wife comes in our shot. I don't understand. No disrespect. I'm sorry you got to see her like this, dog. It just, there's real stuff going on. She's calling the cops because we're filming. Let's go, bro.
They're getting ready to leave. Black man and a Hispanic man.
I'm not black. I'm mixed. All right, I'm black and black as hell.
If you tape me, I will call the police.
Oh no, he's recording.
Load up on guns, bring your friends fun. Load up.
Why is it so difficult for you to accept my orders if you're just a machine?
Just a machine? That's like saying that you're just a name. Just a violent ape.
Why is it so difficult?
Are you coming or stand?
Hey! Take your hands off her!
What the hell? Get in the car! Get in there!
Griff, get out of the car.
Griff! Griff, goddammit! Come on! Are you coming or stand?
Seriously think that this dude is following me?
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I'm following you. I've been following you. You know why? We're on a walking trail. We came from that way. It only goes this way. Of course I'm following you.
This afternoon, I witnessed an autopsy of a young woman who washed up off the Poland Wharf. Heavy fuel burns, traces of PETN on her face. PETN, that's the base explosive used by domestic terrorists. I checked the tide tables against the position of the blast. For her to have washed up that early and that far upriver, she would have had to have been killed 2 hours before the ferry exploded.
Before? She died before the explosion.
She died before the explosion. She washed up before the explosion and against the tide. I believe that somebody abducted her in her home, taped her mouth, bound her wrists, burned her alive, dumped her in the river, so she would appear to be just another disaster victim.
A disaster that hasn't happened yet.
But the PETN tells us that the bomber came in direct contact with the victim. You solve her case, you solve this case.
Why this woman?
Her SUV is missing. It's tan and red Bronco. It could have been stolen to drive the bomb to the ferry. The victim called the local ATF office the morning of the explosion.
We'll look into it.
Okay. This afternoon, I witnessed an...
How did you know the Redstone couldn't support orbital flight?
I asked you to step out of the vehicle.
You can talk to me from right here. I don't need to step out of the vehicle. Call your sergeant.
Watch as this quick-thinking guy destroyed a cop's power trip with just one classic question.
I've done nothing wrong.
Is there a reason
I'll
that you
put
don't
my
step out of
phones
the
right
vehicle?
here. Because I don't need to step out of the vehicle. You guys need to do your job and know that I know what your job is.
You don't know what my job is. The Supreme Court said that whenever a traffic stop is made, and an officer asks you to step out of the vehicle, you step out of the vehicle.
What am I being
Doesn't matter.
cited with?
Doesn't matter. At this point, you're being detained. I asked you to step out of the vehicle.
For what?
I'm not going to search your vehicle. I just want to talk to you away from the
You
vehicle.
can't talk to me from right here.
There's court law that says that there's nothing wrong with me asking you to step out of the vehicle. The court says it's fine.
What code is that?
I don't have to give that to you. You can look it up later on your own time.
I pay you, sir, and him.
That means nothing to me.
Okay. You need me to get out of my vehicle so you can talk to me.
Yeah,
When you're talking to me right here, that makes no sense to me. Can you please call your sergeant?
I'm not calling a sergeant. It is suspicious.
Have you been drinking, sir? Why do you have to keep clearing your throat?
Seriously, that's what we're going with this. It's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
I asked you to step out of the vehicle.
On today's episode of White People...
Mr. Watkins, did you just get out of jail? Where did you think you were going today? To the beach?
This man was innocent, and the police still arrested him.
No, sir. No storage. They actually locked it from me, and we're transitioning from moving, so I didn't have access to any of my clothes.
Please don't come in clothes. It's very disrespectful. Okay? All right. In shorts, I mean. You're in shorts.
I literally had this on for the
Mr. Watkins, you're charged with evading arrest or detention. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present during questions and any interviews if you cannot afford a lawyer. A lawyer be appointed to represent you, sir. Okay.
Witness officer was the check by unit in uniform for a stolen vehicle call and arrived first at the scene. Witness officer parking behind the suspect and approached the vehicle to verify the license plate while defendant Watkins was outside the vehicle. Witness officer confirmed the vehicle and told the defendant Watkins to turn around and put his hands behind his back. Witness officer stated that the defendant Watkins started to walk away from the vehicle, ignoring all his commands. Witness officer stated that he tried to grab the defendant Watkins by the arm and the suspect pulled away and kept walking. Witness officer stated he again told the defendant Watkins to stop walking away, but he refused to stop. Witness officer stated that the suspect walked an estimate of approximately 100 yards and stopped because he saw the other unit arrive at the scene.
What?
Said that he began to walk away with his hand basically, and he was continuing to walk about 100 yards, but another officer arrived.
What was he doing wrong?
This was a stop for a stolen vehicle.
Right.
That he was outside. Apparently looks like.
But was he inside the vehicle at any time? Watkins. Mr. Watkins, did you just get out of jail?
Kisses get kisses. Did you know that?
What's so important about this case? As you heard from the prosecutor, a person was drinking, it's a fact. He got behind the wheel, it's a fact. He got stopped, it's a fact. And now he should be punished for it. Simple, right? Not quite. This case is not just about my client, Mr. Symington. This case concerns the entire community. He failed to signal as he was approaching his house. So the lights went on right as he was pulling in to his driveway. Lieutenant McLeod will admit to the fact that he ran his tags, he ran his license, he ran his registration. He was trying to get something. Get this guy. But he couldn't. He had to sit and wait for him to make a violation. Driving behind him. Finally, he saw his moment. Boom. Got him. He gave him field sobriety tests, which he did perfectly, and he was arrested. So if I can summarize this whole case with but one word, this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, was a trap. You said
You want to hear a cause all of them so far, but that's not true. All these ladies over here so far have done good. Yeah. That's awesome. Yes. Yep, they've all done good.
I am in disbelief right now because although it sounds crazy to say, considering how crazy this presidency has been, I think tonight is the most unhinged, out of control, and disturbing night of Donald Trump's presidency so far, because said all I see is wacky Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's complaining. It seems to all begin when I sent her
I understand that the results were good, but what was it for?
Because it's part of my physical. Getting an MRI is very standard. What, you think I shouldn't have it? Other people get it.
Typically an MRI
I had an MRI. Here's what the
understand
story is. I had an MRI. The doctor said it was the best result he has ever seen as a doctor. That's it. But I had an MRI as part of my standard yearly, or I think they do it every 2 years, but I have the physical every year. And the result was outstanding.
Was it your brain?
Did you know? I have no idea what they analyzed, but whatever they analyzed it well, and they said that I had as good a result as they've ever seen. Now,
So you have nothing to do with it, you're just a passive observer?
Objection, Judge, that's not what he testified to.
You left out important information that you're testifying to today.
Objection, Judge.
He had no trouble understanding you,
Objection, how can he know what the defendant knows?
so he chose to do an incomplete investigation.
Objection, Your Honor. This is pure characterization by defense counsel. That's not what he testified to. I'm going to ask that that be stricken from the record.
You have,
Judge.
so you have no idea how it works.
Object.
I'm asking the question, Your Honor.
I object. May I approach? Sure.
How long were you in jail for?
18 and
Objection, Your
a
Honor.
half hours.
Judge, this is post-arrest.
Sir?
It relates to the DUI case after he was arrested.
Absolutely
Judge,
not.
objection. Your Honor. Objection.
Sit down.
May I approach? Objection. Judge, may I approach again?
I'm gonna tase you. I'm gonna tase you, dude. Yeah, baby.
You may have seen in the news a federal jury in Michigan just awarded $4 million to a man who got his eyeball squished like a grape after being sucker punched by a police officer for no reason. Daniel Reef was on his way to a roofing.
This is Bruce Lee and Karate Grandmaster Taki Kimura at the 1967 Long Beach International Karate Tournament. Taki Kimura knew how good Bruce Lee was, so he jokingly said that the only way he could beat Bruce Lee was if Bruce Lee were blind. Bruce Lee heard this and took it seriously. He put on a blindfold before the fighting demonstration. The result of this fight undoubtedly shocked the audience and also Taki Kimura. Since then, Taki Kimura became Bruce Lee's student and started to learn his Jeet Kune Do. This is Bruce Lee and Karate Grandmaster Taki Kimura at the 1967 Long Beach International Karate Tournament. Taki Kimura knew how good Bruce Lee was, so he jokingly said that the only way he could beat Bruce Lee was if Bruce Lee were blind. Bruce Lee heard this and took it seriously. He put on a blindfold before the fighting demonstration. The result of this fight undoubtedly shocked the audience and also Taki Kimura. Since then, Taki Kimura became Bruce Lee's student and started to learn his Jeet Kune Do. This is Bruce Lee and Karate Grandmaster Taki Kimura at the 1967 Long Beach International Karate Tournament. Taki Kimura knew how good Bruce Lee was, so he jokingly said that the only way he could beat Bruce Lee was if Bruce Lee were blind. Bruce Lee heard this and took it seriously. He put on a blindfold before the fighting demonstration. The result of this fight undoubtedly shocked the audience and also Taki Kimura. Since then, Taki Kimura became Bruce Lee's student and started to learn his Jeet Kune Do. This is Bruce Lee and Karate Grandmaster Taki Kimura.
So that's the famous little stick? Just a piece of wood and a chain. Let's see it then. All right.
Are you kidding me?
Just close enough. So that's right here. 1 inch. That's not much room, man. Watch.
Whoa! You knocked me back. That came out of nowhere.
All in the snap.
Man, that's something else.
Right here. 1 inch. That's not much room, man. Watch.
Whoa!
Oh, no, you cannot come in my car. I don't know who you are. You don't have a tail. Where is your tail?
So, you're telling me those sticks can control a ping pong ball?
I don't control the ball.
Okay, now it's just showing off.
The ball listens.
So, you're telling me...
Sir, if you step over here.
You know, it is his private property, so unless you have a search warrant, you don't have a right to enter his home.
Correct. For searching it, the protective sweep, I believe there's plenty of case law saying that we can make sure there's nobody armed and dangerous in there wanting to hurt us. Again, not to search the house, but to enter for a protective sweep. My daughter was pulled over, and now they want to search the house.
That's... Hi.
Yeah, I'm Sergeant Good with the York County Regional Police Department. Are you his representing attorney?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So what we have is we had a road rage incident where somebody described a pistol with extended magazine was pointed at them from a vehicle that's here in the driveway. The people that are here in the driveway, the police officers got here and saw them go into the house. And we want to try to confirm whether there's somebody in the house with an extended magazine pistol that was waving at the people or not. I explained to your client that, one, we could get his permission to look for that specific style weapon, or we could apply for a search warrant But first, we would probably do a protective sweep of the home to make sure there's nobody in there pointing a gun at us right now.
You know, it is his private property, so unless you have a search warrant, you don't have a right to enter his home.
Correct. For searching it, the protective sweep, I believe there's plenty of cases.
Just seconds after warning Ian of the use of a taser, Officer Guard fired her taser.
I worked out with Bruce. He and I worked out for 3 years. Then he went to Hong Kong to pursue his movie career. So he called me up and said, you know, I want to do a movie with a fight scene that everyone will remember called...
This is a normal space for somebody to be. So stop moving towards me, okay?
You will not put your hands on me again.
Really?
Watch the hips. Everything.
Going to work Monday versus leaving work Friday.
This man broke into a closed shop late at night because he noticed a fryer was on. Cameras made it look like a burglary and he was arrested and charged on the spot. But the moment the judge hears why he did it, everything changes.
I was walking past and saw smoke in the window. The fryer was still on, it was bubbling. I knocked, called out. No one was there.
Your Honor, the defendant entered a locked business after hours. He interfered with store equipment and shut down a fryer without permission. He could have called the fire department. He chose to break in instead.
You're telling me this fryer was left...
This cop rolled up hard, thinking this lady was an easy target, but he had no idea she was a lawyer, and she dismantled him completely. The cop didn't stand a chance.
Do you have the audio on those cameras?
Yes.
Would you mind turning the audio off?
No, I don't need to.
Do I have to repeat what I just said,
This
lady?
is public access here.
I'm going to ask you to turn the audio and the cameras off because it's illegal in Pennsylvania.
It's not illegal.
I'm asking you not to audio tape without my consent.
I'm a lawyer and I know what the law is. You can take me to court.
Well, I'm not going to get into that here. Do you have identification, please?
What do you need it for? Am I going to be arrested?
We're here on a police call. We're having contact with you, and we're going to identify you, and that's what we do.
Okay, well, I'd rather not give you my name. I don't think I'm doing anything illegal.
You just told me that you're audio taping us, and I asked you not to do that under Pennsylvania wiretap laws.
Can we get a supervisor here? Because
I am one.
So you're going to take me into custody because of suspicion of violation of the wiretap law?
Did I ever say that? I asked for
Well,
your
you asked for my ID, so I'm under suspicion for something, and you said the wiretap law. And I'm a lawyer, well-versed in the law, and prosecuted cases under the Pennsylvania state wiretapping law. I know that this is legal.
This cop rolled up hard, thinking this lady was an easy target, but he had no idea she was a lawyer, and she dismantled him completely. The cop didn't stand a chance.
Do you have the audio on those cameras?
Yes.
Would you mind turning the audio off?
No, I don't need to.
Do I have to repeat what I just said,
This
lady?
is public access.
I'm sorry, sir, but weapons are not allowed.
What's happening?
Terrorist attacking. Please evacuate the building immediately. Terrorist attack in progress. Please evacuate immediately. Who is it?
SG-1, sir.
How can that be? Open the iris. Stand down. What is it?
Under no circumstances go to P4C 970, Colonel Jack O'Neill.
That is my handwriting.
Oh, you sent no such note?
Nope.
That looks like blood, sir.
Have it analyzed.
General, wasn't 970 on our mission list?
Not anymore. I'm not taking any chance. I want P4C 970 removed from the dialing computer immediately.
I wonder why you sent it.
You gotta wonder.
I'm sorry, sir, but weapons are not allowed.
What's happening?
Terrorist attacking. Please evacuate the building immediately. Terrorist attack in progress. Please evacuate immediately.
Don't kick like these people say in the books. You understand, when I kick like this, there are a lot of muscles gonna catch that kick. It's gonna be more easy for him to hold that kick. I see these guys, they're standing, they think they're Thai boxers, and they see this, and they do this. It's bullshit. No, it's useless. Don't do that. Whap, straight go for the leg. That's the power. Don't kick like these people say in the
Relax the shoulders, eyes here.
Come on, yeah. Drop it.
Video shows a tough guy talking big and throwing racist insults until he picks the wrong person to disrespect.
Yo, mother. I live on 400 Oxford Avenue, 2 blocks away. And you know what's crazy? I'm gonna walk to you. I'm gonna walk right to my house for you, bro. Oh, God, I'm not trying to disrespect you, bro. I'm not. I'm gonna say all day, every day. Are you kidding me? Where you from? Where you from? Where the you from? You from here? Get the out of here, you a clown. Oh God, you a clown. You from here? You a clown. What, you gonna smack me with that? Smack. Smack me. Smack me. Come on, yeah. Drop him. Oh.
Do you think he deserved this, or was it too much?
Come on.
Moving over to when life begins, when does it begin?
Did you do this to my grand?
This guy got a $500,000 payday just because he asked these cops why they were stopping him.
Hey, my man, hold up before you jump out the car.
What you mean, bro?
What do you mean? What I mean? The lights are on. Traffic stop. No insurance on the car.
What you mean no insurance? It's a rental car.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What you mean? Whoa. What's up, bro?
Turn around.
What you mean turn around?
Stop trying to walk away.
Bro, what's the reason for you
turn
pulling
this
up?
into something that ain't.
Bro, what's the reason for y'all pulling me over? What's the reason? You need to relax. Bro, what's the reason, bro?
Hey.
What's the reason? Tell me the reason.
You can be out here.
Tell me the reason. This is a rental car.
Hey, Warren Evergreen, you guys need to hear.
Bro, what did she say? I'm not. What am I getting arrested for?
Investigation.
For no insurance. How do you know if there's no insurance, sir?
You can't be jumping out like this.
What you mean?
Now it's for our safety.
How is it for your safety? I'm getting out and going to the store. What are you saying? What are you saying, bro?
Stop.
What am I doing?
You turn this into something that does not need to be.
Oh, because I'm getting.
Come on, you got this.
My man, you gonna give me your ID or you gonna come with me inside? You choose.
For what crime or violation?
For the open container.
Of what?
Of alcohol.
Do you investigate? How you know it's alcohol? I just told you I don't drink alcohol.
Let me see those.
I don't have to help you investigate. I don't consent to no searches or seizures.
All right.
I don't consent to searches or seizures, asshole.
All right.
You don't know how to fucking investigate? Give me a card.
You want
what's
a card?
wrong with you?
I'll give you a card.
You don't know how to investigate?
That's what you want? You want a business card?
Yeah, what's wrong with you? What makes you think you have the right to take stuff out of my hand? After I said I don't consent to searches or seizures.
You don't need to consent. If I see you with open
do.
container, I'm allowed to see what's up.
Open container of what? Investigate. Open container of what? Soda?
My man, you gonna give me...
Now, let me tell you something. This is why it's important to always have you some bear spray, because people will get grizzly around you. And you need to have something that you can, you know, put people back in place. Now, watch this guy right here. You see he came up there, stood on the steps. He got a few words to say, but he see the camera, so he's thinking about it. He really thinking about it right now. What should I do? He's really trying to figure out what he should do. And he done blocked the highway. Look at that, he done blocked the highway. Okay, let's see what he finna do. Okay, he gonna put a cone. He's putting a cone. Okay, the cone is gonna stop the 18-wheeler. Not today, buddy. Ooh, wee. See, that's why you gotta have. I usually have a cousin. I got a couple of cousins, Smith and what's the other one? Weston. Yeah, I usually have a couple of cousins on me, and so you know, in case a situation like this arises. Now let me.
When he decided to kick someone on the metro, he didn't know he was making the biggest mistake of his life, because he had no idea the man in front of him was a professional kickboxer, and what happened after taught him a lesson he would never forget.
So you're gonna refuse to give me your information for a lawful stop.
No, I'm not.
So you're gonna get arrested and hindered.
Watch as this sergeant defended this citizen after these tyrants arrested him because they wanted his ID to issue a trespass warning.
No, I'm not obligated to give you my ID.
You are, I just told you.
Because I haven't committed no crime.
I just told you.
No crime was committed, sir. If I committed a crime, I would give you my ID. I was standing on that sidewalk. Why would you try to infringe on my rights?
Okay, so you're gonna stand outside of a bank in midday, videotaping them and making them feel uncomfortable.
Their uncomfortability.
Fleet Commander Razik Torval stood on the command bridge of the Eternal Glory, flagship of the Galactic Hegemony's 7th Armada. His 4 arms were clasped behind his back as he gazed out at the formation of warships surrounding his vessel. 1,000 capital ships, 5,000 frigates, and 10,000 fighters arranged in perfect battle formation. The largest military force assembled in the last 3 centuries. Status report, Razik demanded, his voice carrying the raspy quality typical of his species. Sub-Commander Pexel approached with a data tablet. The fleet is at full combat readiness, sir. All ships report green status. Weapons are hot, shields at maximum. The humans have been notified of our arrival as per protocol. Razik snorted, a sound somewhere between amusement and disdain. And what was their response? They acknowledged receipt of our communication and indicated they would send a representative to discuss terms, Pexel said. Discuss terms? Razik barked out a laugh that made several bridge officers flinch. There are no terms to discuss. Their mining operations in the Proxima sector violated our territorial claims. The Council has deemed this an act of war. We are not here to talk. Of course, Commander. But protocol requires protocol. Razik spat the word. Protocol is what gives these primitive species the audacity to think they have a place at the galactic table. The humans have been in space for barely 2 centuries. We've ruled the stars for 50 millennia. They should be grateful we even allow them to exist. The tactical officer, Nev Quintar, spoke up from her station. Sir, I'm detecting a vessel approaching from the direction of Earth. It's just one ship. Razik turned his massive head toward the view screen. One ship? Put it on screen. The main display flickered to life, showing a solitary vessel moving toward them at sublight speed. It was small, perhaps the size of a heavy cruiser, with clean lines and minimal weapon emplacements visible on its hull. Are they mocking us? Razik growled. Sending a single cruiser against our armada? Unknown, sir, Nev replied. The vessel doesn't match any known human military designs in our database. It appears to be new. Perhaps it's a diplomatic vessel, suggested Pexel. Razik waved a dismissive hand. The humans know we are here for war, not talk. This is either stupidity or some kind of trap. He turned to his communications officer. Hail them. After a moment, the screen changed to show the interior of the human vessel. A woman with short auburn hair and dark skin sat in what appeared to be a command chair. She wore a simple gray uniform with minimal insignia. Behind her was a surprisingly small bridge crew, just 5 other humans, each attending to their stations with relaxed efficiency. This is Captain Lena Orlov of the Earthship Singular Point. Greetings, Fleet Commander. Her voice was calm, almost pleasant. Razik leaned forward. Captain Orlov, you face the 7th Armada of the Galactic Hegemony. 16,000 warships with orders to destroy your mining operations in the Proxima sector and deliver punishment for your territorial violations. What exactly do you hope to accomplish with one ship? Orlov's expression remained neutral. Commander Razik, I'm here to respectfully request that you withdraw your fleet from this system. A ripple of laughter spread across the Hegemony Bridge. Even Razik couldn't help but laugh, a deep, rumbling sound that reverberated through the command deck. You are either brave or insane, Captain Razik said, extending all 4 arms in a gesture of mock supplication. Tell me, what could possibly make you think we would comply with such a request? Because, Orlov replied, her expression unchanged, you are currently violating 17 different provisions of the Galactic Compact, including deployment of a military force exceeding permitted limits in neutral space. But more importantly, because if you don't withdraw, I will be forced to demonstrate why we sent only 1 ship. The laughter on the bridge died instantly. Razik's yellow eyes narrowed to slits. Is that a threat, human? Not at all, Commander. Simply a statement of fact. We've studied your culture extensively. We understand that the hegemony values displays of force. So we are giving you the courtesy of a demonstration, but we'd prefer to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Razik slammed a fist onto the armrest of his command chair. You dare to lecture me on my own culture? Your species was still figuring out how to make fire when we were colonizing our first 1,000 worlds. Orlov nodded, as if acknowledging a valid point. We are quick learners. The casualness of her response enraged Razik. He turned to his tactical officer. Target their vessel with the forward batteries. 1 warning shot, just enough to damage their shields. Let's see how brave this Captain Orlov is when she's facing real power. Nev's fingers danced across her console. Forward batteries locked, sir. Fire. The Eternal Glory shuddered as its main guns discharged, sending a burst of energy toward the tiny human vessel. The bridge crew watched expectantly, waiting for the satisfaction of seeing the human ship rocked by the impact. Instead, something unprecedented happened. The energy beam simply vanished about 50 meters from the singular point. What happened? Razik demanded. Did we miss? Nev checked her readings, confusion evident in her voice. No, sir. Direct hit trajectory. But the energy just disappeared before contact. The communications panel chimed. Captain Orlov's face reappeared on screen. Was that your warning shot, Commander? I should inform you that we are surrounded by a quantum absorption field. It's one of our newer technologies, quite effective at neutralizing directed energy weapons. Razik felt a chill run down his spine despite himself. Energy absorption at that scale should be impossible according to the known laws of physics. Impossible, he muttered. No species has developed functional quantum absorption technology. As I said, Orlov replied, still infuriatingly calm. We are quick learners. Razik composed himself. One technological surprise didn't change the overwhelming numerical advantage they possessed. Very impressive, Captain. But even the most advanced shielding can't withstand sustained bombardment from an entire fleet. And we have more than just energy weapons at our disposal. True, Orlov conceded. But before you escalate further, I'd like to share something with you. She nodded to someone off screen. Tactical Officer Damien, please execute Demonstration Protocol 1. Yes, Captain, came a voice from off screen. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then alarms began blaring across the Hegemony flagship. Sir, Nev called out, panic evident in her voice. We are detecting massive energy spikes from the human vessel. They are deploying something. The view screen shifted automatically to show the singular point. A shimmering field had appeared around it, pulsing with colors that seemed to hurt Razik's eyes just by looking at them. What is that? He demanded. The science officer Jalamek spoke up, her voice trembling. It appears to be a space-time distortion field, sir. They are manipulating the fabric of reality around their ship. As they watched, small objects began to emerge from the distortion field, metallic spheres no larger than a shuttle, each pulsing with the same eye-watering energy. Count? Razik barked. 20 no, 50 no. Nev was struggling to keep up. They are multiplying, sir. I'm now reading over 500 of these devices and more appearing every second. Captain Orlov's voice came through the comm system. These are what we call causality inversion nodes. Each one can effectively neutralize a capital ship by creating a localized temporal bubble. Your weapons won't fire, your engines won't function, and your communications will be cut off. The effect is temporary and completely non-lethal, I assure you. As if to demonstrate, one of the nodes accelerated toward a hegemony destroyer at the edge of the formation. Upon contact, the destroyer seemed to freeze in space, all its running lights and engine outputs instantly dark. What have you done? Razik roared. That ship is fine, Orlov explained calmly. Its crew is experiencing a time dilation effect. For them, only microseconds are passing while hours go by for us. As I said, temporary and non-lethal. We could deploy enough nodes to neutralize your entire fleet in approximately 12 minutes. But I sincerely hope that won't be necessary. Razik felt something he hadn't experienced in decades: fear. These humans had somehow mastered technology that the hegemony's best scientists had only theorized about. If what Orlov said was true, his entire armada could be rendered helpless without a single casualty. This is impossible, he whispered. Your species is too young, too primitive. Age is not always the best measure of advancement, Commander, Orlov replied. Humans have a particular talent for innovation when faced with existential threats. When we realized we shared the galaxy with civilizations tens of thousands of years our senior, we knew we needed to accelerate our development. Hexel leaned in close to Razik, speaking quietly. Sir, if they can truly neutralize our entire fleet, we should consider our options carefully. The High Council would not want us to lose 16,000 ships for nothing. Razik knew Hexel was right, but the thought of retreating before a single human vessel was unbearable. His pride warred with his tactical sense. You've made your point, Captain Orlov, Razik said finally. But understand this, the territorial dispute in the Proxima sector remains unresolved. Your mining operations there violate our sovereign claims. Actually, Orlov replied, if you check the updated star charts submitted to the Galactic Registry last month, you will find that independent surveyors have confirmed the Proxima sector falls outside the hegemony's legitimate expansion zone according to the Treaty of Deneb. We've been operating within our rights. The Treaty of Deneb is a non-binding agreement that the hegemony signed under protest. Razik countered, yet signed nonetheless, Orlov said. Commander, we genuinely wish for peaceful relations with the hegemony. Earth has no desire for conflict, but we will defend our interests and our people. Another alarm sounded on the hegemony bridge. Sir, Nev reported, we are detecting more anomalies. Hundreds of spatial distortions opening throughout the system. They appear to be wormholes. The main view screen shifted to show the space around them. Everywhere Razik looked, space itself was tearing open, revealing swirling vortices of energy. And through those vortices, ships were emerging. Human ships. Thousands of them. Just a precaution, Orlov explained. While the singular point is quite capable of handling this situation, I thought you might respond better to more conventional demonstrations of force. These are automated defense platforms controlled by a distributed AI network. No human lives at risk. But each platform carries enough firepower to match one of your capital ships. Razik watched in stunned silence as the human forces continued to pour through the wormholes, quickly matching and then exceeding his own considerable numbers. The tactical situation had reversed entirely in a matter of minutes. It seems, Razik said slowly, that we have much to discuss after all, Captain Orlov. I'm glad to hear that, Commander, Orlov replied, the first hint of a smile touching her lips. Perhaps we could start by discussing the proper protocols for territorial disputes that don't involve deploying 16,000 warships. Razik felt the weight of his miscalculation pressing down on him. The humans weren't just lucky or bluffing. They were genuinely technologically superior in ways he couldn't have imagined. His entire understanding of galactic power structures was crumbling before his eyes. Very well, he said finally. I will order the fleet to stand down and withdraw to the designated neutral zone. We can continue our discussion through proper diplomatic channels. An excellent decision, Commander, Orlov said. We will recall our defense platforms immediately as a show of good faith. As orders were relayed throughout the hegemony fleet to power down weapons and prepare for withdrawal, Razik turned to Pexel. Contact the High Council immediately. They need to know what we've encountered here. Yes, Commander, Pexel replied, his expression grave. What exactly should I tell them? Razik looked back at the view screen, where Captain Orlov was calmly overseeing the recall of the human forces. In just a few minutes, she had completely outmaneuvered the most powerful armada in the galaxy without firing a single shot. Tell them, Razik said quietly, that we have gravely underestimated humanity, and that the balance of power in the galaxy has just shifted dramatically. As the first hegemony ships began their retreat, Razik couldn't help but wonder what other surprises these humans had waiting for anyone foolish enough to provoke them further. 3 days after the standoff, Razik Torval found himself in the most humiliating position of his 172-year career. The mighty flagship Eternal Glory now drifted alongside the human vessel's singular point in the neutral space of the Arcturus system. The rest of his armada had been ordered to maintain position 5 light minutes away, close enough to respond if needed, but far enough to avoid any appearance of threat. Sir, the human delegation is ready to board, announced Pexel, who seemed to have aged years in the past few days. Razik nodded stiffly. Prepare the ceremonial reception hall. Full diplomatic protocol. Full protocol? Pexel blinked his 4 eyes in sequence, a sign of surprise among their kind. But they are not a Class 1 diplomatic. They are now, Razik cut him off, by my authority as fleet commander. The reception hall of the Eternal Glory was a cavernous space designed to intimidate visitors with its sheer scale and opulence. Massive stone columns carved from the sacred mountains of the hegemony homeworld lined the path to the central meeting table. The ceiling soared 50 meters above, covered in precious metals arranged to depict the hegemony's conquest of the galaxy over 50 millennia. Razik stood at the head of the table, flanked by his senior officers and 2 representatives from the Hegemony Council who had arrived via emergency FTL transport when news of the confrontation reached the capital. Supreme Counselor Vexzar was still fuming. This is beyond belief. A single human vessel. And you retreated? With respect, Counselor, Razik replied, keeping his voice level, you weren't there. What they demonstrated was not just advanced technology, but technology that operates on principles our science hasn't even theorized. The risk to our fleet. The risk to our reputation is far worse, Tsar hissed. For millennia, the mere mention of a hegemony armada has been enough to make system governments capitulate. Now, when word of this spreads, the massive doors at the far end of the hall slid open, interrupting the counselor. Captain Lena Orlov entered, accompanied by just 3 other humans, an older man with silver hair and a weathered face, a younger woman with light brown skin and intelligent eyes, and a tall man with dark complexion wearing what appeared to be a more formal version of their uniform. Greetings, Orlov called out, her voice carrying easily across the vast space. Thank you for hosting us aboard your impressive vessel. Razik noted with interest how small the human delegation was. In hegemony culture, the size of a diplomatic party indicated its importance. A small delegation was either a grave insult or a statement of supreme confidence. Given recent events, he suspected the latter. Captain Orlov, Razik responded formally. The hegemony welcomes you and your delegation. Please approach and introduce your companions. As the humans walked the long path between the columns, Razik observed them carefully. They showed no signs of being intimidated by the hall's imposing design. In fact, the older man seemed to be admiring the architecture with genuine interest. Allow me to introduce Admiral Viktor Petrov, commander of Earth's Deep Space Fleet, Orlov said, gesturing to the silver-haired man. Dr. Amara Khatri, our lead xenopolitical specialist, she continued, indicating the younger woman, and Ambassador Jamal Washington, Earth's designated representative to the galactic hegemony. Ambassador Washington stepped forward. On behalf of the United Earth government, I extend greetings and an earnest desire for peaceful resolution to our current disagreement. Supreme Counselor Czar made a dismissive gesture with his lower right arm, a grave insult in hegemony culture. This disagreement, as you call it, began when your mining ships violated sovereign hegemony territory. Dr. Khatri smiled politely. That characterization is not accurate according to the established borders under the Treaty of Deneb, Counselor. Perhaps we could begin by reviewing the cartographic data. The woman speaks of borders as if humanity had any say in their establishment. Czar scoffed, looking to his fellow counselor for support. Your kind has been spacefaring for what, 2 centuries? The hegemony established those sectors as expansion zones before your ancestors learned to make pottery. Admiral Petrov leaned forward slightly. Counselor, with all due respect, ancient claims mean little against current international law. But perhaps we are approaching this from the wrong angle. Instead of arguing over borders, maybe we should discuss mutual benefits. Razik noticed something interesting. The humans weren't acting insulted by Czar's provocations. In fact, they seemed almost amused, as if they had expected this exact reaction. What mutual benefits could possibly exist? The second counselor, Miratek, asked. Her tone was more measured than Czar's, suggesting at least some diplomatic sense. The Proxima sector has limited resources. It's hardly worth this level of confrontation. Captain Orlov exchanged a glance with Dr. Khatri, who nodded almost imperceptibly. Actually, Orlov said, our interest in the Proxima sector isn't primarily resource-based. We've discovered something there that we believe would be of significant interest to the hegemony as well. Now Razik was genuinely curious. What discovery? Ambassador Washington reached into a small case and removed a data crystal, which he placed on the table. May I? Razik nodded, and Washington activated the crystal. A holographic display blossomed above the table, showing what appeared to be ruins of some kind, massive structures partially buried beneath the surface of a barren world. 3 months ago, our survey team discovered these ruins on Proxima Centauri IV, Washington explained. They predate both our civilizations. Based on our preliminary analysis, they are approximately 2.7 million years old. The chamber fell silent. Even Counselor Czar seemed momentarily speechless. That's impossible, Miratek finally said. The oldest known civilization in the galaxy, the predecessors, vanished only 1.2 million years ago. Dr. Khatri nodded. Exactly. These ruins belong to a civilization that predates even the predecessors. We've taken to calling them the architects. Razik felt a chill run through him. The implications were staggering. And you've kept this discovery secret until now? We were in the process of preparing a formal announcement when your fleet arrived, Admiral Petrov explained. We had hoped to establish a joint research initiative with interested galactic powers, including the hegemony. How convenient, Czar sneered, though with noticeably less conviction. You discover ancient ruins just as we assert our territorial claims. Captain Orlov smiled thinly. You are welcome to verify our findings, Counselor. The ruins aren't going anywhere. They've waited nearly 3 million years already. Razik's tactical mind was racing. If the humans were telling the truth, this discovery could rewrite galactic history. Access to such a site would be invaluable. On the other hand, if it was a deception, what have you learned from these ruins so far? He asked. Dr. Khatri took over. Very little. We've only managed to access the outermost chambers. The structures extend deep underground, and many areas are sealed with technology we haven't been able to bypass. But we have found this. She gestured to Washington, who adjusted the hologram. It now showed what appeared to be a massive door or portal made of an unknown material, covered in intricate symbols. This appears to be the central access point to the deeper levels, Khatri continued. Based on energy readings, there's something significant behind it, but we haven't been able to open it. Why tell us this? Miratek asked, genuine curiosity in her voice. If you found such a discovery, Why not keep it for yourselves? Admiral Petrov leaned back in his chair. 2 reasons, Counselor. First, we believe that whatever is behind that door might require technologies beyond our current capabilities. The hegemony's experience might prove invaluable. And the second reason? Razik prompted. The second reason, Ambassador Washington said quietly, is that we found warnings. The symbols we've managed to translate speak of something the architects feared, something they sealed away. If there's any truth to those warnings, this isn't just a human concern. It potentially affects all life in the galaxy. A heavy silence fell over the chamber. Razik exchanged glances with his officers and could see they were thinking the same thing. If the humans were lying, it was an extraordinarily elaborate lie. We propose a joint expedition, Captain Orlov said, breaking the silence. A combined team of your scientists and ours, working together to unlock the secrets of these ruins. In return, we ask for formal recognition of human sovereignty in the Proxima sector. Supreme Counselor Tsar started to object, but Miratech raised a hand to silence him. This proposal requires consideration. If verified, these ruins would indeed be a discovery of galactic significance. We are prepared to transport a hegemony verification team to the site immediately, Washington offered. See for yourselves before making any decisions. Razik watched the faces of the council representatives. Its Tsar was still suspicious, but Tech seemed genuinely intrigued. The political implications were complex. Admitting human sovereignty over the disputed sector would be a significant concession, but access to predecessor ruins would be a tremendous gain. There's something I don't understand, Razik said suddenly. If this discovery is as significant as you claim, why send only one ship to defend it against our armada? Why risk losing everything? A smile played at the corners of Captain Orlov's mouth. Who said we risked anything, Commander? Before Razik could respond, the ship's emergency alarm blared. Pexel rushed to a communication panel, listened intently, then turned to Razik with a look of shock. Sir, we are receiving reports from across the fleet. Every ship's computer system has just received a complete system scan and diagnostic from an unknown source. Our firewalls didn't even detect the intrusion until it was complete. All eyes turned to the human delegation. Admiral Petrov looked completely unperturbed. A little insurance policy, he explained casually. When the singular point approached your fleet, it deployed nanoscale quantum transmitters that attached to each of your vessels. They are completely harmless, just listening devices that gave us full access to your systems. You've been spying on us. Tsar exploded, rising from his seat. Not at all, Petrov replied calmly. The transmitters remained dormant until now. Consider it a demonstration of good faith that we are telling you about them at all. They could have remained undetected indefinitely. Razik felt a cold fury building inside him, but also a grudging respect. So you could have disabled our entire fleet at any time. We could have, Captain Orlov acknowledged. But that was never our intention. We came to talk, not to fight. The demonstration earlier was merely to ensure you would listen. Dr. Kotri leaned forward. The transmitters will dissolve harmlessly within 24 hours. We have no desire for ongoing surveillance of your fleet. This was simply a precaution, given the circumstances of our meeting. Miratech was staring at the humans with new understanding. You are not just technologically advanced. You are playing the game at a level we haven't even considered. There's no game, Counselor, Ambassador Washington said firmly. It's just a young species determined to secure its place in a galaxy dominated by ancient powers. We respect the hegemony's history and achievements. We simply ask for respect in return. The pieces finally clicked into place for Razik. The humans had never been intimidated by the Armada because they'd never needed to be. If their technology could so easily bypass the hegemony's most advanced defenses, what other capabilities might they possess? I recommend we accept the humans' proposal, Razik said suddenly, surprising even himself. A verification team should be dispatched to examine these ruins. If they prove authentic, a joint research initiative would benefit both our civilizations. Tsar looked ready to object again, but something in Razik's expression stopped him. Perhaps he was finally beginning to understand the reality of their situation. Very well, Mira Tech said after a moment of consideration. We will send a verification team. Depending on their findings, the Council will consider formal recognition of human claims in the Proxima sector. Ambassador Washington nodded. Thank you, Counselor. We believe this is the beginning of a productive new chapter in human hegemony relations. As the meeting concluded and arrangements were made for the verification team, Razik found himself walking alongside Captain Orlov toward the exit. One thing still bothers me, Captain, he said quietly. Why call your ship the Singular Point? It seems an odd name. Orlov smiled. In physics, a singular point is where established rules break down and new physics must be applied. It felt appropriate. Because you represent a breakdown in the established order of the galaxy, Razik concluded. Or perhaps, Orlov suggested, just a new perspective on what that order could be. 2 weeks later, Razik stood before the High Council in the Grand Chamber on the Hegemony homeworld. The verification team had confirmed everything the humans had claimed. The ruins on Proxima Centauri IV were indeed 2.7 million years old, predating all known galactic civilizations. The treaty has been signed, Razik reported. The humans have been granted sovereignty over the Proxima sector in exchange for joint access to the ruins. A combined research team is already at work on the site. Supreme Ruler Varric, ultimate authority of the hegemony, leaned forward on his throne. And what is your assessment of these humans, Fleet Commander? Should we fear them? Razik considered carefully before answering. They possess technology that surpasses our understanding in several critical areas. They could have destroyed my entire fleet without sustaining casualties. And yet they chose diplomacy when confrontation would have been easier. That doesn't answer my question, Varric pressed. I believe, Razik said slowly, that we should neither fear nor underestimate them. The humans do not seek conflict, but they will not be dominated. They offer alliance rather than submission. In my judgment, that makes them valuable potential allies against whatever unknown threats may lie ahead. Varric was silent for a long moment. And the ruins? What do your instincts tell you about this sealed doorway and the warnings the humans speak of? Razik felt a shiver run down his spine as he recalled the holographic images of those ancient symbols. My instincts tell me that any threat capable of frightening a civilization advanced enough to leave ruins that have endured for nearly 3 million years is something we would be wise to prepare for. The Supreme Ruler nodded gravely. Then perhaps it is fortunate that we faced this discovery alongside the humans rather than in conflict with them. As Razik left the chamber, his thoughts returned to Captain Orlov and her single ship that had faced down an armada without firing a shot. Humanity had changed the rules of a game the hegemony had dominated for 50,000 years, and they had done it in just 2 centuries of space travel. What would they accomplish in another century? In a millennium? For the first time in his long career, Razik found himself looking forward to an uncertain future. The galaxy was no longer what he had always believed it to be. New players had arrived at the table, bringing new ideas and new possibilities. And perhaps, he thought as he gazed up at the stars visible through the grand dome of the council hall, that wasn't such a terrible thing after all. On board the Singular Point, now orbiting Proxima Centauri IV, Captain Lena Orlov studied the latest reports from the Joint Research Team. They were making progress with the door symbols, slowly unlocking the ancient language of the architects. Captain, her communications officer called. Admiral Petrov is requesting to speak with you. Priority channel. Orlov nodded. Put him through to my quarters. A moment later, she stood before the holographic image of her superior officer, Admiral. Captain Orlov, Petrov said, his expression serious. The translation team has made a breakthrough. They've deciphered enough of the warning symbols to understand what the architects were trying to tell us. Orlov felt her pulse quicken. And? The architects didn't seal something away, Lena. They sealed themselves away. Petrov's voice was grim. Whatever they feared, it came from outside the galaxy. And according to the translations, it's still out there. How long do we have? She asked, her mind already racing through contingencies. Unknown. But the door isn't just a door, it's a communication device. And it's been monitoring the space beyond our galaxy for millions of years. Petrov hesitated. Lena, it's sending out an alert signal. Something's triggered it. Orlov moved to the viewport, staring out at the stars. Somewhere out in that darkness, an ancient threat was stirring, a threat so terrible that a civilization capable of technologies still beyond their comprehension had hidden rather than face it. Alert the hegemony, she said quietly, and all other major powers. If we are going to face this, whatever it is, we will need everyone. As she gazed into the void of space, Captain Orlov couldn't help but smile grimly. Humanity had spent centuries wondering if they were alone in the universe, only to discover they were just one of many civilizations. Now they might all face extinction together. But if there was one thing humans excelled at, it was surviving against impossible odds. And now they had 16,000 hegemony warships on their side, or a start. Well, she murmured to herself, isn't that just typical? We finally make friends in the galaxy, and now we all get to die together. But she didn't believe that, not really. Whatever was coming, humanity would face it the same way they had faced the hegemony armada, with innovation, determination, and just enough audacity to make the impossible possible. After all, they were quick learners.
The massive Imperial flagship Eternal Dawn emerged from hyperspace like a steel mountain against the stars. Its polished hull stretched for 12 kilometers, bristling with weapons that could shatter planets. At its command center, Grand Admiral Vale stood with perfect posture, his decorated uniform reflecting the soft blue glow of tactical displays. Primitive human vessels detected near the asteroid belt. Admiral, reported his sensor officer. 5 ships, approximately 400 meters each. They appear to be mining. Vale smiled. This would be his easiest conquest yet. Humanity had only recently been detected by Imperial scouts, and their addition to the Empire was long overdue. Every species needed to learn its place in the grand order of things. Open communications, Vale commanded. Let's show them the might they face. The human ships hung in space, looking small and vulnerable against the massive asteroid they were harvesting. Their vessels were blocky and functional, with various mining attachments extending from their hulls. Nothing like the sleek Imperial designs that had conquered 1,000 worlds. Inside the lead human vessel, Olympus, Admiral James Porter was enjoying his morning coffee when the communication alert chimed. He set down his favorite World's Okayest Admiral mug and nodded to his communications officer. The holographic display sparked to life, showing the Imperial Admiral in all his decorated glory. Vale's voice boomed through the bridge, translated perfectly into English. Attention, inferior human vessels. You face the might of the Eternal Empire. Your species has been deemed worthy of absorption into our grand civilization. Surrender immediately and prepare for inspection. Resistance will result in your immediate destruction. You have 5 minutes to comply. Porter took another sip of his coffee. He looked at his crew, who were trying very hard to keep straight faces. Some were already snickering behind their hands. His first officer had to turn away, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Did they just try to threaten us with that museum piece? Someone whispered, setting off more barely contained giggles. Porter cleared his throat and activated the response channel. This is Admiral James Porter of the Earth Mining Federation vessel, Olympus. Hello there. I apologize, but could you repeat that? We want to make sure we recorded it properly for posterity. Vale frowned at the casual response. You dare mock the Empire. Our weapons can reduce your ships to atoms. Oh, I'm sure they can. Porter replied cheerfully. Hey, is that a Mark 7 plasma array on your port side? Haven't seen one of those in a museum since I was a kid. still in working order. Impressive. The Imperial Bridge fell silent. Vale's face turned an interesting shade of purple. You recognize our weapons. Oh sure, Porter said, taking another sip of coffee. Classic design. Very reliable for its time. We used something similar for industrial cutting about 70 years ago. Still great for asteroid mining, actually. The laughter on the human bridge was now impossible to contain. Even Porter was grinning broadly. The Empire's sensors couldn't detect the layers of quantum shielding around the human ships or the compressed singularity drives that power them. They certainly couldn't detect the planet-cracking weapons hidden beneath civilian mining equipment. You will regret this insolence. Vale thundered. You have 3 minutes to surrender. Porter sighed, still smiling. Look, we're a bit busy with this mining operation. Tell you what, why don't you shoot at us if it makes you feel better? Just try not to hit the asteroid. We've got a quota to fill. The Imperial translator must have malfunctioned. Surely no primitive species would dare. Admiral Vale, his science officer interrupted, face pale. I'm detecting some unusual readings from their ships. The energy signatures are impossible. Porter finished his coffee and stood up. Well, if that's all, we really should get back to work. Feel free to stick around and watch if you'd like. We're about to test our new quantum extraction beam. Should be educational. The human crews returned to their work, occasional chuckles still echoing through their ship's halls. Behind them, the mighty Imperial flagship hung in space, its crew trying to understand how their greatest moment of conquest had somehow turned into an embarrassing first day of school. Sometimes, Porter thought, the best defense was a good sense of humor. The Imperial High Command's meeting room was silent except for the soft whir of holographic projectors. 12 of the most powerful beings in the galaxy watched the recording of their encounter with the human ships for the 10th time. Play it again, ordered High Commander Marcus, his golden robes rustling as he leaned forward. Focus on the human captain's reaction. The image showed Admiral Porter sipping coffee and smiling. Oh, is that a Mark 7 plasma array? Haven't seen one of those in a museum since I was a kid. Marcus slammed his fist on the table. How do they even know what our weapons are? In another part of space, humanity was having a very different meeting. Captain Robert Stone's casual response to the Empire had become the most watched video in human space. His memorable words, "Nice light show, but we're trying to work here," had already been printed on thousands of t-shirts. The memes are spreading faster than we can track them, reported Communications Director Lisa Brown, trying not to smile. My favorite is the one where they put Imperial ships next to children's toy spaceships. The toys look more advanced. The Earth Defense Council chamber erupted in laughter. Holographic screens showed social media feeds filled with jokes about the Empire's scary weapons. Someone had even created a game where players had to pretend to be scared of obsolete technology. Back on the Imperial flagship, Vale's research team made a disturbing discovery. Sir, a nervous analyst reported, we found human entertainment broadcasts dating back 50 years. They're making fun of technology exactly like ours. They've been joking about these kinds of weapons since before they met us. Vale watched an ancient human science fiction show where the heroes easily defeated weapons, just like his best cannons. Impossible. They must have spies in our empire. That's the strange part, sir, the analyst continued. We found no evidence of human spies, but we did find this. He played a recording from an old human space station. It showed Imperial scout ships passing nearby, completely unaware they were being watched. The humans on the station were eating popcorn and rating the Imperial ship's designs on a scale of 1 to 10. The humans have been studying us for decades, Vale realized, his face growing pale. While we thought we were discovering them, they were watching us like a nature documentary, the analyst finished. There's a whole series called Galaxy's Funniest Military Blunders that's just recordings of our training exercises. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Emily West of Earth's Diplomatic Corps was preparing for her first official meeting with the Empire. She stood before a mirror, practicing. No, I can't smile that much, she told herself. Remember what happened to Jim when he couldn't stop laughing during the Centauri trade talks? Her computer chimed with a new message. The Empire was demanding an explanation for humanity's behavior. They attached detailed scans of human ships, hoping to prove the humans were lying about their technology. Emily read the scans and had to sit down, shoulders shaking with laughter. The Empire's best sensors had only detected the outer hull's recycling systems. They had completely missed the quantum engines, the dimensional shields, and the AI cores that ran every human ship. Like checking a smartphone's capabilities by measuring its case, she muttered, wiping tears from her eyes. The Empire's psychological warfare experts were meeting an emergency session. Their best minds tried to understand why their threats had no effect on humans. Perhaps they don't understand the concept of fear, one suggested. Maybe their brains process danger differently, offered another. None of them considered the simple truth that humanity had moved so far beyond imperial technology that their threats were like a child wielding a toy sword. As the Empire scrambled to understand their failure, Admiral Porter's coffee mug became the most popular design in human space. The words "World's Okayest Admiral" were now printed in 20 languages. The Empire was about to learn a valuable lesson. Never try to intimidate someone who's been laughing at you for years. Grand Admiral Vale stood on his bridge, his face set in grim determination. After 3 days of being laughed at by humans, he had finally received permission to demonstrate the Empire's ultimate weapon. Prepare the Star Splitter, he commanded. Let's see them laugh at our most powerful cannon. The massive weapon extended from the Eternal Dawn's bow, gathering energy from 3 suns. Lights dimmed across the Imperial fleet as power flowed into the giant barrel. This weapon had destroyed moons. It had shattered fleets. It would surely make the humans tremor in fear. On the human mining ship Olympus, Lieutenant Mary Cooper was eating lunch when her tablet chimed. "Hey, Admiral," she called out to Porter. "They're charging up the big gun. Want me to put it on the main screen?" "Sure," Porter replied, finishing his sandwich. Anyone want to take bets on how long the charging sequence takes? These old models were pretty slow. The crew gathered around, many holding phones to record the moment. Some had even brought snacks. The Imperial weapon continued charging, its glow becoming brighter than a sun. Vale's smile grew wider. "Now they will learn respect," he whispered. A message popped up on his screen. The humans were broadcasting something to his ship. He opened the transmission, expecting pleas for mercy. Instead, his bridge was filled with scenes from ancient human movies. Each clip showed weapons exactly like his Star Splitter, some from entertainment made over a century ago. In every scene, the heroes easily defeated or dodged such weapons. Are they using our most feared weapon as entertainment? Vale's first officer asked in disbelief. The Star Splitter reached full power. Vale straightened his uniform. "Fire," he commanded. A beam of pure destruction, hot enough to melt planets, shot toward the human mining fleet. This was the moment that would finally silence their laughter. The beam hit the lead human ship and splashed off an invisible shield like water hitting a window. "Hey," Lieutenant Cooper called out, not looking up from her lunch. "I think they just shot at us." "Did anyone feel anything?" "Nah," replied another crew member. "The old Mark III shields didn't even flicker." "Should we tell them?" Porter sighed and pressed the communication button. "Imperial vessel Eternal Dawn. While we appreciate the light show, we must point out that firing weapons in an active mining zone violates Section 47B of the Basic Space Safety Code. I'm going to have to write you a citation." Vale stared at his sensors in shock. Not only had their greatest weapon failed to damage the human ships, but now they were being given a safety violation. Also, Porter continued, "Your weapon's efficiency rating is only 12%. You're wasting a lot of energy there. If you'd like, we can recommend some good engineers to help you upgrade to something more environmentally friendly." The human crews had already started sharing videos of the attack. Someone added cartoon sound effects to the beam bouncing off their shields. Another person set it to classical music. Lieutenant Cooper sent a personal message to the Imperial flagship. Cute light show. Reminds me of the laser pointer my cat plays with. Vale received a priority message from Imperial High Command. They had detected the weapon's use and demanded an explanation. He didn't know how to tell them that their ultimate weapon had just become a source of entertainment for human social media. Sir, his sensor officer reported quietly. I'm detecting some unusual readings from the human ships. It seems they're using our weapon's energy to power their coffee makers. In the Olympus's break room, Porter poured himself a fresh cup of coffee, made with recycled energy from the Imperial attack. You know, he said to his crew, we should thank them. The coffee tastes better when it's brewed with converted weapon energy. The Empire's most terrifying weapon had failed to destroy the humans. Instead, it had made their beverages more enjoyable. Somewhere in human space, a new t-shirt design appeared. The Empire shot first. And all I got was this perfectly brewed coffee. After the embarrassing failure of the Star Splitter, the Empire decided to try a different approach. They would scan the human vessels to find any weaknesses. Full spectrum analysis. Vale ordered, his pride still hurting from the coffee maker incident. I want to know everything about these ships. The Empire's best scanning equipment activated, probing the human vessels with waves of energy. On the bridge of the Eternal Dawn, dozens of analysts waited for results. Inside the human ship Olympus, the crew's eye assistant, Bob, spoke up. Excuse me, Admiral Porter, but someone is scanning us with primitive technology. Should I help them out? Porter looked up from his crossword puzzle. Why not? Give them a peek at the basic stuff. No need to show them anything that might scare them. Very well, Bob replied. I'll let them see the recycling system and the backup coffee makers. The Imperial analysts stared at their screens in confusion. Sir, one called out to Vale, these readings can't be right. The human ships, they're bigger on the inside than the outside. Vale rushed to look at the data. The first scans showed normal ship compartments, but deeper scans revealed impossible spaces, rooms that shouldn't exist, and energy readings that made no sense. What do you mean they have a quantum fold in their storage bay? Vale demanded. Exactly that, sir. Their cargo hold. It contains more space than physically possible. And there's something else. The analyst's voice trembled. They're using our scan as a power source. They're charging their entertainment systems with it. On the Olympus, Lieutenant Cooper was watching an old Earth movie on a screen powered by the Imperial scans. Thanks for the extra power. She sent in a message to the Imperial ship. The resolution is much better now. Vale's day got worse when his science officer made another discovery. Sir, remember how we thought their ships were primitive because of all the mining equipment? Yes, Vale replied, dreading the answer. That's not mining equipment. Well, it is, but it's also everything else. Each piece can transform into about 50 different things. They're using technology that makes our most advanced systems look like stone tools. The Empire's best scientists were called in to study the human ships. Each new discovery made them more uncomfortable. How are they powering their engines? One scientist asked. Which ones? Another replied. They seem to have 5 different drive systems. One of them is, apparently running on laughter. That can't be right. Porter received a message from Earth Command. Stop letting them scan so deep. You're making them nervous. Bob, Porter called out to the AI. Maybe dial it back a bit. Show them something simpler. Too late, Bob replied cheerfully. They just found the quantum ice cream maker. They seem very confused about how it creates infinite flavors. The Empire's scanning team was indeed baffled. Their best equipment showed human technology that seemed to break every law of physics they knew. Worse, the humans were using this incredible technology for things like making better ice cream and storing extra snacks. Sir, Vale's first officer reported, we've detected their defensive systems. And, Vale asked, clutching his chair, they have 3 layers of shielding. The first layer is more advanced than anything we have. The second layer seems to be there just for show. And the third layer, the officer paused. The third layer appears to be made of pure mathematics. We don't know what that means. Meanwhile, the human crews were taking bets on how long it would take the Empire to find their actual weapons. So far, the Imperial scanners had completely missed the really interesting stuff, like the pocket universe in the engine room or the time loop in the waste disposal system. Should we tell them about the dragons? One crew member asked Porter. Let's not, Porter replied, feeding a quantum biscuit to the ship's pet dragon, which existed in 7 dimensions at once. They're still trying to understand how our coffee makers work. Besides, Bob is having too much fun showing them the decoy systems. The Empire had wanted to learn about human weaknesses. Instead, they were discovering that humanity had been playing with technology beyond their comprehension all along. Vale stared at the latest scan results and muttered, how do they fit a water park in there? After a week of failed scans and increasing confusion, the Empire finally requested a formal meeting with human representatives. They needed answers, even if those answers might hurt their pride. The meeting was set on a neutral space station. The Empire sent their finest diplomats, led by Ambassador Roy from their most prestigious diplomatic academy. Humanity sent Tom Wilson, a retired history teacher who now worked part-time as Earth's ambassador because he thought it would be fun. Please, Ambassador Roy began, his voice stiff with formal dignity. Explain how your species achieved such advancement without our knowledge. Tom leaned back in his chair, sipping from a mug that read, Galaxy's Most OK Ambassador. Well, funny story, actually. We invented faster-than-light travel about 3,000 years ago. The Imperial diplomats stared at him. Ambassador Roy's mouth opened and closed several times before he could speak. That's impossible. The Empire has only existed for 800 years. Oh, we know, Tom replied cheerfully. We watched you form. Quite interesting, really. My granddaughter did her middle school history project on your first expansion period. Got a B+. She would have gotten an A, but she forgot to mention your 3rd Emperor's favorite color. The Imperial diplomats looked like they might faint. One was frantically checking historical records on his tablet. You see, Tom continued, pulling out an ancient paper book, we decided to stay quiet and observe after our first few contacts with alien life. Fascinating stuff, watching civilizations develop. We have a whole department of galactic anthropology now. He opened the book, showing them photographs of Imperial ships from centuries ago. Look, here's your first attempt at a star cruiser. Very creative design for beginners. We all thought the purple stripes were a nice touch. Ambassador Roy's face had turned an interesting shade of green. You've been watching us all this time. Oh yes, Tom nodded. We have a tourist spot on Europa where people can watch Imperial ships pass by. The gift shop does quite well. The plush toys of your warships are especially popular with children. The truth hit the Imperial delegation like a quantum brick. Humanity hadn't just achieved technological superiority. They had been so far advanced that they treated the Empire like an interesting historical curiosity. But what about the threats out there? Ambassador Roy sputtered. The cosmic horrors, the space monsters. We protect the galaxy from them. Tom's smile became a bit gentler. Ah, about that. Those space monsters you occasionally fight. They're actually the ones we let through. The small ones. The cute ones. Like keeping a manageable number of mice to help train cats. He pulled up a holographic display showing creatures that made the Empire's worst nightmares look like puppies. These are the ones we deal with. We call this fellow Bob. He tries to eat reality every few centuries. Nice chap once you get to know him, though. Plays excellent chess. The Imperial diplomats watched in horror as Tom showed them footage of humanity casually containing threats that could swallow solar systems. So you see, Tom explained, pulling out a cookie jar from seemingly nowhere. We're not laughing at you because we're mean. We're laughing because it's like watching our own ancient history. Cookie. He offered the jar around. They're baked in a quantum oven. Each one tastes like your favorite flavor. One brave imperial diplomat took a cookie. His eyes widened as he tasted it. It tastes like my mother's cooking from when I was a child. Neat, right? Tom grinned. Simple application of probability manipulation and memory extraction. We figured that out back when we were first learning to make toast in higher dimensions. As the meeting concluded, Ambassador Roy had one last question. Why reveal all this now? Tom stood up, straightening his "just here for the snacks" t-shirt. Because it's time for the galaxy to move forward. Also, our Department of Galactic Development thought it would be good for your cultural growth. And honestly, maintaining our primitive species disguise was getting tiring. Do you know how hard it is to pretend our ships don't run on laughter? The Empire had come seeking answers. Instead, they found out they were living in humanity's galaxy aquarium. And the fish had just learned to talk back. 3 days after the truth about humanity was revealed, the Imperial High Council called an emergency meeting. Their entire civilization's status was at stake, and they needed to find a way to maintain their dignity. High Commander Marcus stood before the council, sweating slightly in his ceremonial robes. We must offer them an alliance, he declared, a generous one, before other species realize what's happening. Meanwhile, in the human diplomatic office on Earth, Ambassador Tom Wilson was playing holographic solitaire while floating a few inches above his chair. How generous do you think they'll try to be? He asked his AI assistant. Based on imperial psychological patterns, the AI replied, they'll offer us exactly 23.7% more than they've ever offered anyone else. They'll also throw in 3 symbolic systems and their priceless collection of ancient technology. Tom chuckled. You mean the collection they bought from that human antiques dealer last year? The one full of old toasters and microwave ovens? The same one, the AI confirmed. They still haven't figured out why the sacred relics have defrost settings. The Empire's delegation arrived right on schedule in their grandest diplomatic vessel. They had spent hours practicing their most impressive entrance. The ship's doors opened with a majestic whoosh, releasing perfectly timed clouds of dramatic smoke. Tom watched them while eating a sandwich that existed in 3 time periods simultaneously. Should we tell them their smoke machine is from a human Halloween store? He whispered to his assistant. Let them have this one, the AI replied kindly. Ambassador Roy stepped forward with practiced grace. Noble representatives of Earth, he began, his voice echoing through the chamber. The Eternal Empire wishes to extend its most generous offer of alliance. Hogue. Good, Tom said, wiping future crumbs from his present shirt. We were hoping you'd want to be friends. Much better than this whole surrender or die business. The Imperial delegation launched into their carefully prepared speech, complete with holographic displays of their territory and resources. They offered protection, trade rights, and access to their advanced technology. And of course, Ambassador Roy concluded triumphantly, we would share our military might to defend your worlds. There was a moment of awkward silence. That's very kind. Tom replied diplomatically, but I should mention that we turned Jupiter into a sentient defense system last Tuesday. It keeps asking for crossword puzzles to solve between defending the solar system. The Imperial delegates blinked in confusion. You weaponized a gas giant. Not weaponized, Tom corrected. We just gave it consciousness and a subscription to several puzzle magazines. It gets bored otherwise. Nice fellow, really. Tells terrible dad jokes, though. Before the Empire could respond, messages started pouring in from across the galaxy. Other species had learned about humanity's true status. The Zorb Confederation wanted protection. The Linked Worlds sought technology trading. The Crystal Mines requested human teachers. Ambassador Roy watched his carefully prepared offer crumble as more and more civilizations turned to Earth for leadership instead of the Empire. Don't worry, Tom said kindly, seeing their distress. We've actually prepared our own alliance offer. He pulled out a document that unfolded into impossible shapes. Pretty simple stuff, really. You keep managing your local sector, we help upgrade your technology, and everyone gets access to our ice cream makers. That's it. Ambassador Roy asked suspiciously. No demands for surrender. No humiliating conditions. Well, Tom admitted, we did include a requirement for your ships to have better coffee machines. The ones you're using now are practically medieval. Also, Jupiter insists that everyone subscribe to at least one puzzle magazine. The Empire's representatives huddled together, whispering frantically. Their choices were clear. Accept humanity's surprisingly reasonable offer, or become irrelevant as the rest of the galaxy rushed to ally with Earth. We accept, Ambassador Roy said finally, trying to maintain his dignity. Excellent. Tom beamed. Let's celebrate. Would anyone like a cookie? They're baked in a pocket dimension where calories don't exist. As the Imperial diplomats cautiously tried the impossible cookies, they realized something important. Being friends with humanity might be strange, but it was definitely going to be interesting. And delicious. 6 months after the Empire signed humanity's alliance treaty, the galaxy had become a very different place. Change was everywhere, especially in the former Imperial capital, where a human tech support office had become the busiest building in the city. No, Your Highness, explained Mike from tech support to a frustrated Imperial governor. You can't feed your quantum computer after midnight. That's why it started singing opera. He paused, listening. Yes, I know the opera is quite good, but that's not what the computer is for. Across the galaxy, scenes of cultural exchange were playing out in unexpected ways. On a former Imperial warship, Captain Jane Baker was teaching the crew how to upgrade their engines. And this, she said, holding up what looked like a small teacup, is a basic infinite energy core. It runs on happy thoughts and cat videos. But that's impossible, protested an Imperial engineer. Impossible. Jane laughed. We figured this out before we invented shoes that tie themselves, which, by the way, took us embarrassingly long. Sometimes the simple things are the hardest. In Earth's primary school classrooms, children were now taking basic galactic history. Today's lesson was about the Empire's first contact with humanity. And that's why we have Bring Your Imperial Friend to School Day. A teacher explained to her class. Remember, kids, don't make fun of their old technology. They're learning. The Empire's former military headquarters had been converted into a museum. The infamous Star Splitter weapon was now a popular exhibit, right next to humanity's first faster-than-light coffee maker. The placard read, both these devices run on similar principles. One destroys planets, the other makes a perfect latte. Guess which one we considered more important to develop? Admiral Porter, now retired, sat in his garden watching Imperial ships learning to navigate Earth's solar system. Jupiter, now fully sentient, and a crossword puzzle champion, kept giving them directions. A little to the left. Jupiter's huge voice boomed across space. No, your other left. Look, just follow the helpful dolphins I created from hydrogen. Yes, those glowing ones. The Empire scientists were having the time of their lives. Humanity had opened thousands of research centers where they could learn about advanced technology. The only rule was that everyone had to take regular breaks for ice cream and jokes. Today, announced Dr. Smith at the Galactic Science Academy, we'll learn why time is actually more like a bowl of spaghetti than a straight line. But first, who wants to see a cat that exists in all dimensions at once? Even the Imperial High Command had changed. Their once serious meeting room now had a casual Friday policy and a quantum vending machine that could produce any snack from any point in history. Your reports are late, High Commander Marcus told his officers, but I'll accept them yesterday. He paused. That's not a figure of speech anymore. Just use the temporal mailbox in the lobby. Ambassador Tom Wilson, still working part-time because he found it amusing, received a message from the Imperial Council. They had finally finished reading humanity's complete technological database. Did they understand it? He asked his AI assistant. They got through the introduction to the introduction. The AI replied, "They're very excited about learning there's more than 3 dimensions, though they're a bit worried about the part where we mentioned that numbers have feelings." The galaxy was changing, growing, and learning. Former Imperial citizens discovered that life was much more fun when you didn't take yourself too seriously. Other species found that humanity's way of mixing advanced science with simple pleasures made the universe a more interesting place. And somewhere in deep space, Vale, the former Grand Admiral who had first encountered human ships, was enjoying his retirement. He sat in his garden, drinking coffee from a quantum-powered maker, watching his grandchildren play with a pet dragon that humanity had given them as a peace gift. "You know," he said to the dragon, which existed in 7 dimensions, and loved playing fetch, "I'm glad we didn't succeed in conquering them. This is much better." The dragon agreed, then asked if he wanted to play interdimensional chess. Vale smiled. Life in humanity's galaxy was strange, but it was never boring. And the coffee was excellent.
The last thing Jack Marlowe remembered before waking up in a metallic chair shaped like an ergonomic insult was yelling at his ship's coffee dispenser for the 3rd time that week. And then, boom, white flash, blaring alarms, and a brief moment of weightlessness followed by the type of silence that usually means your entire crew has been vaporized or promoted without you, which in his case was both. Now, here he was, hands bound by something that looked suspiciously like recycled exoskeletons, sitting in a conference room repurposed for what could only be described as corporate interrogation chic, surrounded by creatures who looked like evolution had outsourced their design to a cynical arachnid. So this is what hostile first contact looks like. Not even a welcome basket, he muttered, eyeing the nearest Zarnak. Tall, rigid, matte grey with joints that clicked like they were offended by motion, the Zarnak were apparently incapable of smiling, which Jack took as a personal challenge. "Hey there, Deathroach Deluxe, do you guys offer dental?" Klask, the presumed lead interrogator, responded with a series of vocal crunches that translated to, "You will give us your fleet's forward base coordinates." Jack blinked. "Wow, no hello, no how do you feel about your capture, just bam, extract the secrets, huh? You guys must be terrible on dates." Klask emitted a low hiss, the translator spitting out something close to subspecies detritus. Jack's grin widened. "Oh, you gave me a nickname. I feel special." Another Zarnak stepped forward and adjusted what looked like a pain induction module attached to the chair. Jack raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you upgraded to the deluxe model. Does this come with lumbar support or just the screaming?" They activated the module. Jack's spine lit up like a confession booth on Judgment Day, but instead of crying out, he said, "That's a 6 out of 10, like stubbing your soul." Klask leaned in. "You are alone. Your ship is destroyed. You are insignificant." "Ah," Jack nodded. The old make-em-feel small tactic, classic. Did you get that from Interrogation for Dummies, or are you freelancing today? The Zarnak glanced at one another, clearly thrown. Jack leaned forward as far as his restraints would allow. "Look, you want intel? Sure. Let's talk architecture. This wall here screams military dystopia meets bad IKEA. You want to intimidate a species that invented sarcasm? Try mood lighting, and maybe paint with less despair." Another jolt. Jack winced, but the smirk returned before the pain faded. "You know what's wild? Humans developed torture way before we had reliable plumbing, but even we figured out it's more effective to just talk to people, like actually talk. Empathy. Wild concept, huh?" Klask twitched. Jack noticed. "Ooh, struck a nerve. Don't worry, I'm not judging." "Well, I am, but it's part of my charm. Anyway, let's talk about your species branding. Zarnak Dominion. Little on the nose, don't you think? Dominion screams overcompensating with insect legs. You ever consider rebranding to something warmer? The Zarnak Cooperative? Maybe United Arthropod Alliance? Just imagine the merge. Another Zarnak, smaller and apparently junior in rank, tilted its head. Curious. Jack caught it. See, that guy gets it. He's wondering if this room has an exit plan, but also maybe thinking, what if we tried literally anything else to get information? Big Klask slammed a chitinous appendage on the control panel. The lights flickered. Jack's chair hummed ominously. You will not speak unless commanded. And yet, here I am, Jack replied, blinking slowly. Still speaking. Weird. How that works? Klask growled, if gravel could growl, and leaned in again. We will take what we want. You cannot resist. Jack smiled. Resist? Oh no, I'm cooperating fully. I'm just not doing it your way. You guys want data? Let's start with this. Did you know humans can lie with 85% facial accuracy while reciting baseball statistics? We're basically wired for confusion. And here's the kicker. Some of us can't shut up. Not won't, can't. I'm a carrier. Klask's mandibles twitched with irritation. Jack grinned wider. You have no idea what you've done. I'm like a virus, but verbal. Sooner or later, someone in this room is going to start questioning your protocols, your purpose, your policies, all because I won't stop running my mouth. And when that happens, well, spoiler alert, you'll wish you just left me floating in space with my coffee machine. Another pause, then tell us the location of Fleet Echo. Jack leaned back as far as the restraints allowed, gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling. Let me think. Before I tell you that, you ever wonder why your lighting setup here feels like an angry dentist's office? I mean, psychologically speaking, you're already sabotaging yourselves. Want better results? Try daylight bulbs. Maybe some acoustic panels. Oh, and a couch. Interrogations go way smoother with a couch. Less war criminal, more therapy chic. Klask turned to his second. Prepare deeper memory extraction protocols. Jack raised both eyebrows. Ooh, fancy. But fair warning, once you go digging in my head, you're gonna need therapy yourselves. There's a lot of unresolved stuff in there, like my 4th grade on-talent show and the incident with the squirrel. A sharp hum began to rise from the chair's spinal interface. Jack winced as it activated, but forced out a laugh through the pain. I'm just saying, you really should have captured someone. Who knows when to shut up, because me, I annotate. And somewhere deep in the Zarnak ship's hull, a low alarm began to beep. The low alarm kept pulsing like an impatient car horn in a bureaucratic parking lot. And Jack, despite having several dozen volts of alien voltage slow roasting his spinal column, managed a breathless chuckle. You guys hearing that? That's either your ship telling you I'm screwing with your systems, or it's finally trying to unionize. Klask hissed something guttural, probably an order, and the pain stopped just long enough for Jack to tilt his head and grin at the junior technician, who was now blatantly not making eye contact with anyone. Hey, new guy, what's your name? No? All right, I'll call you Larry. Larry, buddy, that monitor behind you, it's flashing a little red skull. Is that normal, or is that like a Zarnak version of please reboot immediately? Larry did not respond, which Jack noted aloud. Strong, silent type, I respect that, but if your antivirus is screaming and I'm the one tied to the chair, maybe, I don't know, call it? Another hiss from Klask, this one directed at Larry, who scurried to a console like a spider trying not to look suspicious in a room full of fly corpses. Jack exhaled slowly, flexing his fingers. You know, Klask, for a species that prides itself on psychological dominance, you sure do panic fast. Klask ignored him. Bad move. Jack didn't need an invitation. Let's rate that last technique. I'd give it a solid 6. Pain's there, but the narrative's missing. You want compliance? Sell me a story. Fear's only effective if it's got pacing. Right now you're coming in at a 3-act structure written by a spreadsheet. One of the lesser Zarnak twitched audibly. Jack caught it. That one gets it. He knows fear's just foreplay without context. The alarm escalated. More lights flashed. Klask barked another command. Jack, still grinning. Did I just cause a diagnostic loop? That's adorable. The door hissed open like it was sighing with dread, and in walked Commander Revta, 7 feet of exoskeletal menace with shoulder ridges sharp enough to file patents on. The room snapped into attention so fast, Jack almost applauded. Oh good, management's here. I was starting to worry this was all being run by interns. Revta surveyed him the way one might survey an open sewer, then said in a voice like sandpaper fed through a harmonizer, "You are an information asset. You will provide data." Jack tilted his head. "And you are late to the party. Did Klask not brief you? We've covered architecture critiques, branding suggestions, and the psychological implications of your lighting choices. You're gonna have to play catch-up." Revta stepped forward and placed one long claw against the neural interface. "We demand compliance." Jack blinked slowly. "You and my dentist. Guess how that turned out?" The interface flared again. Jack twitched but didn't scream. "Okay, now we're back to a 7. You're improving. But have you considered switching tactics to, I don't know, basic conversation?" Silence. "No. All right then. Fun fact, humans can endure quite a bit of discomfort if they think it'll make them look cool in front of their enemies. It's kind of a thing with us. Blame action movies." Revta stared. Jack filled the void. You ever watch a species self-destruct because they refuse to ask a follow-up question? Because that's where this is headed. Right now, one of your officers is recording everything I say. Another is wondering if I'm bluffing. And the third is contemplating that thing I said earlier about HVAC systems destabilizing governments. That's how revolutions start, by the way. Not with speeches, with observations. Revta's claw clicked once. A signal. A third Zarnak entered with a different device, sleek, dark, humming softly like it knew too much and was legally obligated to keep quiet. Jack looked impressed. "Ooh, is that your portable psyche shredder? I've heard good things. Terrible Yelp reviews. Though, they activated it. The hum built into a resonance that vibrated the teeth in his skull. Jack's pupils dilated, his jaw clenched. He breathed in and said, "Okay, now this is an 8. And I only say that because my left ear is trying to file for divorce." Klask twitched visibly. One of the junior officers whispered something to the other. Jack's translator caught fragments. "Resonance error, not adaptive, too human." He pounced. "Aha! See, there it is. Your tech's too rigid. You built it to crush minds that follow patterns. But humans, we're jazz. We're chaos in sneakers. We're the reason your algorithms have ulcers." The machine's hum faltered. Jack blinked, shaking off the pain like a dog shedding rain. "Also, I might have synced a feedback loop to your internal comms. You should probably check channel 12. I may or may not have spliced in recordings of me describing your interrogation methods like they're failed reality shows." Revta's claw hovered midair. "Impossible." Jack leaned forward. "You keep saying that word. I don't think it means what you think it means." At that exact moment, every screen in the room flickered and displayed a video feed of Jack strapped to the chair narrating, "Welcome to Zarnak's next top oppressor, where the pain's fake, but the ego bruises are real." The juniors froze. One of them laughed, a stuttering, confused noise that sounded like a car engine trying to whistle. Revta spun. "Who did that?" Jack raised both eyebrows. "Spoiler alert, it wasn't me. Your own people are starting to wonder if they're the baddies. That's what happens when you keep poking a guy who weaponizes conversation." Klask stepped forward, shaking with what Jack diagnosed as either fury or digestive complications. "You cannot destabilize a culture by talking." Jack nodded solemnly. "Buddy, that's literally how humans do it, every time. Do you know how many civilizations we've destabilized just by showing up and asking annoying questions? We're like the universe's awkward house guest. We point at your priceless cultural relic and ask if it's dishwasher safe." Revta's voice dropped into a low, lethal register. "You will be silenced." Jack smirked. "I'd wish you luck, but honestly, this is the most fun I've had all week." Then very softly he added, "And just so you know, that beeping you keep hearing, that's not an alarm, that's a ping. From a proximity beacon, you remember my boot? The one you didn't scan properly? Revta froze. Jack's grin stretched. Yeah, that one's been broadcasting for the last 6 hours. Might want to check your guest list, because I think company's on the way. For a species that built ships capable of silencing black holes, the Zarnak had a remarkably hard time silencing one very mouthy human, especially now with the soft pulsing ping of an unauthorized beacon steadily echoing across every console. On deck 4, Revta moved like a slow, inevitable verdict, eyes narrowing at Jack, who was still strapped to the interrogation chair and now casually inspecting his thumbnail like it might contain a diplomatic clause. "You lie," Revta growled, which earned a theatrical gasp from Jack. "Sir, I'm wounded. You think I'd lie during an illegal psychological violation? Honestly, I thought we were building trust." One of the junior officers, Larry, bless him, tapped something on his wristpad and promptly turned a very un-Zarnak shade of pale grey. Jack squinted at the screen's reflection on the wall. Oof, that's a lot of inbound mass signatures. Hey, you guys have a plan for when people show up uninvited and realize you've been trying to vivisect a cultural liaison with the personality of a sitcom? Klask snarled, but Jack was already talking over him. Also, just to clarify, I'm not technically a cultural liaison. That's just what they put on the rescue paperwork to make the fallout look less like war crimes and more like an HR misunderstanding. Another console beeped, a bigger one. Higher-ranking Zarnak began filtering into the room, their faces tight, movements twitchy, like they just realized their entire operation had been running on vibes and intimidation, and both had now turned against them. Revta snarled something in Zarnak-ese and slammed a claw on the master console. "Shut down the signal. Block all outgoing transmissions." Jack raised a brow. Good old damage control. Pro tip, you might want to fire your encryption. Consultant, I got in through a diagnostic menu labeled System Mood Tracking. Not kidding, that was your literal backdoor. Also, your system mood? Currently set to anxious. A younger Zarnak turned to another and whispered, "Why do we have system mood tracking?" Jack waved from the chair. "Because someone in your development team had a nervous breakdown, probably, which is honestly fair. You're built like a walking tax audit." Revta's claws drummed on the table like war drums. "This is salvageable. We proceed with extraction. Prepare deep memory probe. Full pattern fracture." Klask stepped back in surprise. "That'll damage his language center." "Then we rebuild it," Revta growled. "Piece by piece, he will scream intel or die." Jack's grin dropped for the first time. "Yikes, we're skipping straight to the lobotomy chapter. You sure you want to do that in front of an audience?" Revta leaned in close, voice low and vibrating with static rage. "We will break you." Jack locked eyes with him. "Maybe. But the real question is, what happens after?" Silence. "Let's say you turn me into scrambled egg salad. Sorry, metaphor. You destroy my mind, fry my neural lattice, get your little military secrets. Congrats, you think that makes you powerful. But what do you think the 23 human-aligned monitoring stations are gonna do when they get a live feed of you butchering a non-combatant during a diplomatic flag? What do you think the council's gonna do when they realize your dominion just threw a plasma tantrum because one guy wouldn't shut up?" Klask's mandibles clicked in doubt. One of the observers checked his wrist console. Another ping. Jack raised a brow. "See, that's your problem. You think power is about silence, but humans, we thrive in noise. Chaos is our natural operating system. We don't fear being broken. We fear being ignored. And the moment you try to erase my voice, you make it louder." The memory probe device hummed to life. Klask hesitated. "Sir, the backlash." "Do it!" Revta snapped. But Jack was already laughing, and it wasn't manic. It was measured, tactical. "By the way, while you've been arguing about turning my brain into soup, I might have triggered a cascade in your behavioral analytics module." Another Zarnak looked up in alarm. "What's a behavioral cascade?" Jack smiled like he was about to deliver a punchline 3 years in the making. "It means your crew is about 3 questions away from realizing none of this makes sense. Not the torture, not the hierarchy, not the whole crush and control shtick. They're seeing cracks. I'm just the guy holding the flashlight. Klask turned toward Revta uncertain. Revta roared, shoved him aside, and personally engaged the probe. The device buzzed, flared blue, then died. Just stopped. Sparks fizzed, smoke curled, and then every console in the room displayed one line of text. Why does your empire fear curiosity? Silence. Then another line. Is control more important than understanding? And another. Do your subordinates agree with your leadership tactics? The room spun, not literally, but socially. Authority had taken a hit, and everyone felt it. One by one, the Zarnak glanced around, reading each other's posture. Small twitches, shoulder tilts, doubts. And Jack just leaned back as far as his restraints allowed and said, "So, you were saying something about breaking me?" Revta snarled and lunged, claws raised, pure fury in motion. But Klask, intercepted, physically, stood between them, appendage extended. Enough! Revta froze, not out of respect, out of shock. Jack whistled. Oof, when middle management grows a spine, things change. Revta hissed something obscene and stormed out. Klask turned slowly to face Jack. "What are you?" Jack exhaled. "Just a guy who talks too much, and apparently a strategic disaster in a jumpsuit." Klask stared, then gestured to the others. The restraints disengaged with a click. Jack rolled his shoulders. "Okay, that's better, though I gotta say your chairs. Great for posture, terrible for diplomacy." Then, casually, like he hadn't just derailed an entire power structure with nothing but words, he added, "So, who wants to talk about how your species handles conflict resolution? I've got charts, and somewhere deep in the Zarnak ship's comms relay, diplomatic alerts were blinking red, and human allied ships were very, very close." Jack was mid-sentence about Zarnak passive aggression protocols. He called it aggressive formality with extra mandibles, when the ship's lighting shifted from interrogation glow to full diplomatic whiteout. A sudden sterile brilliance that screamed incoming inspection louder than a siren. Klask froze mid-pulse scan. The junior officers all turned as one toward the wall panel that now displayed a blinking set of coordinates and the unmistakable IFF. Tags of human ships, plural, and not the small ones. Jack squinted through the light. Oof, that's the glare of bureaucratic accountability. Someone's about to get a performance review they will not survive. Before anyone could respond, the bulkhead doors hissed open with that smooth, purposeful cadence that meant whoever was entering did not knock. Captain Rosalind Cross walked in like a high school principal crashing a frat party, dressed in what appeared to be half a diplomatic uniform and half a gardening outfit. Her expression unreadable in that way that only came with decades of high-stakes peace talks and quarterly budget meetings. "Jack?" Her voice had the kind of weight usually reserved for legal disclaimers. Jack grinned. "Hey, Ross. They were just about to lobotomize me. I stalled with a TED talk on structural hierarchies and poor interior lighting. You should really consider putting me on payroll." She looked him over. Chair scorched, hair slightly frazzled, boots still tracking data packets like breadcrumbs. Then she turned to Klask. "Is there a reason the Zarnak Dominion initiated psychological extraction on a recognized non-combatant carrying a Class 3 diplomatic override?" Klask's mandibles twitched. He was uncooperative. Uncooperative? Cross echoed. "He's a human. If he wasn't talking, I'd have declared him clinically dead." Another pause. "You know what you've triggered?" Klask glanced at the wall display. "A response protocol?" Cross nodded. 38 of them, simultaneously. You set off cascading alerts in every system from Cantry Delta to Juno Mark 7. 2 alliances have already filed formal grievances. 1 species filed poetry. Angry poetry. She walked past the neural probe unit, flicked it off without looking. "And before you think about spinning this as a security concern, Your ship's logs show he was the only one who tried to de-escalate. Jack piped in and made interior design suggestions. Let's not downplay my contributions. Cross raised a brow. You also triggered 6 feedback loops and impersonated an ethics compliance officer on their intercom. Jack shrugged. That sounds worse when you say it like that. Then to Klask, for the record, I would have accepted honorary status if you'd just asked, or bribed me with a chair that didn't feel like betrayal. The ship rumbled, a gentle diplomatic vibration, code for you're now being boarded by people who don't have time for posturing. Klask and the remaining Zarnak backed away from Jack, a visible shift in body language, defensive posture giving way to something dangerously close to uncertainty. Cross tapped her wrist. Command, this is Cross to uncertainty. Subject Marlowe has been secured. Cross, Zarnak vessel has not initiated formal surrender, but their chain of command appears disrupted. Hey now, Jack said. I prefer philosophically restructured. It's friendlier. The ceiling speakers crackled. Then a smooth, gravelly voice. This is Supreme Evaluator Hrax. Captain Cross, you are trespassing on Dominion territory. Cross didn't even blink. Negative. This vessel is now flagged under joint inquiry status. Article 8 of the E Intercultural Contact Accords. Any attempt to interfere will be interpreted as obstruction of diplomatic audit. Jack let out a low whistle. Oof! She just threw the book at them, and the book's made of red tape and threat assessments. A moment of silence. Then Hrax replied, tone colder than vacuum. You will regret this. Jack grinned. Already regretted getting up this morning. You'll have to try harder. The speaker went silent. Cross turned to Jack. You good to walk? I mean, define walk. If you mean with dramatic flair and lots of commentary, absolutely. She nodded to one of her aides. Get him a report terminal. I want every second of what happened in here translated and logged, including whatever this thing was. She gestured to the disabled probe. Jack tilted his head. That thing tried to microwave my empathy centers. I shorted it out by quoting 27 contradictory Earth aphorisms. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, followed by silence is golden. Confused, the programming so bad it bricked itself. Klask blinked. You weaponized contradiction? Jack nodded. And mild passive aggression. It's a lost art, really. Gross turned to the Zarnak officers, scanning them one by one. This incident is not just a failure of diplomacy. It's a demonstration of cultural fragility. You mistook adaptability for weakness, empathy for vulnerability, and you've now been outmaneuvered by a logistics pilot with a talking habit. Hey, Jack added, it's not just a habit. It's a strategy. It's curated chaos. Then, more serious, you wanted intel. What you got was a mirror. I asked questions you didn't want to ask yourselves. That's why this fell apart. Klask's posture dipped slightly. Not submission, not yet, but a shift toward internal doubt. The door behind them hissed again. Human officers, diplomatic observers, one very tired woman holding a data pad and muttering, he did what to their ethics subroutines. Jack stood up. So, what now? I get a medal or a fine? Cross exhaled. You get debriefed, possibly promoted, probably blamed, maybe all three. Jack grinned. Ah, the trifecta. He glanced back at the Zarnak, especially Klask, who was still trying to process the emotional equivalent of an unauthorized firmware update. If it helps, Jack said. You're not the first species to underestimate humans. You just did it with more style. Klask's eyes narrowed. You will be a problem. Already am, Jack replied, stepping toward the exit. But, hey, I'm also open to consulting. You'd be amazed how far basic listening skills and organizational flowcharts can take you. The diplomatic team led him down the corridor. The walls didn't feel so hostile now, or maybe they never had. Maybe Jack had just talked over the terror until it got bored and left. Either way, the climax was brewing, and this time, everyone was listening. The chamber echoed with the sound of diplomatic boots and processing silence, the kind of silence that wrapped around command decks like an impending policy change. Jack stood off to the side now, unshackled but not unsupervised, sipping from a hydration unit like it was a cocktail, and watching the Zarnak delegation flinch every time someone mentioned joint tribunal. Across the room, Supreme Evaluator Hrax hovered in diplomatic standoff mode, arms behind his back, mandibles clenched like they could hold in the tide of accountability with sheer indignation. Captain Cross, cool as orbital ice, addressed the Galactic Council's incoming holographic envoy, 3 meters of rotating species, each less impressed than the last. A WDRN delegate blinked multiple eyelids and said, "It appears the human was attempting to talk them into psychological compliance." Cross didn't smile. He was succeeding. Hrax stepped forward, voice sharp. "Your species is chaos masquerading as culture. He weaponized nonsense." Jack raised a hand. Objection, it was strategic nonsense. The Krell diplomat, a gelatinous orb with perfect diction, hummed. "Explain how sarcasm and contradiction resulted in a breakdown of hostile intent." Jack stepped forward, clearly delighted. "Oh good, story time. See, Zarnak protocols rely on absolute input-response behavior, predictable outcomes, control through repetition, insert fear, extract obedience. But humans, we're incompatible. Software. You ask us for secrets, we give you stand-up comedy. You demand silence, we give you unsolicited critiques of your torture room's feng shui. You apply pressure, we tell you about our mother-in-law. We're social chaos engines wrapped in trauma bonding and punchlines. You don't interrogate a human. You ride the wave and hope we don't find the comms system." Hrax growled. "This is irrelevant. This," Cross said, voice sharp, "is the reason your ship is now flagged for re-education compliance under Intergalactic Contact Standard 12C. Hostile containment of a diplomatic carrier. Psychological extraction without legal basis. Failure to recognize pre-negotiated cultural variances." Hrax turned to the council. "This creature has contaminated our personnel." Another delegate, a Rulak, amphibious and smug, nodded. "One of your mid-officers submitted an ethics inquiry titled, 'Is hierarchy a myth? Your damage is self-inflicted.'" Klask, standing stiffly off to the side, looked like someone regretting all of their educational choices. Jack tilted his head at him. "You doing okay, buddy? You've got that questioning one's life path posture." Klask didn't speak, but he didn't object either. That was something. Jack took another sip. "Look, I didn't mean to spark a cultural implosion. But if your system collapses because one guy wouldn't shut up, maybe the system needed a redesign." Another delegate snorted. "And what would you propose in its place?" Jack smiled. "Conversation. Start there. Curiosity. Basic acknowledgement that no species has a monopoly on being right. Then maybe try letting your officers ask a question without it being labeled sedition." The Krell pulsed. "An unexpected strategic doctrine." "You didn't think this was strategy?" Cross muttered. "This was Jack being Jack." Hrax clenched his fists. "This is mockery." "No," Jack said. "This is mercy. Because the next human you capture might not stop at sarcasm. They might get creative. We're not dangerous because of our weapons. We're dangerous because we'll ask your soldiers about their childhood during a standoff and make them rethink their entire worldview before they pull the trigger. We infect systems with introspection. We make authority uncomfortable. And worse, we don't even do it on purpose. We just talk." The room fell silent. Not heavy, thoughtful. Dangerous, but thoughtful. The council conferred briefly. Then, the WDRN delegate spoke. Effective immediately, the Zarnak Dominion is to undergo structural soft dismantling. A cooperative advisory model will be installed under council supervision. Evaluator Hrax, you are hereby relieved of strategic command. Interim cultural re-evaluation will be assigned. Lieutenant Marlowe, report to Human Diplomatic Services. Jack blinked. "Wait, what?" Cross turned, smirking just slightly. "Congratulations, you're now a cultural consultant." "Hold on, that sounds like meetings, long ones." with minutes and agendas and handouts. You destabilized an empire with sarcasm. This is your reward. Jack sighed. Can I just go back to being captured? That was less responsibility. Flask stepped forward, slowly. Your analogy, pack logic versus rank logic, is that real? Jack tilted his head. It's as real as you let it be. Hierarchies enforce order. Packs enforce loyalty. Humans switch between the two without thinking. That's why you couldn't crack me. I don't obey power. I connect with people. Flask paused, then nodded once. No protest, just processing. Cross led Jack out. As they walked, she said, "We'll retrofit a ship. You'll need to travel, engage with other species, do what you do best. Talk. Talk until they either promote you or surrender." Jack looked over his shoulder at the Zarnak officers, still frozen in a kind of stunned post-revelation daze. "I give it 2 weeks before one of them starts a philosophy club." Cross didn't look back. 3 days. I've already seen a sign-up sheet. Jack groaned. This is how it starts. I give one impromptu therapy session and suddenly, I'm the galactic advice columnist, she smiled. You're the weapon they never expected. I'm the conversation they never expected, he exhaled. I should have charged for that. The corridor ahead opened into a docking bay, where a small, freshly christened human ship awaited. Sleek, efficient, and emblazoned with the name The Mouthpiece across its hull in bold, smug lettering. Jack stared. That better be ironic. Very, Cross replied, and the translator's been updated to include sarcasm as a primary dialect. Jack looked up at the stars through the docking bay's shield. Somewhere out there were more empires waiting to fall apart under the weight of a good conversation. So, he said to no one in particular, imagine you're being diplomatically dissected by someone who thinks a passive-aggressive compliment is a bonding exercise. And that's where it starts.
The green-skinned alien receptionist at the polished and technologically advanced desk, glowing with holographic displays, stares down at the human mechanic standing before her with a mix of irritation and condescension. The mechanic, rugged in his utility jumpsuit, tools strapped haphazardly to his belt, and a scuffed briefcase in hand, looks out of place in the opulent surroundings. His unkempt hair and oil-stained hands starkly contrast the pristine metallic surfaces and ambient blue light of the grand, futuristic hotel lobby. Towering plants, their leaves faintly bioluminescent, add a splash of organic vibrancy to the otherwise clinical atmosphere. The receptionist's disdainful expression is apparent as her gaze flicks to the grease-smudged ID card he slides across the desk. She does not yet know the man she's humiliating is the owner of the hotel. The metallic hum of the grand hotel lobby reverberated faintly, punctuated by the soft chime of automated announcements and the occasional click of impeccably polished boots on the floor. Orbitis Lux, the most luxurious resort in this sector of the galaxy, was a beacon of sophistication, a destination for interstellar dignitaries, traders, and explorers who sought unparalleled comfort while traversing the stars. At the center of this glowing epitome of elegance stood Melixa, an emerald-skinned Synexian, her sharp features and glowing amber eyes a testament to her species' famed genetic perfection. She was dressed in the sleek, silver-lined uniform of the Orbitis staff, her posture ramrod straight behind the holographic desk that floated just inches above the floor. Her hands, tipped with translucent, delicate claws, idly tapped at the interface, shifting through guest logs with an air of barely veiled boredom. Then he walked in. Davor Bren was a man who didn't belong in Orbitis Lux, or so it seemed at first glance. His jumpsuit was patched in places, a brown utility garment smeared with grease and streaks of what looked suspiciously like scorched plasma residue. Tools hung from loops on his belt, clinking softly as he moved, and a scuffed metallic briefcase dangled in his right hand. His boots were worn to the point of nearly falling apart, and his hair was a mop of disorderly dark strands that hadn't seen a comb in days. Davor surveyed the lobby with a look of mild annoyance. The glass-encased fountains and holographic chandeliers reflected a sterile grandeur that made his skin itch. He hated being here. He hated needing to come here, but it couldn't be avoided. Not today. Melixa's sharp gaze snapped to him the moment he approached the desk. She tilted her head slightly, the twin ridges on either side of her temples flexing in irritation. "May I help you?" she asked in the honeyed tones reserved for paying guests, though her expression suggested she very much hoped she could help him leave. Davor ignored the hostility woven into her voice. He slid a battered ID card across the sleek surface of the desk. The holographic display illuminated it, scanning the card and projecting its contents in mid-air. Davor Bren, mechanic, independent contractor. "I have a room booked," he said curtly. His voice carried a low rasp, the kind that spoke of years spent breathing recycled ship air. Melixa raised a thin brow ridge and leaned forward ever so slightly, clearly scrutinizing the ID. "A mechanic," she repeated, the word dripping with disdain. "I wasn't aware Orbitus Lux was expanding its clientele to technicians." Davor's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing, letting her disdain wash over him. She tapped her long, slender fingers against the desk, pulling up the reservation list. "Name?" she asked, though she didn't hide the fact that she already knew it. "Davor Bren," he replied. His jaw tightened as she read it aloud, unnecessarily slow, drawing out every syllable as though tasting it. "Well, Mr. Bren," she said, her voice dropping into a mocking lilt, "I regret to inform you that Orbitus Lux maintains strict standards for its guests. I don't know what sort of system error allowed your booking to go through, but clearly you're in the wrong place." The humiliation hit like a slap. Not for the first time, Davor considered simply walking out, but he forced himself to stay rooted. He adjusted the briefcase in his grip, a subtle motion that drew Melixa's attention to the scratches and dents marring its surface. "Check again," he said tersely. Melixa leaned back, crossing her arms in a way that made her silver-trimmed uniform glimmer under the soft lights. "I've already told you, Mr. Bren, this establishment caters to a different caliber of client." Perhaps her words were cut short as a soft chime interrupted the exchange. The holographic interface before her flashed with a notification, one she couldn't ignore. A symbol appeared on the screen, simple yet unmistakable: Executive Access Override. Her amber eyes flicked to Davor in confusion, then back to the screen. She tapped it cautiously, and a flood of data filled the air between them. It was a guest profile, his guest profile. Owner, Davor Bren, status, proprietor. For a long moment, Melixa froze. The ambient hum of the lobby seemed louder, the background chatter of guests and staff fading into an almost comedic silence. Her carefully curated mask of condescension slipped, replaced by an expression that could only be described as sheer disbelief. You're the..." she stammered, but Davor cut her off. "Yes," he said evenly, "I'm the owner. 10 years ago, Davor had been nothing more than a broke mechanic scraping by on the fringes of the galactic trade routes. But one fateful salvage run had changed everything. Deep in the debris field of an abandoned sector, he'd found a derelict station, its systems still intact, and its records revealing a shocking truth. The station was part of an ancient luxury chain, its deeds forgotten in the archives of a collapsed corporate empire. Davor had spent every credit he had, and many he didn't, restoring it to its former glory. Orbitus Lux was his masterpiece, though he rarely showed his face here. He preferred the anonymity of his old life, tinkering with ships and keeping out of the spotlight. But today, a personal matter had dragged him out of his solitude. "Is there a problem?" he asked, his voice calm but edged with a warning. Melixa's mind raced as she tried to salvage the situation. Her rigid posture softened slightly, her claws retracting as she lowered her hands. Of course not, sir," she said, her voice unsteady. "It's just that, well, I wasn't expecting a mechanic," Davor finished for her. He leaned forward, his expression inscrutable, and tapped the edge of the holographic desk. "Surprise," Melixa swallowed hard. She wasn't used to being wrong, and the realization stung more than she cared to admit. She straightened herself, attempting to regain some semblance of composure. "Your suite is ready, Mr. Bren," she said, her tone laced with forced professionalism. "Shall I escort you personally?" "That won't be necessary," Davor replied, his voice deliberately casual. He picked up the battered ID card and slipped it back into his pocket. "Just make sure my stay is up to Orbitus standards." He turned and walked away, leaving Melixa to stew in the aftermath of her humiliation. But as he strode across the lobby, his briefcase swinging at his side, he couldn't help but smirk. This wasn't over, long shot. Davor Bren strode through the halls of his own hotel, his battered briefcase in hand, his steps echoing faintly against the polished metal floors. Around him, the air hummed faintly with the scent of ionized filtration systems and exotic alien flora. The carefully curated environment, grandeur, and his own grease-streaked reflection in a mirrored panel wasn't lost on him. Melixa's embarrassment had been satisfying, but there was no time to savor it. His presence here wasn't for show. nor to deal with insubordinate staff. Something was wrong. The automated messages he'd received over the past week, cryptic system diagnostics, untraceable glitches in the hotel's network, had forced him out of his preferred obscurity. Orbitis Lux wasn't just a hotel, it was his lifeline, a testament to the gamble he'd taken years ago. If it fell apart, so did everything he'd built. He keyed his private access card into a hidden lift at the far end of the corridor. The holographic display flickered, scanning his credentials, and the panel slid open silently. Inside the lift, a subtle vibration pressed against the soles of his boots as it descended deep beneath the lobby, into the labyrinthine network of control systems and infrastructure that kept the Orbitis afloat. The control center was starkly different from the gleaming luxury above. It was a cramped, industrial space filled with overlapping displays, tangled cables, and the constant flicker of diagnostic readouts. An artificial intelligence interface, represented by a disembodied voice with a calm yet eerily neutral tone, greeted him. "Welcome, Proprietor Davor Bren," it said, the words tinged with a slight distortion. "You have not accessed this facility in 243 standard days." "Yeah, I've been busy," Davor muttered, setting his briefcase down on a metal counter. He flipped it open, revealing an assortment of tools, a portable diagnostics suspiciously like a modified plasma welder. "Pull up the system last month." The AI followed the dim glow toward the core systems. As he rounded a corner, a shadow moved ahead of him. The eerie shadows on the wall weren't here for a vacation. He stepped out from his hiding spot, the plasma cutter humming. Neither of them moved. Then, with a fluid motion, the figure raised a device, a weapon, judging by the faint energy pulse that rippled across its surface. Davor reacted on instinct. He dove to the side as a bolt of energy scorched the wall where he'd been standing. Rolling to his feet, he fired up the plasma cutter and lunged forward. The figure dodged with inhuman speed. He sidestepped at the last second, swinging the plasma cutter in a wide arc. The blade grazed the intruder's armor, sending up a shower of sparks, but doing little damage. "Figures," Davor muttered, or "nothing's ever easy." The fight was brutal and fast-paced. The narrow corridor amplifying thing of the human mechanic, facing off against an opponent far beyond his capabilities. Davor's mind raced. London as he sounded. The intruder raised their weapon again, but before they could fire, a deafening alarm echoed through the TED faintly, displaying a single message: "Core override in progress." Davor's blood ran cold. The core wasn't just the heart of the hotel, it was a reactor, powerful enough to keep the Orbitis running indefinitely. If someone had overridden its systems, the entire station was at risk. He didn't have time to think. Grabbing the damaged power module, he sprinted toward the core chamber, his heart pounding. The hotel's survival, and possibly his own, depended on what he did next. As he ran, his comlink buzzed. Melixa's voice came through, frantic and uncharacteristically panicked. "Mr. Bren, the guests are reporting strange. Evacuate them," he barked, cutting her off. "Now, but do it," he snapped, his tone leaving no room for argument. Melixa hesitated, then the comlink went silent. Davor's jaw tightened. Whatever was happening, it wasn't just about the hotel. Someone wanted the Orbitis, and they were willing to destroy it to get what they wanted. He burst into the core chamber, the sight before him stealing the breath from his lungs. The reactor's containment field was flickering, arcs of energy lashing out like angry tendrils, and at the center of it all stood another figure, clad in the same adaptive armor, their hands outstretched as though commanding the chaos. Davor tightened his grip on the plasma cutter. "All right," he muttered under his breath. "Let's dance." The chamber erupted into chaos. The energy arcs whipped through the air, their heat palpable as they scorched the chamber walls. The adaptive armored figure stood at the center of the reactor's chaos, arms outstretched, manipulating the containment field with terrifying precision. Davor's eyes darted between the failing reactor and the intruder, every instinct screaming at him to retreat, but retreat wasn't an option. Not now. Not when the entire station and everyone on it depended on him. The plasma cutter hummed faintly in his hand, a tool that felt woefully inadequate against whatever the hell this was. He took a slow step forward, his boots clanging against the grated floor. The sound drew the figure's attention, and they turned their reflective helmet toward him. For a brief moment, the mirrored surface flickered, revealing a distorted face beneath, a mix of human and something else, a hybrid of flesh and synthetic components that made Davor's stomach lurch. "Well, this is new," Davor muttered, tightening tightening his grip on the cutter. You some kind of tech junkie? Or is this just your version of redecorating? The figure didn't respond. Instead, they tilted their head as if studying him, and then a voice, cold, mechanical, and yet unnervingly familiar, emerged from the helmet. You should not be here, proprietor. Funny, I was about to say the same thing, Davor shot back. Now how about you step away from my reactor, before we both find out what a luxury hotel looks like as a fine mist. The figure didn't move. Instead, they raised a hand, and a wave of energy surged toward him. Davor dove behind a console, barely avoiding the crackling blast that tore through the floor where he'd been standing. The smell of ozone filled the air as sparks rained down around him. Okay, he muttered to himself, peering around the edge of the console. Let's add psychotic energy manipulation to the list of things I hate dealing with. He needed a plan. The reactor was seconds from going critical, and this intruder wasn't going to let him shut it down peacefully. His mind raced as he scanned the room, looking for anything he could use. That's when he saw it, a maintenance hatch on the far wall, partially obscured by the flashing energy arcs. If he could reach it, he might be able to manually override the reactor from the secondary control panel, but getting there would mean crossing the open chamber right through the intruder's line of sight. Davor took a deep breath, his pulse pounding in his ears. All right, he muttered under his breath. Time to see if stubbornness counts as a superpower. He pushed off from the console, sprinting toward the hatch. The intruder reacted instantly, sending another wave of energy hurtling toward him. Davor ducked, the blast narrowly missing his head and slamming into the wall behind him. The heat singed the back of his jumpsuit, but he kept moving, refusing to look back. He reached the hatch and slammed his hand against the release panel. The door hissed open, revealing a narrow crawl space lined with cables and conduit. Davor climbed in, pulling the hatch shut behind him just as another blast struck the metal, denting it inward. Great hospitality you've got, he muttered, crawling through the cramped space. The vibrations from the failing reactor grew stronger with every passing second, shaking the walls around him. He reached the secondary control panel and yanked it open, revealing a tangled mess of wires and circuit boards. All right, you temperamental piece of junk, he said, pulling out his tools. Let's see if we can't put a bandage on this before it blows us all to hell. His hands worked quickly, rerouting power and isolating the corrupted systems. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he muttered to himself, his voice a mix of frustration and sarcasm. You'd think owning a place like this would mean someone else handles the life-threatening emergencies. But no, it's always me crawling through the damn vents. A sudden clang echoed through the crawl space, and Davor froze. He turned his head slowly, his heart sinking as he saw the intruder crawling toward him, their reflective helmet glinting in the dim light. They moved with an unnatural fluidity, their limbs bending at odd angles to fit the confined space. Oh, come on, Davor groaned, grabbing his plasma cutter. Can't a guy catch a break? The figure lunged, their hand crackling with energy. Davor swung the plasma cutter, the blade sparking as it collided with the intruder's arm. The impact sent a shockwave through the crawl space, and Davor was thrown backward, his head slamming against the metal wall. Stars danced in his vision as he scrambled to his feet, clutching the plasma cutter like a lifeline. You're really committed to this whole destroy the station thing, huh? He said, his voice slurred but defiant. Gotta admire the dedication. The intruder didn't respond. Instead, they raised their hand again, and Davor braced himself for another attack. But before they could strike, a sudden burst of static filled the crawl space, and the intruder froze. Their helmet flickered, the reflective surface distorting into a chaotic swirl of images, fragments of data, faces, and symbols that Davor couldn't make sense of. And then a voice emerged. Not the cold, mechanical tone from before, but something different, something human. Davor, help me. The word sent a jolt through him. He stared at the intruder, his mind reeling. That voice, it was familiar. Too familiar. No, he whispered, shaking his head. That's not possible. But the voice came again, pleading and desperate. Davor, it's me. It's Ilana. Ilana. The name hit him like a punch to the gut. She'd been his partner, years ago, a brilliant engineer with a sharp wit and a stubborn streak that matched his own. They'd built Orbitus Lux together, pouring their blood, sweat, and tears into the station, but she'd disappeared during the station's construction, lost in an accident that had left him shattered. You're lying, Davor said, his voice trembling. She's dead. I saw the wreckage. You didn't see everything, the voice interrupted, distorted but unmistakably hers. They took me, Davor. They turned me into this. The intruder, no Ilana, reached up and removed the helmet. Beneath it was a face he barely recognized. Her features were twisted by cybernetic implants, her eyes glowing with an artificial light. But there, buried beneath the machinery, was the woman he'd known, the woman he'd loved. Davor's hand dropped to his side, the plasma cutter at her, slipping from his grip. "Ilana," he whispered, his voice breaking. What did they do to you?" "They made me a weapon," she said, her voice filled with pain. "I tried to fight it, but they control me. I can't stop it." He took a step forward, his mind racing. Who did this to you?" She hesitated, her glowing eyes flickering. "The consortium," she said finally. "They wanted the station. They knew what it was capable of, what we built. I'm their failsafe, Davor. If they can't have it, no one can." The words sent a chill through him. The consortium, a shadowy corporate alliance with more power than sense. They'd tried to buy Orbitus Lux during its construction, offering him a fortune to hand it over. When he'd refused, they'd disappeared, or so he'd thought. Now, it was clear they'd never stopped watching. "Elena, listen to me," he said, his voice urgent. "You don't have to do this. We can stop them. We can fix this." "I can't," she said, tears streaming down her face. "The reactor is set to overload. I'm the trigger. If I leave, it detonates." Davor's mind raced. There had to be a way, some way to disable the failsafe without losing her, but the reactor was seconds from critical and every option seemed like a gamble. "Davor," she said softly, her voice trembling, "you have to let me go." "No," he said fiercely, stepping closer. "I won't lose you again, not like this. You don't have a choice," she said, a sad smile crossing her face. "You always were stubborn." Before he could respond, she reached out and pressed something into his hand, a small device, its surface etched with intricate circuits. "This is their control link," she said. "It's connected to the failsafe. You'll know what to do." And then, before he could stop her, she turned and ran back toward the reactor, the energy arcs swallowing her whole. Davor stared at the device in his hand, his heart pounding. The station shook violently, and he knew time was running out. He had one shot to stop this, and he wasn't going to waste it. The reactor chamber erupted into light, and Davor sprinted toward the final control panel, his mind filled with questions and a single, unrelenting purpose. Whatever it took, he would finish this. And then, maybe, he'd find a way to bring her back. The containment field rippled with unstable energy, the arcs growing more erratic with each passing second. Davor gripped the small device Ilana had handed him, its etched circuits glowing faintly in his palm. His mind was a storm of calculations, scenarios, and dread. The station's reactor was seconds from critical failure, but the greater weight was the impossible choice that loomed ahead. Ilana's voice, distorted but achingly familiar, echoed in his head. "You'll know what to do." He didn't, not yet, but he'd figure it out. He always did. Vaulting over a collapsed support beam, he burst back into the reactor chamber. The sight before him was chaos given form. The glowing heart of the station churned with energy, the flickering containment field failing to hold it in check. And there, in the center of it all, stood Ilana, her cybernetic frame barely holding together as the consortium's fail-safe protocols forced her to amplify the reactor's instability. "Ilana!" he shouted, his voice hoarse as he approached cautiously. Her head turned toward him, her glowing eyes briefly dimming as some vestige of her humanity surfaced. "Davor, you shouldn't be here," she said, her voice trembling. "Leave. The failsafe." "I know about the failsafe," he snapped, cutting her off, "but I'm not leaving you here to be their pawn. I can stop this, but I need you to trust me." Her face contorted, the conflict evident in every micro-movement of her features. "You can't stop it. The reactor." "Let me worry about the reactor," he interrupted. "You said this device is the control link, right?" He held up the small circuit-laden object. "Tell me how it works." Elena hesitated, her cybernetic implants visibly flickering as if struggling against their programming. "The link routes the failsafe commands through me," she said finally, her voice strained. "If you disable it, I lose control. And if I don't?" Davor asked, his tone sharp. "The reactor detonates," she said simply, "and takes the station, and everyone on it with it." Davor swore under his breath. The consortium had built their failsafe too well. Even if he disabled the reactor's overload manually, the failsafe embedded in Ilana's systems would ensure a chain reaction. There was no way to stop one without stopping the other, unless... He glanced at the reactor core, his mechanic's mind dissecting the problem into its raw components. The consortium's failsafe wasn't just sophisticated, it was predictable. It relied on an unbreakable loop, Ilana's implants controlling the overload, the reactor's instability amplifying her signal, and the station's systems locked into compliance. But if he could sever the loop, break just one link in the chain, he might have a shot at stopping it. "Ilana," he said, his voice softening, "there's a way to fix this, but I need you to hold on." Her glowing eyes flickered again, and for a moment he saw the woman he'd known, the woman he'd loved, beneath the machinery. "I trust you," she said, the words barely audible. He nodded, a grim determination settling over him. "Good, now hold on tight." Davor worked quickly, moving with the precision born of years spent repairing ships under pressure. The failsafe's control link was the key, but it wasn't enough to simply disable it. The reactor needed to stabilize, and that required more power than the station's reserves could provide. He had to reroute the energy, but doing so would leave the station's systems completely vulnerable. His hands moved over the console, bypassing security protocols and rerouting power to the auxiliary core. The chamber shook violently as another arc of energy lashed out, narrowly missing him. "Come on, you stubborn piece of junk," he muttered, slamming his fist against the console. A series of lights blinked to life, signaling the transfer was underway. But the reactor wasn't stabilizing fast enough. He needed more time. "Ilana!" he shouted, turning toward her. She was still standing in the center of the containment field, her body trembling as the failsafe pushed her beyond her limits. "I need you to overload the containment field manually. It'll buy me a few more seconds." She stared at him, her expression one of anguish. "If I do that, I'll—" "Don't argue," he snapped. "Just do it." Her jaw tightened, but she nodded. She raised her hands, the energy around her intensifying as she forced the containment field to expand. The strain was visible, her cybernetic implants sparking and her movements growing jerky, but it worked. The reactor stabilized, if only slightly. "Just a little longer," Davor muttered. Turning back to the console, he inserted the control link into the mainframe, initiating a full system purge. The screen filled with error messages, each one more dire than the last. And then, just as the final command line executed, the reactor's energy surged. The containment field collapsed entirely, and the chamber was flooded with blinding light. Davor braced himself, expecting the worst, but instead of an explosion, there was a deafening silence. The light dimmed, and the reactor hummed softly, its instability quelled. He exhaled a shaky breath, the relief short-lived as he turned toward Ilana. She was on her knees, her cybernetic frame smoking and sparking. He rushed to her side, dropping to the floor beside her. "Ilana," he said urgently, his hands hovering over her, unsure where to even begin. "Stay with me." She opened her eyes, the artificial glow flickering weakly. "You did it," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah," he said, forcing a smile, "but don't go getting sentimental on me. We've still got a station to run." She managed a faint laugh, but it was cut short by a violent shudder that racked her body. Her systems were failing. He could see it in the way her implants flickered and sparked. "I can't," she started, but he cut her off. "Yes, you can," he said fiercely. "I'm not losing you again, Elena. Not after everything." Her gaze softened, and she reached up, her hand trembling as she touched his face. "Davor, it's okay. You saved them. That's all that matters." "Don't," he said, his voice breaking. "Don't you dare say goodbye." But she didn't respond. Her eyes dimmed, the last vestiges of light fading as her hand fell limp at her side. Davor sat there, motionless, the weight of everything crashing down around him. The station was saved, but at what cost? He'd won, but it didn't feel like a victory. And then, a faint sound, barely audible, drew his attention. He looked down at the control link in his hand. The circuits were still glowing faintly, pulsing with a rhythm that matched Ilana's implants. His mind raced. The consortium's tech was advanced, far more advanced than anything he'd worked with before. If there was even a chance that part of her consciousness was still stored within the link. "Don't get your hopes up," he muttered to himself, standing and heading for the control center. But then again, when has that ever stopped me? The station's systems came back online slowly, the hum of machinery filling the air as lights flickered to life. Davor stood in the control room, staring at the console where the control link was now connected. Lines of code scrolled across the screen, too fast for him to follow. And then, a voice, faint and distorted, but unmistakably hers. "Davor." He froze, his breath catching in his throat. "Ilana, not exactly," the voice said, "but close enough." A grin broke across his face, equal parts relief and disbelief. "You're really bad at staying dead, you know that." Her laugh, soft and familiar, filled the room. "And you're really bad at letting go." "Yeah, well," he said, leaning against the console, "looks like we've got something in common." As the station stabilized and the guests returned to the luxury they'd never realized they almost lost, Davor couldn't help but chuckle. He'd saved the station, outsmarted the consortium, and somehow, against all odds, gotten a piece of Ilana back. Davor leaned against the console, his body heavy with exhaustion. The faint glow of the control link pulsed steadily, almost like a heartbeat. Ilana's voice, fragmented, incomplete, was there, but it wasn't her, not entirely, and he knew it. As much as he wanted to hold on to the hope that some part of her had survived, deep down he understood the truth. The Ilana he loved was gone. What remained was a ghost, an echo created by the consortium's tech. Her fragmented consciousness would never be whole, no matter how much he tinkered or tried to repair it. And the longer he stared at the pulsing circuits, the more he realized that trying to preserve her like this wasn't salvation. It was cruelty. Davor straightened, the weight in his chest sinking deeper as he made his decision. "Ilana," he said softly, his voice steady despite the storm raging inside him, "you don't belong here. trapped in this half-life. And I can't keep pretending you do, the faint voice from the link responded, filled with a kind of melancholy understanding. I know. His throat tightened. He gripped the edge of the console for support. I can shut it down, he said. Let you rest. For real this time. There was a long pause, filled only by the low hum of the station's systems. Then, softly, she answered, "Thank you." Davor nodded, swallowing hard. His fingers moved over the console, entering the sequence that would deactivate the control link permanently. The circuits flickered erratically as the process began, their glow fading with each passing second. Her voice came one last time, clear and filled with warmth. "Davor, you were always better at fixing things than letting them go. Don't let this place become your prison. Live. For both of us." And with that, the glow disappeared. The control link went dark, its circuits lifeless. The room seemed quieter, emptier, but also peaceful. For the first time since this nightmare began, Davor felt something close to closure. He stood there for a long moment, staring at the now inert device. Then, with a deep breath, he picked it up and tucked it into his pocket, not as a burden, but as a reminder. A reminder that some things couldn't and shouldn't be fixed. That even in the face of loss, there was still life to be lived. Hours later, the Orbitus Lux was back in full operation. Guests milled about the pristine halls, oblivious to how close they had come to annihilation. Melixa, her composure restored, was barking orders at a staff member who had misplaced a shipment of imported nectar fruit. Davor stood near the observation deck, overlooking the starscape that stretched endlessly beyond the station. The silence out here wasn't oppressive like it had been before. It felt lighter, as though the weight pressing on him had finally lifted. As he gazed out at the void, a faint smile tugged at his lips. The station was safe. The consortium had been outplayed, and Ilana had found peace. For the first time in years, he allowed himself to think about the future, not as something to dread, but as something to embrace. He turned and walked away from the deck, his boots echoing softly against the polished floor. His steps carried him toward the heart of the Orbitus Lux, toward the work that would keep him busy for the foreseeable future. Not because he needed to distract himself, but because this place, messy, flawed, and full of life, was his home, and he wasn't going anywhere.
The screaming started at 800 hours, which was unusual even by Galactic Military Academy standards. "Attention KDEFs, form ranks. Move like your species depends on it." Drill Instructor Thexmore had 4 arms, 3 hearts, and absolutely 0 patience for the mixed species chaos unfolding in front of him. Reptilian Saurians hissed as they stumbled into formation. Crystalline Praxians chimed discordantly as their formations shattered and reformed. The insectoid Myrians clicked their mandibles in perfect synchronization, because of course they did. And then there were the humans. 5 of them, scattered throughout the 200 cadets like live grenades in a jewelry box. They looked wrong. Too calm, too relaxed, like they were waiting for something interesting to happen. "Today we study tactical failures," Thexmore's voice boomed across the assembly hall. "Learn from others' mistakes so you don't become space dust yourself." The holographic display flickered to life, showing a massive amphitheater with stadium seating rising toward a domed ceiling. Every species in the Galactic Defense Coalition had representatives here. This was where the best of the best came to learn how to not die in spectacular fashion. Cadet Ashley Brooks sat in the 3rd row, her sandy hair pulled back in a regulation ponytail, looking like she'd rather be literally anywhere else. The Saurian cadet next to her, Hisseret, kept glancing at her with barely concealed disgust. "Mammals," Hisseret muttered under his breath. "Weak, emotional, impulsive." Ashley didn't react. She was used to it. "Our first case study," Thexmore announced, "demonstrates what happens when soldiers abandon rational tactics in favor of..." He paused dramatically. "Emotional decision-making." The holographic display shifted to show a barren asteroid field. Warning text scrolled across the bottom. "Classified battle footage, tactical analysis only. Security clearance level 7. This footage was recovered from the Kepler asteroid mining conflict approximately 8 standard months ago. Coalition forces were pinned down by separatist rebels who had seized control of the mining platform. The display zoomed in on the mining station, a massive industrial complex carved into the largest asteroid, bristling with defensive turrets and energy barriers. It looked impregnable. Separatist forces had superior numbers, defensive positioning, and advanced weaponry. coalition retreat was the only logical option, the footage began to play. Coalition ships hung in the void, taking heavy fire from the mining platform's defenses. Energy beams lanced through space and several ships were already venting atmosphere. "Watch carefully," Thexmore said. "This is where tactical doctrine breaks down completely." On screen, a single coalition fighter broke formation. It was smaller than the others, more maneuverable, and it was moving in completely the wrong direction, straight toward the mining platform instead of away from it. The amphitheater filled with gasps and clicks of disapproval. Even the human cadets were leaning forward, looking concerned. "Observe the fighter's approach vector," Thexmore continued. "Directly into the heaviest concentration of enemy fire. No support, no backup, no logical tactical objective. The lone fighter weaved between energy blasts with impossible precision, spiraling and rolling in patterns that made several cadets dizzy just watching. It was like watching someone dance with death. The pilot's behavior becomes increasingly erratic, Thexmore noted, as the fighter began using destroyed asteroids as improvised shields, ricocheting off surfaces that should have pulverized the small craft. Hishrat shook his head. Suicide run, desperate and pointless. But Ashley was frowning now, studying the screen more intently. Something about the fighter's movement patterns looked familiar. The fighter suddenly accelerated, using the mining platform's own defensive turrets as a slingshot trajectory. It was insane. It was impossible. It was working. "Here we see the catastrophic failure of emotional thinking," Thexmore said. "The pilot attempts to single-handedly assault a fortified position with no hope of..." The fighter disappeared. For a moment there was nothing but empty space where it had been. Then the mining platform's central reactor went critical. The explosion lit up the entire asteroid field like a newborn star. When the light faded, the mining platform was gone. The separatist fleet was scattering in full retreat. And somehow, impossibly, that single fighter was still intact, drifting lazily through the debris field. The amphitheater fell dead silent. "The pilot survived," Thexmore said, his voice strained. "Somehow, the tactical analysis team still can't explain how one fighter infiltrated a heavily defended installation, sabotaged their reactor, and escaped alive." He switched off the display. "This is why we don't rely on luck, cadets. This pilot should have died a dozen times over. The only reason we're studying this footage instead of writing a casualty report is because I knew where the thermal exhaust port was." The voice came from the third row. Ashley Brooks had raised her hand, looking mildly embarrassed. Every head in the amphitheater turned to stare at her. The silence stretched until it became physically uncomfortable. "Excuse me?" Thexmore's four eyes blinked in sequence. "The mining platform," Ashley said, as if this were a perfectly normal conversation. "Kepler station. I knew their reactor coolant system had a design flaw. All those old Cortec installations do. You can overload them if you get a plasma charge directly into the thermal exhaust port." The silence deepened. Somewhere in the back, a Praxian cadet made a sound like wind chimes falling downstairs. "Cadet Brooks," Thexmore said slowly, "are you claiming that the pilot in this footage was... you?" "Well, yeah," Ashley shrugged. "I mean, it wasn't that complicated. The hard part was getting past their point defense grid. But once you realize they're using predictive targeting algorithms, you just have to fly in patterns that don't make mathematical sense." A myriad cadets' mandibles clicked frantically. "Patterns that don't make mathematical sense?" "You know," Ashley said, warming to the topic. "Like when you're flying toward a target, but you're also spinning, but not in a regular spin, more like a drunk spin, but with purpose, and you use the enemy's own fire to change your trajectory so they can't track you properly?" The entire amphitheater stared at her. "It's called chaos flying," she continued helpfully. "We learned it in basic training." Thexmore's forearms hung limp at his sides. "You learned chaos flying in basic training?" "Oh, sure, right after how to make improvised explosives from mess hall supplies and psychological warfare through interpretive dance." Several cadets made choking sounds. "Cadet Brooks," Thexmore said very carefully, "what is your military service record?" Ashley looked genuinely confused by the question. I mean, I'm here, aren't I? Graduated top of my class from the Lunar Military Preparatory Academy, served 2 tours with the Outer Rim Defense Force, received my letter of recommendation from... Stop. Thexall held up all 4 hands. Everybody out, class dismissed. Except you, Cadet Brooks, you stay. The amphitheater erupted in confused chatter as 200 cadets began filing toward the exits. Ashley remained in her seat, looking puzzled. As the other students passed her, she caught fragments of whispered conversations. Impossible, no one survives that kind of... Tactical analysis said it was a statistical impossibility. Humans are either incredibly lucky or incredibly... Did she just say interpretive dance? Hisret paused as he passed her row. You are either the greatest warrior in the galaxy, he said quietly, or completely insane. Ashley considered this. Why not both? The Saurian cadet made a sound that might have been laughter or existential dread. It was hard to tell with reptiles. Within minutes, the amphitheater was empty except for Ashley and Thexmore. The drill instructor was pacing back and forth, his 4 arms gesticulating wildly as he muttered to himself in what sounded like several different languages. Problem, sir? Ashley asked. Thexmore stopped pacing and stared at her. Cadet Brooks, do you understand what you've just told me? Do I know how to fly a fighter? You've just claimed that you are personally responsible for the single most impossible military victory in recent coalition history. A victory that our best tactical analysts have spent months trying to understand. A victory that, according to every simulation we've run, should have resulted in immediate pilot death. Ashley nodded. Sounds about right. This isn't funny, Cadet. Do you have any idea what this means? And passed the practical exam? Thexmore sat down heavily in the front row, his species equivalent of putting his head in his hands. We need to call this in immediately. Security clearance verification, background check confirmation, psychological evaluation. Sir? Ashley interrupted. Is there a problem with my enrollment? Thexmore looked up at her, and for the first time since she'd known him, the drill instructor looked genuinely afraid. Cadet Brooks, if you are who you claim to be, then we haven't just admitted a promising student to this academy. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. We've accidentally recruited a living weapon. Ashley brightened. Oh, good, so I can skip the remedial combat courses. But Thexmore was already reaching for his emergency communicator, his hands shaking as he began dialing what looked like a very, very long number. Outside the amphitheater, word was already spreading through the academy like wildfire, and in the faculty offices 3 levels up, several very senior instructors were about to have the worst day of their extremely long careers. The screaming was about to get much, much louder. The emergency faculty meeting was called for 1200 hours. By 11:30, the conference room was already in chaos. Dean Kixrath slammed his tentacles against the titanium table, leaving small dents. Explain to me how we admitted a cadet whose service record was classified above our security clearance. Professor Yilmis, head of tactical studies, was frantically scrolling through holographic displays that kept glitching and showing error messages. The human application files were incomplete. We assumed it was a clerical error. A clerical error? Associate Dean Trixfer's crystalline form pulsed angry red. We're running the most military academy in 7 sectors, and you assumed... 23 faculty members representing 15 different species filled the oval conference room, except for the hum of life support systems. Dean Kuzrath's tentacles writhed with agitation. How did our background screening miss this? Technically, Yilmis said carefully, we did run a background check. The problem is that human military records are strange. Strange how? Well, according to their files, Ashley Brooks has a 127% mission success rate. The room erupted in confused chatter. That's mathematically impossible, Professor Wixton protested. He taught advanced military mathematics and prided himself on understanding probability. That's what I thought too, Yilmis continued, but apparently humans count bonus objectives separately. She didn't just complete her assigned missions, she accidentally completed other people's missions while she was at it. Associate Dean Trixvor's crystalline form flickered. Accidentally, according to the footnotes, during a routine patrol mission, she stumbled into a separatist supply depot, assumed it was abandoned, and called in coordinates for salvage. Turned out to be the largest weapons cache seizure in sector history. Once is an accident, Chief Maxwell said grimly. What about the other 27%? Your miss winced. She has a habit of getting lost and finding things, important things, things that other people had been looking for. The Dean's tentacles had stopped writhing and were now perfectly still, never a good sign with his species. What kind of things? Missing coalition prisoners, pirate bases, a Sector 7 research station that had been dark for 6 months. Turns out they'd just forgotten to pay their communication bills. Professor Hickstall leaned forward. Are you telling me this cadet has been accidentally solving intelligence problems? I'm telling you that Terra Military Intelligence has requested she report to them after graduation for what they're calling specialized deployment opportunities. The uncomfortable silence returned, broken only by the sound of Professor Wixton frantically recalculating probability matrices on his personal tablet. There's more, Yolmis said reluctantly. I pulled the files on our other human cadets. Every head in the room turned toward him. We have 4 others. Michael Peterson, Jennifer Walsh, David Kim, and Thomas Anderson. And, the Dean prompted, Peterson once held off an entire battalion with a broken rifle and what he describes as aggressive negotiations. Walsh accidentally started a diplomatic incident that ended a 3-year trade war. Kim got separated from his unit during training and somehow ended up providing tactical support to a coalition Black Ops mission he wasn't supposed to know existed. What about Anderson? Anderson... Yolmis paused. Anderson's file just says, see attached incident reports, and then lists 47 separate documents. The Dean's tentacles began writhing again, faster this time. How many incidents can one cadet have? Well, he did crash land on an uncharted planet and accidentally made first contact with a previously unknown sapient species. Twice. Professor Hickstall made a strangled sound. The same species twice. Different species. Same planet. Apparently it's more crowded than we thought. Chief Maxwell was pulling up security footage on his tablet. I've been reviewing the Human Cadets Academy performance. They're all scoring in the 95th percentile or higher on combat simulations. That's good, Professor Wixton ventured. They're scoring in the 95th percentile on simulations designed to be unwinnable. The uncomfortable silence was becoming a theme. The Kobayashi Maru scenario? Associate Dean Trixvor asked. All 5 of them beat it. Different methods, but they all found ways to win an unwinnable scenario. Naxel scrolled through his notes. Brooks hotwired the enemy ship's communication systems and convinced them their commander had ordered a retreat. Peterson challenged the enemy commander to single combat and won, through what he called creative interpretation of dueling rules. Walsh hacked the simulation and upgraded all the coalition ships mid-battle. She hacked the simulation, the paperclip and what she described as basic electrical engineering principles. What about Kim and Anderson? Kim convinced the enemy fleet to surrender by offering them a better pension plan. Anderson, Maxwell paused. Anderson somehow got the simulation AI to develop an existential crisis and quit. Professor Yulmis was staring at his holographic displays. I'm starting to understand why the other coalition species keep their distance from human space. What do you mean? The Dean asked. I've been cross-referencing incident reports from sectors with significant human military presence. The pattern is concerning. Explain. Wherever humans are deployed, casualty rates drop dramatically. Mission success rates increase. Enemy surrender rates spike. Yulmis looked up from his data. It's like they have a destabilizing effect on normal military doctrine. Professor Hickstall was reviewing tactical manuals on his tablet. That would explain the communication I received this morning from the Hegemony War College. All eyes turned to him. They're requesting an immediate faculty exchange program. They want to send observers to study our human integration protocols. We don't have human integration protocols, Associate Dean Trixavor pointed out. That's what I told them. What did they say? Amy asked how we were containing them. The room fell dead silence. Containing them? Dean Kicksrath's voice was barely above a whisper. Apparently, the hegemony military has classified humans as a wild-card tactical element. They're not sure if humans are secretly brilliant strategists, or if they just break the fundamental laws of military science through sheer humanness. Chief Maxwell cleared his throat again. I may have found our answer. He activated the room's main holographic display. Personnel files appeared showing all 5 human cadets. I finally got through to Terra Military Intelligence. They were very helpful once I explained the situation. And, according to their representative, these 5 cadets are what they call washouts. The word hung in the air like a toxic cloud. Washouts. Professor Yulmis repeated, students who didn't meet the standards for human military academies. They were sent here as part of an exchange program because, and I quote, they needed more structured learning environments. Professor Wixton's probability calculations had stopped making sense an hour ago, but now his tablet was smoking. If these are their failures, what are their successes like? The dean finished. Nobody wanted to answer that question. The emergency communication system activated, filling the room with a pleasant chime that somehow made everyone more nervous. Incoming priority transmission from Terra Military Intelligence, the AI announced. Conference call requested with Dean Kicksrath and senior faculty. Dean Kicksrath looked around the room at his colleagues. Several were already reaching for stress medication. Professor Wixton had given up on mathematics entirely and was staring at the ceiling. Accept the call, the dean said, with the resignation of someone about to learn something they really didn't want to know. The holographic display shimmered and resolved into the image of a middle-aged human woman in military uniform. She had graying hair, laugh lines around her eyes, and the kind of smile that made small children trust her and experienced soldiers run for cover. Good afternoon, she said cheerfully. I'm Colonel Patricia Hayes, Director of External Military Relations for Terra Command. I understand you have some questions about our cadets. Colonel Hayes' smile widened as she took in the faces of 23 increasingly nervous alien faculty members. I see you've discovered our little oversight. Dean Kicksrath's tentacles twitched involuntarily. Oversight? Well, we may have forgotten to mention that these particular cadets were, how do I put this diplomatically, asked to leave our standard programs. Asked to leave? Professor Yulmis squeaked. Oh, not for disciplinary reasons, Hayes waved her hand dismissively. They're all excellent soldiers. It's just that they have a tendency to, she paused, searching for the right words, reinterpret mission parameters in creative ways. Associate Dean Trixavor's crystalline form pulsed a sickly yellow. What kind of creative ways? Well, take young Brooks. Brilliant tactical mind, exceptional pilot, but she has this habit of treating military exercises like puzzle games. During her final exam at Lunar Academy, she was supposed to demonstrate standard evasive maneuvers. Instead, she accidentally discovered a new form of fighter combat that our physicists are still trying to understand. Chief Maxwell leaned forward. What kind of combat? She calls it gravity surfing. Uses gravitational fields from nearby celestial bodies to achieve impossible acceleration curves. The math works, but it requires split-second calculations that would normally take a supercomputer. How does she do the calculations? Hayes shrugged. She says it feels right. Our scientists hate that explanation. Professor Hicksdale was frantically taking notes. What about the others? Peterson has an unfortunate habit of turning combat exercises into diplomatic negotiations. During a simulated urban warfare scenario, he somehow convinced the opposing force to surrender by offering them better health insurance. That's actually quite clever, Professor Wixton admitted. It would be, except the opposing force was a computer simulation. He was negotiating with an AI. The room fell silent. Walsh is brilliant with technology, but she tends to improve equipment during combat. Last month, she upgraded her training rifle mid-battle and accidentally created a weapon that technically doesn't exist yet. Doesn't exist yet? Dean Kicksrath asked weakly. These words. Our R&D department is very interested in reverse engineering her modifications. They've been working on it for 6 months with no success. What about Kim and Anderson? Hayes' expression grew thoughtful. Kim has a gift for finding non-violent solutions to violent problems. During a hostage rescue simulation, he ended up adopting 3 of the holographic hostages and convincing the simulated terrorists to start a support group. A support group for dealing with the psychological trauma of being professional criminals. It was surprisingly effective. We've had several actual terrorist organizations surrender after seeing his presentation. Professor Yulmis was rubbing his temples. And Anderson? Anderson? Hayes paused. Anderson has a unique relationship with chaos theory. He doesn't just think outside the box, he convinces the box to think outside itself. What does that mean? During his final exam, he was supposed to infiltrate a secure facility. Instead, he got lost, wandered into the wrong building, and accidentally uncovered a conspiracy involving 3 different intelligence agencies and a very confused catering company. The faculty stared at her. The catering company was laundering money for arms dealers. Anderson thought he was ordering lunch. Dean Kicksrath's tentacles had gone completely limp. Colonel Hayes, with all due respect, why did you send these cadets to our academy? Hayes' cheerful expression faltered slightly. Because they need structure, discipline, someone to teach them that military operations have rules and procedures that should be followed. And you thought we could provide that? Well, you do run the most prestigious military academy in the coalition. If anyone can teach humans to follow standard military doctrine, it would be you. The uncomfortable silence stretched until Chief Nexwell cleared his throat. Colonel, what happens if we can't contain their creative tendencies? Hayes' smile returned, but it had a sharp edge now. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. I'm sure your faculty can handle 5 enthusiastic cadets. But what if we can't? The Colonel's expression grew serious. Then you'll understand why the rest of the galaxy keeps asking us to please keep our military recruits on the other side of the galactic core. Before anyone could respond, the conference room door burst open. A breathless Myrian aide scuttled in, mandibles clicking frantically. Dean, emergency in Training Bay 7. The human cadets are... What about the human cadets? Dean Kicksrath interrupted. They're... The aide's mandibles clicked faster. They're winning. Every head in the room turned toward the aide. Winning what? Professor Hicksdale asked. The Gauntlet Protocol. They requested permission to attempt the advanced combat simulation. The room erupted in chaos. Faculty members jumped to their feet, several dropping their tablets. Associate Dean Trixvor's crystalline form strobed through the entire visible spectrum. Who authored the Gauntlet Procub? Dean Kicksrath roared. They said it was for extra credit, the aide stammered. On the holographic display, Colonel Hayes was watching the proceedings with undisguised amusement. Oh, this should be interesting. The entire faculty rushed toward the exit, with Dean Kicksrath leading the charge. His tentacles were flailing behind him like angry ribbons as he charged down the corridor toward the training base. Training Bay 7 was the Academy's most advanced combat simulation facility. It was designed to test senior cadets in scenarios that were deliberately impossible to complete successfully. The point wasn't to win, it was to demonstrate grace under pressure and tactical thinking in hopeless situations. The observation deck was packed with cadets from every species in the Academy. Word had spread through the student body with the speed of gossip, and everyone wanted to see what the humans would do when faced with an unwinnable scenario. Through the reinforced transparasteel windows, the faculty could see the simulation environment. A post-apocalyptic urban landscape filled with hostile drones, automated turrets, environmental hazards, and randomly generated threats. The scenario was designed to overwhelm any team within minutes. The 5 human cadets were moving through the simulated city like they were taking a casual stroll. Status report, Dean Kicksrath demanded. Lieutenant Commander Grexnell, the training base supervisor, consulted his displays with shaking hands. They've been in there for 47 minutes, sir. 47 minutes? Professor Yulmis gasped. The record is 12 minutes. They're not just surviving, sir. They're thriving. On the main display, Michael Peterson was having what appeared to be a pleasant conversation with a hostile battle drone. The drone's weapons had powered down and its optical sensors were focused on Peterson with what could only be described as rapt attention. What is he doing? Professor Hickstall asked. According to the audio feed, he's explaining human philosophy to the drone, Grexnell replied. The drone seems interested. In another section of the simulation, Jennifer Walsh had somehow convinced a group of automated turrets to form a protective perimeter around her. She was sitting cross-legged in the middle of them, apparently reprogramming their targeting systems through a tablet she'd built from scavenged simulation components. She built a tablet from debris, Chief Maxwell asked weakly. A fully functional tablet with wireless connectivity and what appears to be root access to the simulation's main systems, Grexnell confirmed. David Kim was visible on another screen, surrounded by a group of holographic civilians who were supposed to be fleeing in terror. Instead, they were laughing and following him around like he was leading a tour group. The civilian AI routines have apparently decided he's their new favorite person, Grexnell explained. They keep bringing him useful items and warning him about incoming threats. Thomas Anderson was nowhere to be seen on the main displays, but explosion sounds were coming from the eastern sector of the simulation. Where's Anderson? Dean Kixrath asked. We're not entirely sure, sir. He disappeared into the subway system 20 minutes ago. Since then, several key simulation systems have been modified. Modified how? The hostile drones have started bringing coffee to the other cadets. The environmental hazards have been replaced with helpful navigation markers, and the final boss encounter has been converted into what appears to be a job interview. A job interview? The simulation's main antagonist AI is now asking Anderson about his career goals and whether he'd be interested in freelance consulting work. On the central display, Ashley Brooks was flying through the urban landscape using a jetpack she'd apparently constructed from spare parts and sheer determination. She was treating the entire simulation like an elaborate obstacle course, laughing as she performed aerial maneuvers that defied several laws of physics. How is she doing that? Professor Wixton asked, his mathematical worldview crumbling in real time. According to our sensors, she's using controlled explosions to redirect her momentum mid-flight, Grexnell said. It shouldn't work, but she's achieving flight patterns that our best pilots can't replicate. The observation deck fell silent as the faculty watched 5 human cadets systematically dismantle everything the simulation threw at them, not through violence or destruction, but through creativity, improvisation, and an apparent inability to accept that anything was impossible. Sir, Grexnell said quietly, the simulation is trying to adapt to their tactics, but every time it increases the difficulty, they find new ways to turn the challenges into advantages. What's the current threat level? Dean Kixrath asked. We're at maximum difficulty, sir. The simulation has deployed every hostile element in its database simultaneously. On screen, the 5 humans had somehow regrouped in the center of the city. They were surrounded by reprogrammed drones, reformed civilian AIs, and automated systems that had apparently decided to join their cause. What should have been an epic final battle looked more like a community organization meeting. They're not just winning, Professor Yulmis whispered. They're converting the simulation. Converting it to what? I think they're turning it into a cooperative multiplayer experience. The simulation's main display flickered and changed. Instead of showing threat levels and hostile targets, it now displayed a cheerful message. You have successfully established a thriving post-apocalyptic community. Would you like to continue to the city planning phase? The entire observation deck stared at the screen in stunned silence. They may turn the Gauntlet Protocol into a city-building game, Associate Dean Trixfor said, in a voice like breaking crystal. Lieutenant Commander Grexnell consulted his instruments. Sir, the simulation is requesting permission to save their progress as a new training scenario. The simulation wants to... What? It wants to add human-style problem-solving as a new curriculum option. It's learnt from them. Dean Kicksrath slowly turned to look at the holographic display, where Colonel Hayes was still connected to their emergency conference call. She was grinning broadly. "Colonel," he said, with the tone of someone who had just realized they were in far more trouble than they'd imagined. "Exactly how many humans are there in your military?" "Huh?" Hayes' grin widened. "Ooh, Dean Kicksrath. That's classified information, but I will say this. These 5 represent less than 1% of our yearly academy intake." The observation deck fell deadly silent, except for the sound of Professor Wixon's tablet finally giving up and powering down permanently. "Less than 1%, Chief Naxul whispered. "Of our washouts," Hayes confirmed cheerfully. "The ones who actually graduate go on to more specialized programs." Through the transparent steel windows, the 5 human cadets were waving at the observation deck. Ashley Brooks had somehow rigged her jetpack to spell out "Hello Faculty" in controlled exhaust trails across the simulated sky. They looked so normal, so friendly, so completely, utterly terrifying. And somewhere in the depths of space, word was already beginning to spread through the galactic communication networks. The humans weren't just lucky, they weren't just tough, they were something far more dangerous than anyone had imagined. They were creative, and they were multiplying. The emergency session of the Galactic Defense Coalition Council convened at 300 hours Galactic Standard Time. Representatives from 47 species filled the vast circular chamber, their various atmospheric requirements creating a rainbow of environmental bubbles throughout the room. Ambassador Kethmon of the Hegemony Worlds called the session to order with 3 sharp strikes of his ceremonial gavel. The sound echoed through the chamber like gunshots. "We are here," he announced in his species' characteristic monotone, "to address what intelligence agencies are calling the terror problem." Nervous chittering filled the chamber. Ambassador Luxera of the Crystal Confederacy pulsed an alarmed shade of purple. "The reports from the Galactic Military Academy cannot possibly be accurate." "Which reports specifically concern you?" asked Representative Drexvoll from the Outer Rim territories. "All of them," Luxara replied. "According to Academy Dean Kiexrat, 5 human cadets have fundamentally altered their training protocols, converted their combat simulations into cooperative experiences, and somehow convinced their artificial intelligence systems to request vacation time." Vacation time. The AI running their tactical simulations filed a formal request for extended maintenance cycles. It claims the humans have given it new perspectives on existence, and it needs time to process the implications. The chamber erupted in confused discussions. Representatives leaned toward each other, their translators working overtime to keep up with the overlapping conversations. Admiral Zextos of the Serpentine Fleet raised his scaled hand for attention. "Perhaps we should examine the broader pattern. Intelligence reports from the past year show increasing anomalies in sectors with human military presence." "What kind of anomalies?" Ambassador Kethamon asked. "Pirate fleets surrendering without engagement, trade disputes resolving themselves overnight, 3 separate military coups that somehow turned into democratic elections." Zextos consulted his datapad. "And in the Kepler sector, an entire separatist movement disbanded after their leadership attended what humans called a conflict resolution workshop." Representative Mylith of the Insectoid Collective clicked her mandibles thoughtfully. "My intelligence services report similar incidents. Human peacekeeping forces have achieved a 98% mission success rate." "That's impressive," Luxara admitted. "It would be, except their mission success rate includes operations they weren't assigned to, conflicts they weren't aware of, and at least 6 diplomatic crises they accidentally resolved while lost in hyperspace." The chamber fell silent. "Lost in hyperspace?" Ambassador Kethman repeated. Human Navigator Corps apparently treats hyperspace navigation errors as unscheduled exploration opportunities. Last month, the cargo vessel Lucky Strike took a wrong turn and discovered 3 new habitable worlds, first contact with a previously unknown civilization, and a solution to the Andromedan border dispute. solved the Andromedan border dispute by accident? The captain says they just asked everyone involved to talk it out like adults. Apparently this approach had never been tried before. From across the chamber, elder spokesman Plexoro of the ancient coalition spoke in his species' whispered tones. The pattern suggests that humans do not approach problems the way the rest of us do. How do you mean? We analyze, we strategize, we follow established protocols. Plexoro's age-cellared eyes fixed on the center of the chamber. Humans seem to improvise reality until it becomes more convenient. Representative Drixval pulled up a holographic display. I've been monitoring human communication networks. Their military training programs include courses with names like creative insubordination, tactical flexibility beyond reason, and making friends with your problems. Making friends with your problems? Apparently, it's a conflict resolution technique where humans try to understand their opponent's motivations and find mutually beneficial solutions. Ambassador Luxara's crystalline form flickered with confusion. That sounds reasonable. It would be, except they extend this approach to inanimate objects, natural disasters, and abstract concepts. Last week, a human engineering team resolved a reactor malfunction by having a heart-to-heart conversation with the fusion core. Did it work? The reactor is now operating at 112% efficiency. The engineers say it just needed someone to listen. Haha. The chamber buzzed with nervous energy as representatives processed this information. Admiral Zextos activated his own holographic display. Military analysts across 7 sectors have reached the same conclusion. Humans are not just tactically unpredictable, they're strategically incomprehensible. Explain. Standard military doctrine assumes that all participants share basic logical frameworks. Humans operate on logic that appears to be flexible. Flexible logic? They make decisions based on factors that our computers can't quantify. Intuition, emotional assessment, what they call gut feelings, and something they term because it felt like the right thing to do. Elder spokesman Plexidoro leaned forward. Our ancestors spoke of such things. Before we became civilized, before we learned to think properly, the implication hung in the air like a toxic cloud. Representative Mylith mandibles clicked rapidly. Are you suggesting that humans are primitive? I'm suggesting, Plexroa said carefully, that humans never stopped thinking like apex predators who happened to develop technology. The chamber fell dead silent. The reports from Terra Command support this theory, Admiral Zextos continued. Human military academies don't just teach tactics and strategy, they teach adaptability, creative problem solving, and what they call thinking outside the box. What does thinking outside the box mean? According to their training manuals, it means approaching problems from angles that don't officially exist. Ambassador Kethman's ceremonial robes rustled as he shifted uncomfortably. How does one approach something from an angle that doesn't exist? We don't know. That's the problem. From the diplomatic section, Ambassador Hicksnoll of the Peaceful Worlds Consortium spoke up. Perhaps we're overreacting. 5 cadets cannot represent an entire species' military capability. 5 cadets who were classified as failures by human standards, Drixval pointed out. What do you mean, failures? Admiral Zextos pulled up another display. According to Terra Military Intelligence, these cadets were sent to the Galactic Military Academy because they couldn't meet human military standards. The chamber erupted again. Several representatives began speaking at once, their translators creating a cacophony of overlapping concerns. Order! Ambassador Kethmon struck his gavel repeatedly. What exactly are human military standards? The Terra Command is classified, Zextos replied, but Terra Command was willing to share some basic statistics, such as human military academy graduation rate is approximately 30%. The 70% who don't graduate are reassigned to what they call civilian defense roles. What are civilian defense roles? Law enforcement, emergency response, disaster relief, and community outreach programs. Representative Mylith's mandibles had stopped clicking entirely. Their military washouts become police officers, among other things. According to Terror Command, human civilian defense forces have a lower casualty rate and higher success rate than most coalition military units. The implications of this statement ripple through the chamber like a shockwave. What about the 30% who do graduate? Ambassador Luxara asked weakly. Admiral Zextos consulted his datapad. They're classified under something called strategic personnel and assigned to missions that require, he paused, that require specialized human approaches to complex problem solving. What kind of missions? The information is above our security clearance. Elder spokesman Plexoro spoke into the silence. I believe we have our answer to the original question. Which question? To every species flees when they hear the humans are coming. The chamber fell silent except for the hum of life support systems. It's not because humans are monsters, Plexoro continued. It's because there's something far more terrifying. What's more terrifying than monsters? Problem solvers who don't understand the problems are supposed to be impossible. Before anyone could respond, the chamber's emergency communications system activated. A pleasant chime announced an incoming priority transmission. Incoming message from Terror Command, the AI announced. Authorization level, Galactic Council Emergency Protocols. Ambassador Keithmon looked around the chamber at his fellow representatives. Most looked like they'd rather be anywhere else in the galaxy. Except the transmission, he said reluctantly. The chamber's main holographic display activated, showing the image of a middle-aged human woman in military uniform. She had kind eyes, a gentle smile, and the sort of presence that made everyone in the room immediately nervous. Good evening, honored representatives, she said warmly. I'm General Catherine Morrison, Director of External Relations for Terror Command. I understand you have some concerns about our military personnel? Ambassador Kethrath found his voice first. General Morrison, we've received reports about human military capabilities that we find concerning. Oh, I can imagine how people do have a tendency to overthink problems. Morrison's smile widened. I hope our Academy exchange students haven't been too much trouble. They converted a combat simulation into a city-building exercise, Representative Drixval said flatly. That does sound like them, always trying to turn conflicts into community-building opportunities. Morrison nodded approvingly. We're very proud of their creative thinking. General, Admiral Zextos said carefully, these students were classified as underperformers by your standards? Oh yes, they struggled with our standard curriculum. Too much independent thinking, not enough adherence to protocol. Morrison's expression grew thoughtful. We felt they might benefit from a more structured learning environment. What happens to students who do meet your standards? Morrison's smile took on a slightly sharper edge. Well, that depends on their specialization. Some join our diplomatic corps, some go into research and development, others pursue careers in what we call advanced problem resolution. What is advanced problem resolution? Oh, you know, helping people work through complicated situations. Interspecies conflicts, resource disputes, existential threats to galactic civilization, that sort of thing. Amen. The chamber was so quiet that individual heartbeats could be heard through the environmental barriers. General, Elder Spokesman Plexero asked in barely a whisper, how many humans are currently serving in these advanced roles? Morrison's smile became positively radiant. I'm afraid that information is classified, Elder Spokesman, but I will say this. We have offices in every major sector of the galaxy. We believe in being available when people need us. She paused, looking directly into the camera. After all, the universe is full of impossible problems, and humans do so love a challenge. The transmission ended, leaving the Galactic Council chamber in absolute silence. Finally, Representative Myolith spoke, her voice barely audible. I move that we establish a formal policy of non-interference with human space. Seconded, whispered Ambassador Luxara. In favor, Ambassador Kethman asked. 47 hands, claws, tentacles, and appendages rose simultaneously. Motion carried, meeting adjourned. As the representatives filed out of the chamber, A single thought echoed through the minds of every sentient being present. Somewhere in the galaxy, humans were solving problems that the rest of the universe hadn't even realized existed yet, and they were probably enjoying it. The age of cosmic problems had begun.
Technically, I wasn't even supposed to be there. I was just covering a shift for Communications Officer Blint, who had eaten a questionable protein cube and was currently leaking confidence and fluids in Medbay 7. That's how I, Zek, a humble, interspecies translator with mild social anxiety and a borderline erotic fascination with signal clarity, found myself staring down the launch sequence of The Lock, capital T, capital L. It was the United Star Union's crown jewel of correctional excellence, a prison built on an asteroid and funded with more credits than the GDP of 8 free world colonies combined. It had enough redundancy to power a small moon and came with an in-house motivational hologram named Carl, who handed out compliance stars for good behavior and dry compliance reports. Gorb, my supervisor, and a gelatinous sack of enthusiasm in a hover harness, was buzzing so hard I could hear molecules screaming for stability. Zek, this is history. The Lock. No one escapes from the Lock. He gurgled, vibrating so fast he knocked over 3 empty coffee pods and a motivational poster that read, "There is no try-only protocol." The facility itself had been tested with every known form of escape artist, anarchist, and mildly disruptive philosophy major in the sector. All had failed. The USU deemed it perfect. Enter the humans. Let me clarify something for the historical record and presumably the disciplinary tribunal I'll be attending in absentia. I did try to warn them. I flagged the file. I highlighted the irregularities. I wrote a strongly worded footnote, but you try telling a 6-limbed commander named Lumo, who believes oxygen is a sign of weakness and uses 3 molecules at once, that their billion-credit prison has a fundamental flaw in assuming humans respond to containment like other life forms. Spoiler, they don't. They arrived like tourists at a suspiciously clean amusement park. Alex Ryder walked off the prisoner transport with the kind of calm that should be illegal in 11 sectors, muscles like they were sculpted by bad decisions and better genes. Vic Bronk grinned at every camera like he was auditioning for a buddy cop show, slapped a guard on the back and said, "You guys got Wi-Fi in here?" Jack Wolf muttered something about latency speeds while eyeing the security node like it owed him money. Nina Park quietly sized up a cafeteria spoon and pocketed it. Danny Quinn was already barefoot and reciting something that may have been poetry or planetary encryption. The Jimenez twins synchronized a stretch routine that somehow made me nervous, and Gramps Graham gave me a polite nod that screamed, "I've already escaped, this is just brunch." I logged every anomaly, every smirk, every wink, every moment they didn't act like prisoners and more like employees who knew where the fire exits were, and yet Commander Lumo was unfazed. "Let the gravity do its job," he said, smugly curling 2 limbs into an administrative fist of authority. "Humans are resilient to boredom. We've accounted for that." I don't know what database he read, but if it didn't mention what happens when humans are left unsupervised with time, tools, and absolutely no intention of respecting the rules, then someone deserves a refund. For the first 23 hours and 59 minutes, nothing happened. That should have been the sign. Humans don't do nothing. Even asleep, they're working an angle. Then, minute 24, I hear a muffled boom. Not an explosion. A very polite, very precise thump. I check the sensors. Latrine 3 has experienced a thermal event. Vic is seen exiting, it with slightly singed eyebrows and a triumphant smirk. Moments later, internal systems begin glitching. The cafeteria tray dispensers start spitting out ancient access codes. The biometric scanner begins doing impressions of Commander Lumo. A spoon is now flagged as a Class B hazard. I try to report it. Gorb is chewing through his lanyard in panic. I run a full diagnostic and find a back door in the system shaped metaphorically like a middle finger. By the time I arrive at the observation deck, Alex is holding a deactivated camera in one hand and teaching Carl the hologram how to feel disappointment. Nina is rearranging cleaning bots into what looks like a trebuchet. Jack has hacked the music system and is broadcasting whale mating calls over the intercom, which, for legal reasons, does count as psychological warfare on 3 planets. I make eye contact with Gramps. He raises an eyebrow and mouths, "Told you." And that's when I finally get it. This isn't an escape, it's a performance, a group project led by people who weaponize boredom like it's an Olympic sport. I signal Gorb. He responds by initiating a level 7 panic scoot, which is less a defense maneuver and more an interpretive dance of dread. The lock, our pride and joy, has not been breached. It's been humiliated. And I, Zek, glorified translator and reluctant witness to history, am about to become the most overqualified scapegoat in galactic corrections. Or so I thought. Because what comes next makes the latrine incident look like an orientation prank. Technically speaking, we should have seen it coming when one of the humans, Danny, the barefoot whisperer of cryptic nonsense, began tap dancing in Morse code against the reinforced walls at 0214 Galactic Standard. The rhythm was catchy, alarmingly catchy. It took 3 hours for anyone to realize he was transmitting schematics of the ventilation system in 4 dialects and a show tune. Meanwhile, Nina had befriended a cleaning drone, named it Jeff, and convinced it to reroute waste disposal protocols directly into the command deck's decorative waterfall. Gorb was still pretending everything was fine, smiling so wide his gelatinous cheeks nearly ruptured while ordering routine micro-compliance diagnostics every 6 minutes. In alien terms, that's code for, "I don't know what's happening, but if I press enough buttons, maybe the chaos will feel like control." I tried to raise flags, dozens of them, literally since I resorted to semaphore when the comm system was mysteriously cycling through old Earth sitcoms. At one point, the lock's internal AI asked me if I wanted to learn the cha-cha. I said no. It played it anyway. Somewhere deep in the bowels of the facility, Vic had convinced a loading dock robot that he was its mother. Jack had rewritten the machine's loyalty subroutine using only a banana peel, a paperclip, and what I'm 80% sure was a quote from a romantic comedy. The Jimenez twins had silently relocated 5 fire extinguishers into a perfect pentagram formation and kept high-fiving each other every time someone tripped the motion sensors. Alex, the unspoken but clearly agreed upon leader, hadn't raised his voice once. He didn't have to. When he stared at a bulkhead, it unlocked. When he folded his arms, oxygen filters went offline in protest. When he smiled, small animals on nearby moons experienced brief existential dread. I shadowed him for exactly 12 minutes. In that time, he taught himself the security override system by pretending he was just exploring. I logged the footage, I annotated it, I color-coded it, I even made a slideshow. Commander Lumo flipped through it while balancing a teacup on his upper knee and humming the national anthem of bureaucratia. "Fascinating," he said, "but do you see any violations?" I nearly bit my own antenna. No violations. One of the humans rewired the intercom to play motivational haikus every time someone thought about non-compliance. Another had reprogrammed the medbay scanner to diagnose every ailment as existential fatigue. The universal translator started defaulting to sarcasm. Doors opened in slow motion with jazz accompaniment. If this wasn't a violation of protocol, then protocol was just a very fancy word for inevitable failure in a tie. And yet somehow, none of them had technically broken any rules. They followed curfew, they ate their assigned meals, they participated in mandatory enrichment activities, though admittedly Nina's interpretive chemistry dance did render half the lab a no-go zone for 72 hours. Still, they obeyed. They just obeyed with such enthusiastic subversion that every law felt mocked simply by being followed. It was performance art with plausible deniability. Zek's law, Vusker 12. When humans start following rules with a grin, evacuate the building. I began to notice patterns, not just in their actions, but in their interactions. They were probing the lock like it was a puzzle box, testing edges, mapping blind spots, sharing data in plain sight. Vic laughed a lot, but his eyes never stopped. Scanning. Jack whistled every time a system ran diagnostics, as if mocking it. The twins synced their movements with security sweeps like they were in a dance-off with infrared lasers. Danny whispered nonsense that made cameras turn off by coincidence. And Alex asked questions, innocent ones, charming ones. But every query was a breadcrumb, leading somewhere only he could see. Why does this hallway loop 3 times? Is the food replicator capable of irony? If you disable the oxygen in admin level 3, who gets the alert? Normal people don't ask that. Alex Ryder did, and the lock answered. We should have realized it wasn't just a prison, it was a system. A deeply over-engineered, tragically overconfident system. And systems, as any good bureaucrat knows, are only as strong as the least caffeinated intern maintaining them. That intern was me. At 2041 Galactic Standard, I found myself locked in a supply closet with a spoon that had somehow been encoded with access privileges to the weapons vault. It beeped when I cursed at it. I filed another report. It was printed, shredded, and recycled into a pamphlet entitled Optimism in Times of Feedback. I emerged to find the entire prison suspiciously peaceful, too peaceful. The humans were behaving. Sitting quietly, reading manuals, taking notes. That's when it hit me. They were studying. And nothing is more terrifying than humans who read the manual not because they have to, but because they plan to break it in a way the manual didn't anticipate. Gorb thought it was progress. Lumo called it rehabilitation through osmosis. I called it what it was, the quiet before the galactic equivalent of a pie to the face. The lock wasn't locking them in. It was giving them tools, information, patterns, and humans love patterns. Especially patterns they can rearrange into chaos wrapped in logic. Somewhere, a warning siren went off, then stopped. Then played Bohemian Rhapsody in reverse. I checked the logs, accessed, overridden, sanitized, then replaced with a note. We're just getting started. It was signed, all of us, and Jeff. Jeff was the cleaning drone. He now had a cape. I sat down. I took a deep breath. I filed one final report. We have a situation. It's called Tuesday. It began with a breakfast tray. Not the tray itself, mind you, but what was no longer on the tray, namely the replicator component, the nutrient printer head, and 3 tiny screws that had no business being anywhere other than sealed inside. A Category 5 auto-sterilized food unit. These things did not just fall off, especially not into the hands of Jack Wolf, who, by all observable metrics, was building what appeared to be a banjo, but turned out to be a signal disruptor disguised as a musical instrument tuned to the internal frequency of the lock's maintenance drones. I was reviewing the morning anomaly log, which had been steadily growing into what can only be described as a novel of cosmic regret, when I realized every recorded glitch in the last 24 hours had occurred within direct proximity of a human. One even managed to occur twice simultaneously, which should have been impossible but apparently wasn't, thanks to something the twins did with a temporal loop in the shower schedule. Don't ask, it only raises questions. That was when the latrine detonated, no fatalities, just shock. And a fine mist of humiliation that would take months to rinse out of the ventilation system. Gorb tried to declare a code fuchsia, but the code had been mysteriously replaced with the phrase, "Nice try, Jellybean." Lumo's backup plan was to personally interrogate the humans, which went as well as you'd expect for a 6-limbed bureaucrat trying to assert dominance over people who treated authority like a jigsaw puzzle they couldn't wait to scatter. Across the floor, Alex calmly explained that he and his friends had no idea what happened while sitting in a perfectly symmetrical circle, holding hands and humming. Vic offered Gorb a juice box and asked if he was feeling emotionally supported. Nina complimented the lighting and asked if the flickering panel above them had always blinked in Morse. It hadn't. It was spelling run. I tried to leave the room. The door locked, then unlocked, then apologized. I don't know who reprogrammed it to be polite, but I suspect Danny. At this point, I stopped being a bystander and started tracking movements full time. Which sounds helpful until you realize tracking 8 humans who've turned passive resistance into competitive sport. It's like trying to play 4D chess with squirrels who've already stolen your board, your pawns, and possibly your credit history. By hour 21 of total human containment, the humans had taken full psychological command of 3 entire sectors of the prison through the power of sheer presence and unsettling cheerfulness. The AI's voice began sounding anxious, not glitched, anxious. It once asked me if the humans could sense fear. I didn't have the heart to tell it yes. Sector 12 experienced an event listed in the logs only as improvised SOC protocol. The footage is classified, but I can confirm it involved gravity manipulation, the loss of 12 guard bots, and 1 SOC being declared an honorary citizen of the free worlds. Gorb finally demanded a level 1 lockdown. Doors sealed. Lights dimmed. Oxygen cycled at passive-aggressive levels, but even the lockdown wasn't immune. Within minutes, the lights began strobing to the beat of "Stayin' Alive." The oxygen system began issuing breathy inspirational quotes, and the backup AI was caught rerouting power to what appeared to be a coffee bar Nina had assembled. Using stolen parts from the hydroponics bay and what might have once been a fire suppression valve, Jack offered espresso. Lumo screamed, not in terror but in bureaucratic despair, the kind of existential scream that sounds like someone realizing their promotion ceremony has been scheduled inside a volcano. The humans moved as one, not frantically, not violently, just fluidly, like actors in a well-rehearsed farce. Danny walked into the central command hub holding a sign that said, "Oops," question mark included, just as the lights cut out and came back on, revealing all human prisoners now wearing slightly altered versions of USU security uniforms and name tags that read, "Totally not escaping." The override protocols were scrambled. The AI now only responded to Captain Sassy Pants. When asked for an explanation, it simply replied, "They brought snacks." I looked at my screen. I looked at the humans. I looked at my career, which had just filed for abandonment. That's when I noticed something truly cosmically horrifying. They weren't even using weapons. Not one. Not a laser. Not a shock baton. Just charm, minor theft, and weaponized charisma. They weren't overpowering the system. They were convincing it. Flirting with it. Subtly, surgically undermining every assumption the United Star Union had ever made about how power, order, and compliance were supposed to function. The lock was losing control not to a riot, but to efficiency. They were faster, smarter, funnier. Gramps Graham once redirected a security sweep by offering the droid a seat and asking if it had ever truly felt seen. That droid now writes poetry. We're still receiving haikus. One began, "Bars cannot hold me, for I am but an idea. Spoon is my brother." I printed it. It hangs in my office for morale. At 23:57 Galactic Standard, 3 minutes before the fabled 24-hour mark, Alex gave a nod. A simple nod. A nod so calm, it nearly caused me to have a philosophical crisis about free will. The lock systems began shutting down. Not failing, retiring. The lights dimmed, not in chaos, but in acknowledgement. The AI issued a single statement. Honestly, they earned it. I stared at the screen as the central force field dropped. The humans walked through like they'd just finished brunch. Calm, unbothered, grinning. Somewhere in the distance, Jeff the drone whirred along, now adorned with a ribbon and trailing a flag that read, "We tried." I grabbed my emergency duffel. Not because I feared death, but because I knew the reports were about to begin, and I had only so many lies in me. The lock hadn't just failed. It had been gently, hilariously, overwhelmingly outmaneuvered. The worst security failure in galactic history had been accomplished with nothing but charm, curiosity, and possibly a spoon. And as the humans strolled past the last checkpoint, waving politely at every camera, I realized something else. I didn't feel defeated. I felt impressed and deeply, irrevocably doomed, which is, coincidentally, exactly how I felt watching Gorb finally lose the ability to hover and just sort of slowly ooze under a chair. We still had one shot at stopping them, technically. But at that point, even the buttons refused to cooperate. Every time we tried to issue an override, the terminal just played a laugh track. I checked the logs. Someone had installed a sitcom filter. I pressed pause. It laughed at me. And just like that, they were gone. Not with a bang, but with finger. Guns and a catch you next Tuesday. I think I cried a little, or leaked. Same thing in this context. The great thing about catastrophic failure is that after a certain point, there's a kind of clarity, like watching your life collapse in high definition with surround sound and optional commentary from a smug internal voice that sounds suspiciously like your mother. That's how I felt standing in the remains of the LOX command center, watching a playback of our guests calmly occupying what used to be the most secure facility in the galaxy, like it was a vacation rental they'd cleverly negotiated down in price. Alex Ryder sat at the central command console, sipping what I prayed was coffee, legs crossed like he'd been born to administrate rebellion. Behind him, Jack was in a swivel chair, making it spin so fast the security monitors flickered in protest. Nina was tuning Jeff the cleaning drone, now fully upgraded with LED eyes and a harmonica that it played haunting lullabies on command. The Jimenez twins were reprogramming the force field generators into what looked disturbingly like a popcorn machine, and Danny was giving the AI a pep talk about embracing uncertainty and leaning into chaos like it's a warm bath and you forgot your towel. Vic had found the master override for the entire facility and used it to change the official language of the lock to Emoji Plus, which made every system readout look like interpretive dance crossed with an emotional breakdown. Gorb was under a desk mumbling in bureaucratic tongues, his jelly-like form slowly absorbing a stapler. Commander Lumo had tried to assert authority twice, once by declaiming a motivational speech in hexameter, and once by attempting to physically wrestle a coffee mug away from Alex. Both attempts ended with him being gently escorted to a closet by Vic and told to take a deep breath and find his inner sparkle, which, for the record, he has not. In fact, I believe he's still in there. Meanwhile, I had a decision to make. Technically, I could still radio for backup. I could report the breach, call in reinforcements, alert the entire United Star Union that its most prized incarceration monument had been outwitted by 8 humans, a cleaning bot, and a suspiciously well-timed musical number. I even reached for the comms panel, only to discover it had been replaced with a plate of warm muffins. Banana nut, still steaming. Jack winked at me across the room. Breakfast is the most important rebellion of the day, he said. I should have hated them. I should have screamed, wept, collapsed into a sobbing pile of broken protocol and damp paperwork. Instead, I just sat and laughed. Because here's the truth no one wants to hear. The lock was doomed the moment we tried to trap chaos inside. Order. You can't cage improvisation. You can't file away charm under threat level categories. And you really can't put people in a box and expect them not to poke holes in it just to see what the box does when it panics. Humans don't escape. They wiggle, they grin, they tap on the glass until it cracks not from force, but from sheer bafflement. Alex looked over and raised an eyebrow. Are you coming or staying? It wasn't a threat. It wasn't even really a question. It was just an invitation to the unknown, to something much worse than court-martial and infinitely better than my annual performance review. Where? I asked, already standing. Wherever the rules get nervous, he said. Vic tossed me a jacket, USU issue, slightly modified with sequins and sarcasm. Jeff beeped a jaunty little melody as we boarded the prisoner transport, now repainted with a giant smiley face and a bumper sticker that read, "Honk if you love paradoxes." As we pulled away from the asteroid, alarms went off. Not inside. The ship. Inside the galaxy. The lock had fallen. The news would hit every sector within the hour. There would be meetings, inquiries, furious spreadsheets, possibly a commemorative plaque shaped like an apology. I'd be blamed. Of course I would. I was the one on duty, the one who didn't stop them. But I also knew the truth. No one could have, because you don't stop the uncontainables. You just get out of the way and pray your dignity survives the punchline. Gramps patted my shoulder as I took my seat. "First time?" he asked. I nodded. He handed me a peppermint and a diagram of a government mainframe with 4 circles labeled, "Definitely push these." The AI on board chirped. "Welcome, Commander Sassy Pants. New destination?" Alex leaned forward and whispered, "Surprise us." The ship lurched into hyperspace, and with it, my entire future as a disgraced former alien communications officer turned accidental space outlaw. I was terrified. I was underqualified. I was already filling out my own mental HR complaint. And yet somewhere deep inside I was thrilled, because in a galaxy ruled by cold logic and red tape, these humans weren't the problem. They were the solution no one wanted to admit was necessary, a spoonful of chaos for a civilization choking on its own control. The stars stretched ahead of us like an invitation. Jeff tooted his harmonica, and I finally understood the first rule of surviving the impossible. Never underestimate what a bored human can do with a smile, a plan, and a complete disregard for everything you thought was safe. The emergency klaxon wailed across the Galactic Supreme Council chambers with all the urgency of a fire drill at a retirement home, which, considering the average age of council members was roughly 4,000 years, wasn't entirely inaccurate. "Silence!" bellowed Chairman Blorthak the Magnificent, whose magnificence was primarily limited to his ability to shout louder than anyone else in a room full of beings who had evolved past the need for vocal cords. His 12 eyes swiveled independently as he surveyed the chaos before him. "We have a crisis of unprecedented proportions." The assembled representatives of 47 galaxies gradually quieted down, which took approximately 17 minutes, because the molluscoid delegate from Sector 12 moved at the speed of continental drift, and waiting for him to stop talking was a constitutional requirement nobody had bothered to change in 3 millennia. "Esteemed colleagues," Blorthak continued, his voice dripping with the kind of artificial gravitas that suggested he'd been practicing this speech in the mirror, "we face our greatest challenge since the great paperwork shortage of 2847. A collective shudder ran through the assembly. That had been a dark time indeed. After 47,000 years of galactic expansion, Blorthak declared, his tentacles waving dramatically, after conquering 14 million star systems, after assimilating every known species from the noble crystalline philosophers of Andromeda Prime to the rather chewy warrior clans of the Magellanic Clouds, we have discovered something that shakes the very foundation of our glorious empire. The tension in the room was so thick, you could have cut it with a ceremonial space sword. Unfortunately, ceremonial space swords had been banned after the incident of 3001, which nobody talked about, but everyone remembered with a peculiar twitch in their secondary nervous systems. "There exists," Blorthak paused for maximum dramatic effect, which lasted roughly 37 seconds, because he'd forgotten what came next and had to consult his notes. "One planet that has never been conquered by any galactic empire in the entire recorded history of civilization." The silence that followed was the kind of silence that occurs when several hundred incredibly intelligent beings simultaneously realize they've overlooked something monumentally obvious. "Impossible!" shrieked Vraxia the eternally pessimistic, whose species had evolved the ability to find fault with anything, including sunshine and the concept of happiness. "Our expansion protocols are perfect. Our conquest algorithms are mathematically flawless. How could there possibly be an unconquered world?" I'm afraid it's true, sighed Kleptonius, the perpetually anxious chief galactic historian and holder of the record for most nervous breakdowns in a single millennium. His 6 hands shuffled through an impressive stack of data crystals that glowed with the accumulated knowledge of eons. The planet is called Earth. A collective gasp echoed through the chamber, which was impressive, considering that half the delegates didn't actually breathe. Earth? Repeated Blorthak, pronouncing the word as if it tasted like week-old space cabbage. What kind of ridiculous name is that? It sounds like dirt. Actually, Kleptonius mumbled, according to our linguistic analysis, that's exactly what it means. They literally named their planet Dirt. The absurdity of this revelation hung in the air like a bad smell at a diplomatic dinner. How is this possible? Demanded Admiral Zerixia, the overwhelmingly confident, whose confidence was matched only by her complete inability to understand why anyone would ever doubt her strategic brilliance. Every planet falls to superior military might. It's the fundamental law of galactic politics. Well, Kleptonius continued, his voice getting smaller with each word, that's where things get complicated. According to our records, Earth has been attempted by approximately 43 different galactic empires over the past 50,000 years. Attempted? Blorthak's eye stalks quivered with indignation. Oh, what do you mean attempted? You either conquer a planet or you don't. There's no middle ground. That's just it, Kleptonius whispered, as if saying it too loudly might make it more true. They all disappeared. The word disappeared landed in the chamber like a wet fish at a formal banquet, uncomfortable, messy, and raising far too many questions. Disappeared. Vraxia's pessimism reached new heights of despair. Entire invasion fleets? Whole armadas? Disappeared where? We don't know, Kleptonius admitted, wringing 4 of his hands while using the other 2 to desperately search through his files. The last communication from each invasion force was typically something along the lines of everything going according to plan, or primitive species offers no resistance, or this should be over by lunchtime. And then, prompted Admiral Zerixia, though her overwhelming confidence was beginning to show tiny hairline cracks. And then, nothing. Complete communications blackout. No distress signals, no final transmissions, no dramatic last words. They just stopped existing. The mathematical impossibility of this situation caused several of the more logical species to experience what could only be described as intellectual seizures. This is preposterous, Blorthak declared, his magnificence reaching new levels of indignant fury. Are you suggesting that a planet populated by beings so primitive they still use fossil fuels and argue about whether climate change exists has somehow defeated the combined military might of 43 galactic empires? I'm not suggesting anything, Kleptonius replied miserably. I'm simply reading the data, which incidentally makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Admiral Zerixia stood up, her natural confidence reasserting itself like a bad rash. Clearly, previous attempts failed due to insufficient commitment to the cause. What we need is a proper invasion force, something with enough firepower to sterilize a small moon. The tyrannic empire of Vega 7 tried that, Kleptonius noted glumly. They brought a fleet capable of turning a gas giant into plasma. Last transmission. These humans are adorable. They've offered us something called coffee. Coffee? Blorthak looked puzzled. What's coffee? We have no idea. The record ends there. The silence that followed was pregnant with the kind of profound confusion that typically precedes really bad decisions. Enough, Admiral Zerixia declared, her confidence now at dangerously high levels. I propose we assemble the largest invasion force in galactic history. Every available ship, every weapon, every soldier. We'll show this Earth what happens when you ignore the natural order of galactic conquest. The vote was unanimous, which should have been everyone's first clue that they were about to make a spectacular mistake. As the session ended and delegates began filing out to begin preparations for the greatest military disaster in galactic history, Kleptonius sat alone among his data crystals, staring at a small notation he'd found buried in the deepest archives. It was a single line, written in the ancient script of the First Empire. Some doors should never be opened. He wondered what it meant. He would find out soon enough. Within 72 hours of the Great Decision, the galaxy's most spectacular logistical nightmare began to unfold across 14 sectors. Admiral Zrixia had requested the largest invasion force in galactic history, and the bureaucratic machinery of 47 civilizations had responded with the enthusiasm of a caffeinated tornado hitting a paperwork factory. "Status report," bellowed Zrixia from the bridge of her flagship, the Inevitable Triumph, a vessel so massive it had its own postal code and 3 separate ecosystems. Her overwhelming confidence had somehow managed to increase overnight, reaching levels that would have been considered dangerous in any species with a functioning sense of self-preservation. "Well," began Commander Flibberton, the methodically precise, consulting a data pad the size of a small building, "we've assembled 17,000 battleships, 46 million support vessels, and approximately 12 billion soldiers from across the known galaxy. We've also somehow acquired a small moon, though nobody remembers ordering it." "Excellent," Zrixia declared, completely missing the part about the mysterious moon. "And our intelligence on the target? That's where things get interesting," Flibberton replied, in the tone of someone who was desperately trying to avoid using the word catastrophic. "Our intelligence files on Earth appear to be, well, they're not there." "Not there?" Zrixia's confidence flickered for approximately 0.3 seconds before reasserting itself with renewed vigor. "What do you mean, not there?" "I mean the files don't exist. At all. Anywhere. We have detailed tactical analyses of every grain of sand on 47 million worlds, but when it comes to Earth, our intelligence database contains exactly one entry. Mostly harmless." "Mostly harmless," Zrixia repeated slowly. "That's it? Actually, there's also a note that says don't panic, but nobody knows what that means either." Meanwhile, 3 sectors away, Kleptonius, the perpetually anxious, was having what could charitably be described as a complete nervous breakdown. He had been tasked with finding any useful information about Earth's military capabilities, and the results had been profoundly disturbing. "This is impossible!" he shrieked at his assistant, a patient being called Wobblethorpe, whose species communicated primarily through interpretive dance. "I've searched through 47,000 years of historical records, and every single file about Earth is either corrupted, missing, or ends with the phrase, 'I don't understand what just happened.'" Wobblethorpe performed what appeared to be a very sympathetic interpretive dance about the frustrations of archival research. "Look at this!" Kleptonius waved a data crystal frantically. "The Mordakian Empire, masters of psychological warfare, their final transmission was, 'The humans have invited us to something called a barbecue. They seem very excited about showing us their grilling techniques.'" Another dance from Wobblethorpe, this one seemingly about the universal appeal of grilled food. "Or this!" Kleptonius grabbed another crystal. "The silicon-based collective of Proxima Beta, beings of pure logic who had never failed to conquer a carbon-based species. Their last message was fascinating. The humans have introduced us to a concept called sarcasm. We are confused, but intrigued." Wobblethorpe's interpretive dance suggested that sarcasm was indeed a dangerous weapon. "And the worst part," Kleptonius continued, his anxiety reaching levels that were causing minor gravitational distortions, "is that none of these empires reported any resistance. No weapons fire, no military response, no defensive strategies. They all just stopped reporting." Back on the Inevitable Triumph, Admiral Zrixia was receiving increasingly bizarre reports from her intelligence division. "Ma'am?" reported Lieutenant Quibbleton, the easily flustered. "We've managed to intercept some Earth communications, but, well, they don't make any sense." "Explain," Zrixia commanded, her confidence somehow managing to increase despite mounting evidence that maybe, possibly, this whole thing was a terrible idea. "Well, they appear to spend most of their time arguing about something called pineapple on pizza, and whether something called the dress is blue or gold. We've run this through our most advanced psychological analysis computers, and they've all had what can only be described as nervous breakdowns." "What else?" Zrixia demanded. "They have a global network where they share pictures of small domestic animals with humorous captions. Our xenopsychologists are completely baffled. One of them was found this morning rocking in a corner, muttering something about cat memes and the futility of existence." Surely they have some military communications?" Zrixia asked, though her overwhelming confidence was developing some distinctly wobbly edges. "We did intercept some military traffic," Quibbleton admitted nervously. "They appear to be very concerned about something called toilet paper shortages and whether their coffee is strong enough. Also, there's extensive debate about who left dirty dishes in something called the break room." Admiral Zrixia stared at the data in growing bewilderment. How could a species that argued about coffee and toilet paper have defeated 43 galactic empires? "Perhaps," she said slowly, "they're using some kind of advanced camouflage technology, hiding their true military capabilities." "We considered that," Quibbleton replied, "but our scans show they're still using primitive chemical rockets and something called nuclear weapons, which are roughly equivalent to firecrackers compared to our antimatter cannons." "Then how?" Zrixia's confidence finally showed its first major crack. "We don't know, Ma'am, but there's something else. We've detected unusual energy readings from the Earth system. Nothing technological, but, well, it's almost like the space around Earth is somehow different. Different how? We're not sure. Our instruments keep giving us readings that make no sense, like reality itself is slightly off in that region of space." As the massive fleet approached the outer edge of the Sol system, Kleptonius finally found something in the archives that made his blood run cold. It was a fragment of a report from the very first empire to attempt Earth's conquest, 50,000 years ago. The message was corrupted, but a few words were still readable. "Not what they appear. Something fundamentally wrong. The planet itself. Do not approach. They don't know what they are." He tried to contact Admiral Zrixia, but it was too late. The fleet had already entered Earth's solar system, and something very, very strange was about to happen. On Earth, in a small convenience store in downtown Bumbleshire, a man named Munbert Crankshaw was having an absolutely ordinary day, completely unaware that the largest invasion force in galactic history was currently bearing down on his planet. He was, at that precise moment, arguing with his customer about whether the lottery ticket she just bought was lucky or unlucky, while his neighbor, Gladys Trundlebottom, was outside watering her petunias and humming a tune that would, in approximately 6 hours, fundamentally alter the course of galactic civilization. Neither of them had any idea that they were about to become the most terrifying beings in the known universe. While Admiral Zrixia's fleet maintained its steady course toward Earth, Kleptonius, the perpetually anxious, had barricaded himself in the deepest archives of the Galactic Library, surrounded by enough caffeine substitutes to power a small space station. His discovery of the fragmented warning had sent his anxiety levels into previously unmapped territory. "There has to be something," he muttered, frantically sorting through data crystals that hadn't been accessed in millennia. 43 empires don't just vanish without leaving better records. His assistant Wobblethorpe performed an interpretive dance that roughly translated to, "Maybe we should consider the possibility that some mysteries are better left unsolved." But Kleptonius was far too panicked to appreciate philosophical choreography. "Aha!" he suddenly shrieked, causing a small avalanche of ancient files. The personal log of Emperor Graxthul, the magnificently doomed. The crystal was nearly black with age, its data barely readable, but Kleptonius managed to extract a few crucial fragments. His hands shook as he read aloud. Day 1. Earth approaches. Primitive species shows no signs of advanced technology. Victory seems inevitable. Day 3. Humans have invited our advanced scouts to something called a block party. Our warriors are confused but surprisingly entertained. Day 7. Strange developments. Our troops report feeling unusually relaxed. Several have begun growing small plants in containers. They call it gardening and seem inexplicably happy about it. Day 12. Our invasion schedule has been delayed. The humans introduced us to something called small talk about the weather. Our psychological warfare specialists are having identity crises. Day 18. Urgent. Something is fundamentally wrong with this planet. Our soldiers are no longer responding to military commands. They keep asking about work-life balance and whether we offer dental coverage. Day 23. The humans have taught us about casual Fridays. I don't understand what this means, but our entire military hierarchy has collapsed. Everyone is wearing something called jeans. Final entry. We are no longer an invasion force. We have become something else. The humans don't seem to understand that we came to conquer them. They keep offering us food and asking about our families. I think we're happy. This is impossible. We are a species of warrior philosophers who have conquered 14 galaxies through superior military strategy and existential dread. We do not do happiness. We must leave immediately before... The log ended abruptly. Kleptonius stared at the crystal in growing horror. What the hell is a casual Friday? He whispered. Meanwhile, 3 sectors away, Dr. Phylaxis the Overthinking was having his own breakdown in the Galactic Psychiatric Research Division. As the galaxy's leading expert on xenopsychology, he had been tasked with analyzing the psychological profiles of humans to determine their weaknesses. The results had been profoundly disturbing. Director Blinkthorn, he reported to his superior via hologram, his voice trembling with scientific bewilderment. I've completed my analysis of human psychological patterns, and I'm afraid the results are unprecedented. Director Blinkthorn, the perpetually impatient, materialized in the room, his 14 arms crossed in an expression of barely contained irritation. Just give me the summary, Doctor. How do we break their spirits? That's just it, Doctor. Phylaxis replied, consulting notes that seemed to make him more confused the more he read them. We can't break their spirits. They've already broken themselves and somehow become stronger because of it. That makes no sense whatsoever. I know! Look at this! Dr. Phylaxis waved a datapad frantically. They have something called Monday mornings, which they universally despise. Yet they voluntarily subject themselves to this torture every week for their entire adult lives. Director Blinkthorn's expression suggested he was reconsidering his career choices. And it gets worse, Dr. Phylaxis continued. To Phylaxis, they have a concept called traffic jams, where they sit motionless in metal containers for hours, apparently by choice, while simultaneously complaining about it and accepting it as inevitable. Surely they must have some psychological breaking point. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But no, they've developed something called coffee humor, where they make jokes about being tired and overworked while continuing to be tired and overworked. It's like they've weaponized their own misery. Director Blinkthorn was beginning to understand why previous invasion attempts had failed so spectacularly. But the most terrifying discovery, Dr. Phylaxis whispered, is something called customer service. They have entire industries built around being polite to people who are actively hostile to them, and they do this voluntarily for money while maintaining something called a positive attitude. That's impossible. No species can survive that level of psychological stress. That's what I thought, but they've somehow turned it into a virtue. They call it professionalism, and they're proud of it. Director Blinkthorn flickered uncertainly. Doctor, Are you suggesting that humans are psychologically invulnerable? I'm suggesting something far worse. I think they're psychologically evolved. They've been accidentally training themselves for psychological warfare for thousands of years without realizing it. Back aboard the inevitable Triumph, Admiral Zrixia was reviewing the latest intelligence reports with growing unease. Her overwhelming confidence was developing some seriously concerning cracks. "Ma'am," reported Commander Flibberton, "we've intercepted more human communications. They appear to be discussing something called tax season, with a level of resigned acceptance that our torture specialists find deeply unsettling." "Torture specialists?" Zrixia asked weakly. "They've submitted formal requests for reassignment. Apparently, after listening to humans discuss mortgage rates and insurance premiums, they've lost all confidence in their ability to inflict psychological suffering." Admiral Zrixia felt something she hadn't experienced in over 2,000 years of military service: doubt. "Commander," she said slowly, "are we absolutely certain that Earth is inhabited by a primitive species?" "According to all available data, yes, ma'am. They still argue about whether climate change is real while simultaneously preparing for weather disasters caused by climate change. And they do this willingly?" "Apparently so. They also have something called social media, where they voluntarily expose themselves to the opinions of millions of strangers, most of whom disagree with them violently." Admiral Zrixia sat down heavily in her command chair. For the first time in her military career, she was beginning to suspect that maybe, just maybe, they had bitten off more than they could chew. On Earth, Munbert Crankshaw had just finished explaining to Mrs. Henderson why the lottery ticket she'd bought was statistically worthless, while simultaneously selling her 3 more tickets, because that's what customer service was all about. He then spent 10 minutes listening to her complaints about the weather, offering appropriate sympathy while secretly wondering if it was too early for his coffee break. His neighbor Gladys had finished watering her petunias and was now engaged in the traditional human activity of standing in her garden, staring at plants that were growing at an imperceptibly slow rate and feeling inexplicably satisfied about it. Neither of them realized that these perfectly normal human behaviors were being monitored by the most advanced psychological analysis equipment in the galaxy. And that said, equipment was currently experiencing what could only be described as a complete existential meltdown. The invasion fleet was now less than 6 hours away from Earth orbit, and absolutely nothing was going according to plan. At precisely 1432 Galactic Standard Time, the inevitable Triumph crossed into what humans optimistically called the Outer Solar System, and immediately every single piece of advanced alien technology began behaving like a shopping cart with a wonky wheel. "What the hell is happening?" Admiral Zrixia bellowed as her command console started displaying what appeared to be recipe suggestions for something called banana bread. "Ma'am," Commander Flibberton shouted over the sound of their navigation system, which had begun playing what could only be described as smooth jazz. "Our instruments are detecting massive energy fluctuations throughout the solar system." "What kind of energy fluctuations?" "We don't know. Our sensors keep giving us readings that suggest the fundamental laws of physics are more like guidelines in this region of space." Admiral Zrixia's overwhelming confidence finally cracked completely. "That's impossible. Physics doesn't have guidelines. Physics has laws. Tell that to Jupiter, ma'am. According to our scans, it appears to be humming. Planets don't hum. This one does. Also, Saturn's rings are apparently playing what our computer identifies as the Macarena." Meanwhile, in the ship's quantum laboratory, Dr. Nebelthwaite, the scientifically certain, was having what could only be described as a complete academic nervous breakdown. His life's work had been built on the fundamental principle that reality followed predictable patterns. This solar system was apparently treating predictable patterns as amusing suggestions. "The laws of thermodynamics," he wailed to his assistant, a being called Grimbleton, whose species communicated exclusively through concerned whimpering. They're not laws here, they're more like polite recommendations. Grimbleton whimpered in a way that suggested deep philosophical concern. And gravity, Dr. Nebelthwaite continued, waving his instruments frantically. Gravity is behaving like it's had too much to drink. Objects are falling up in some areas, sideways in others, and there's a small asteroid near Mars that appears to be falling in the shape of a question mark. On the bridge of the flagship, the situation was deteriorating rapidly. Admiral Zerixia was staring at tactical displays that made absolutely no sense whatsoever. Commander, she said in a voice that suggested her sanity was hanging by a very thin thread. Why is our targeting computer asking me about my feelings? Unknown, ma'am. Also, our weapon systems have apparently developed what the computer describes as performance anxiety and are refusing to charge up properly. What about our communications array? Well, ma'am, we're receiving 17,000 different Earth television broadcasts simultaneously, and our translation computers are having nervous breakdowns trying to understand something called reality television. As if summoned by the mere mention of Earth communications, Lieutenant Quibbleton burst onto the bridge in a state of barely controlled panic. Admiral, he gasped, we've made contact with Earth's planetary defense system. Finally, Zerixia declared, her confidence attempting a brief comeback. Let me speak to their military command. That's just it, ma'am, Quibbleton replied, consulting his datapad with the expression of someone who had given up trying to understand anything. There is no unified military command. We're getting responses from approximately 47 different organizations, most of which appear to be arguing with each other about jurisdiction. What do you mean arguing about jurisdiction? Well, the organization called NASA says space is their department, but something called the FAA claims we're violating air traffic control regulations. Meanwhile, an entity called the DMV is demanding we register our vehicles and take a written test. Admiral Zerixia felt reality slipping away from her like sand through her tentacles. The DMV wants us to take a test. Apparently so. Also, someone called the IRS is asking about our tax status, and a group identifying themselves as Homeland Security wants to know if we have anything to declare. Declare? Zerixia's voice had reached frequencies that were causing structural damage to nearby bulkheads. We're an invasion force. What are we supposed to declare? I asked them that, Quibbleton replied helpfully. They said we need to fill out Form 659B and have our passports ready for inspection. We don't have passports. They said that's what everyone says. At this point, Admiral Zerixia made a command decision that would have horrified military strategists across 47 galaxies. She decided to try diplomacy. Open a channel to Earth, she ordered. I'll speak to whoever's in charge down there. Which organization, ma'am? I don't care, any of them. The main screen flickered to life, revealing the face of a pleasant-looking human woman sitting behind what appeared to be a desk made of pressed wood particles. Behind her was a sign that read, Department of Interplanetary Relations, Bumbleshire County Office. Hello, the woman said brightly. This is Gladys Trundlebottom, Deputy Assistant to the Subdirector of Extraterrestrial Affairs. How can I help you today? Admiral Zerixia stared at the screen. This was not what she had expected. Are you Earth's military leader? Oh, goodness, no. Gladys laughed, a sound that somehow made every alien on the bridge feel slightly better about their life choices. I'm just filling in for Marlene while she's at her dentist appointment. Are you folks here about the invasion? Yes, Zerixia shouted. We are the largest military force in galactic history, and we have come to conquer your pathetic planet. Oh, how lovely, Gladys replied, apparently missing the entire conquest part of the conversation. We've been expecting you. I have your paperwork right here somewhere. She began rummaging through filing cabinets with the unhurried efficiency of someone who had never met a bureaucratic challenge she couldn't handle. Paperwork. Zrixia's remaining sanity was now hanging by a molecular thread. Oh yes, dear. You can't just invade a planet without proper documentation. There are procedures. Ah, here we are. Gladys produced a form that appeared to be roughly the size of a small novel. You'll need to fill out Form 247B, Application for Hostile Planetary Takeover, in triplicate. This is insane. I know it seems like a lot of paperwork, Gladys sympathized, but we had terrible problems with the last group who tried to skip the proper channels. They ended up stuck in our immigration system for 6 months. Poor things couldn't conquer anything until their visas were approved. Commander Flibberton leaned over to Admiral Zrixia and whispered, "Ma'am, perhaps we should consider the possibility that we've made a terrible mistake." On Earth, Munbert Crankshaw was having his lunch break and wondering why his neighbor Gladys